deep in your soul. And on number X, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry. Paradigm's alone. They're all thinking. A big swollen crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, the 29th of June, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the docks. Great place. We're live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't particularly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber-brained body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay back my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this was or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Yeah. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, we're back with more discourse. It's a full-on discourse. Look, I said like last week, what was it I was complaining, right, about Ethan Klein, about having to cover so much of Ethan Klein, about the fact that there's always something new going on with Ethan Klein, and to maintain the narrative that I've started, I have to cover that. Otherwise, it's conspicuously absent, when a new development happens. And, well, now it's like the discourse. The discourse has really started in, strong over this legal case, which I guess partially is what Ethan wants. But I'm not sure if it's going the way that he thought it would. Like, right? Ethan referred to Lawtubers, right? I think he knew that people like Legal Mindset, for instance, would want to cover this and would cover it favorably, right? Because, team sports, right? There's very few Quemons or Chud Logics compared to the Willie Max and the Nicholas Diorios out there. There's very few Pisco Liddies out there compared to the Legal Mindsets and all the rest, right? And so, we're not looking for somebody that's, on our side. I don't think Pisco's on our side. You'll sort of see this. Pisco's an old friend of the VOD. I let him know that we were going to be talking about him tonight. He is allowed to come on if he wants to. If he has any problems with what I'm saying, I think he is talking to. I think he's got a prior arrangement, though. I saw him on Straighter Aid, so he may not be. I don't even know how late the guy stays up, but right. The invitation is out there, as always. I've had Pisco on before. We've always had a friendly and cordial relationship. I hope the fact that I called him a DGG Lawtuber doesn't change any of that. But Pisco, I just don't know what you've been up to lately, right? I just have to go with what I know. And unfortunately, I haven't talked to Pisco in a really long time. So yeah, maybe he's not. So I've heard various. I literally don't know. I thought I knew. I thought he'd stepped away totally from Destiny. I heard him say something that kind of implied he hadn't, and then I heard something else about Destiny unfollowing him on Twitter. So I don't know what the state of play is. I don't want to slime somebody with DGG if they haven't been formed by its. What is that Bane thing? You merely adopted DGG. I was born in it. For what? You know what I'm talking about, chat? The Bane quote. I'm gonna have to look this up. Bane, you've merely... How do you spell merely adopted? Oh, come on, I just need the quote. This is what I'll say to Pisco if he comes on. You think that DGG is your ally. You've merely adopted the DGG. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see light until I was a fully formed femoid, and by then, it was nothing to me but blinding. Oh my god. That's the Bane quote. I never saw the movie. Which one is that? The Dark Knight? I don't know Batman movies, chat. The last Batman movie I saw was the one with Heath. Well, I mean, unless you count the Joker. Does the Joker count? Does Joker's not really a Batman movie. I know Batman's technically in it, but he's a little kid. It's baby Batman. It's Batman Jr. That should be on Teen Titans or something like that. Shouldn't it be? Does the Joker count as an episode of Teen Titans? Is that how it works? Hi, chat. Do we have hi chat tonight? How is everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? I want to get a sense of the vibe before I get started. You merely adopted the light. I was born in it, molded by it. You merely adopted the Max left. But yeah, no, I mean, it does sound like, you know, Pisco's always been to the left of Destiny and the fucking shitlib centrists there. I mean, he's a liberal, like, right? I don't think he's anti-capitalist or anything like that. But yeah, just hearing the beginning of the conversation with Straighteraid, it sounds like, I don't even know what is Straighteraid's deal. She's like, I think she knows somebody in MR. Is it Matt? Is she friends with Matt, maybe? And she was an orbiter, right? You know, she's in that DGG, was in that DGG circle. She also is responsible for, I think, a lot of the expose on Destiny. So, you know, take that with a pinch of salty, sugary, spicy goodness. Or plum powder, if you prefer. Look, chat, I just want to run a fruit store, okay? I can't do it. I think that's one of the jobs that you got to be Thai, like to be a fruit vendor on the street. I think it's like literally you've got to be Thai to do that job. But it seems like a cool job, selling fruit. I just love fruit so much. Bane's plan made no sense. It was Bane. He was born in prison in the comics in the early. Wow, born in prison, you say? How very JoJo. How did Kristen Bale get back home? Tell me. The Bane Batman movie is dog shit, so I didn't miss much. Sober and chill. Yeah, me too. Sober as fuck. It's The Dark Knight Rises. Thank you. Lib Channel still loving some Destiny. I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know. Like from, yeah, Whisper of a Dream, chat. I don't think that Pisco's like involved with Destiny, but yeah, you know, he was for a long time. That is a big part of the reason that I haven't talked to him in a long time. But he seems to be kind of getting, you know, he, like, I saw him on Crystal and Kyle debate, not a debate, but I think they had him on to talk about, was it immigration law, or was it the ICE sweeps? It was something to do with the ICE, with ICE a few weeks ago, right? So yeah, Pisco's doing well. He's doing really well for himself, without, you know, any of that Destiny boost. So, you know, good for him. I mean, he's definitely in the place where I don't think he needs DGG or Destiny, and he's pissing plenty of those people off, right? If you thought, you know, we saw Queeman kind of struggling with his chat. A lot of Queeman's chat, you know, disagreed with him. A lot of them are on the train of, but Hassan bad though. Hassan bad, therefore Ethan good, and therefore my dad was a fruiterer. Is that what it's called? There's definitely jobs out there in Australia, fruit market, but Australia doesn't have any good fruit, does it? Certified no comment chick freak over there with the 15 stream streak, 7 days a week. Those weasels and jellyfish make that pull-out game. Okay, no. I'm not gonna sexualize the weasels or the jellyfish. That would be bad. Hassan bad, therefore Ethan good. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much. But yeah, I think that Pisco, as far as I know, is dealing with kind of the same shit from his chat, and it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise, right? His audience, you know, his start was from his association with and his conversations with Destiny, right? His you know, we wouldn't it definitely was he definitely didn't get his start from Bird Brains chat. He definitely didn't get his start coming on my panel show. Let's put up a butterfly goal. How about that? All right, chat. We got a butterfly yesterday, which was great because I'd been butterfly free for a few days, but we hit the butterfly goal yesterday and it was amazing. Butterfly in my hair. All right, there we go. The other thing that we really need to get to this month, right, is going to be the Jubilee mega stream. And that, like, I don't know, chat. I just haven't had the energy, right? I keep on saying, you know what I'll do is I'll take a little rest, I'll eat a little food, and then I'll get back on here in evening, which would be morning for you, to give you kind of like double content because it is the end of the month, and it was a particularly rough month for me having to travel to Malaysia, buy a second ticket after having bought a ticket to Vietnam after having paid for the e-visa and all that stuff. I just kind of got double fucked by the fact that you can't go to Vietnam if you don't have your visa set up ahead of time. So I had to buy a second plane ticket and yada, yada, yada. And I you know, we did a little shift in content and I've just been streaming less. So I am trying to make up for lost time here and give you more content towards the end of the month. So I hope you appreciate that. Quimon debated a guy that was frankly MAGA, but won't admit it. I mean, look, that's, I would assume there's a lot of those guys in his chat. I don't know. I don't really, you know what? It wasn't as bad though. I did catch a little bit of Queeman's stream this morning, actually, and I was surprised at the chat not being what it used to be. I don't think, all right, chat, I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't think that Quimon is like changing his political ideology. I don't think this is like a watershed moment where Quimon is gonna realize left is best or anything like that, right? I don't think this changes any of his views on trans people or anything else, right? But I do notice that his chat seems to be slightly less toxic, and it was really bad, chat. The first time I ever wandered into a Quimon chat, I don't think I really knew much about him. And the people that were in the chat were actually just utter scumbags that I recognized from Twitch poll, like the worst of Twitch poll, the most scary ass Kiwi farmer ass people that you could possibly imagine, including somebody who had you know, harassed both me and Keffels. But I don't see them anymore, and I don't see any, you know, like I kind of know the names of the, like, you know what I mean? I've been around Twitch. I had some of those people in my chat back in the day before, you know, I told, you know, before I was more adamant in my criticism about Destiny and Vosh and the like, right? I had a lot of those people, right? So I definitely recognize the names. Like if you got a chat that's full of, you know, apolitical, right-wing coded type people, like I know who those people are on Twitch, right? I recognize the names, and I did not see any of those names in Quimon's chat this time. So yeah, Whisper of a Dream, chat. He's a pretty good debater. He would be a pretty good debater if Red Rover let Quimon come over to the left. Oh my god, chat. I feel ridiculous even saying that. No, don't. It's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. He's just like I said, you know, he's one of the dudes in that sphere, in the Lawtuber sphere, with a somewhat functioning moral compass, right? It's a rarity. It's a rarity, but you know, he's morally consistent, right? In a way that a lot of these fuck nuts are not. So, yay for him, but just don't get it confused. This is not an endorsement of Quimon. This is not going to be an endorsement of Pisco, right? You know, I watched at least one of these videos before, and you know, there's definitely some things that we do not agree on. So, But yeah, like I said, he's always been to the left of everybody else in the Destiny sphere. I think that I thought I remembered him coming out and criticizing Destiny when the Pixie stuff, started to come out. I heard something else that made me question that, like that made me think that maybe he kind of was like, oh yeah, no, fuck Destiny. And then, that there was some, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to DGG at all. I really haven't, right? I invited him on. If he wants to clear anything up, I'll try not to speak on anything that is just an assumption on my part, or if I do, I'll be like, I'm not sure on that. I'll try to, I don't want to, paint him in a way that is more reflective of the Pisco that he used to be than the Pisco that he is now. Because like I said, he's got the momentum, he's got the motion, he's got the energy to go his own way. He doesn't need DGG, he doesn't need Destiny, and that's a lot of the reason that people were in that orbit in the first place, right? Was that it was a career booster, kind of to be part of the Destiny cinematic universe, right? That made you interesting. If you were the law guy like Pisco was, Pisco's like the friend of Destiny that, knew the most about law, or you were like Mixed Vivian Wolf, you were the trans friend of Destiny, right? Then you sort of got a, you got sort of a platform, like before you'd even, formed any kind of community, before you'd even really started your own stream or your own thing on social media. Vosh got his start this way too, chat, actually calling into Destiny. So we have Destiny and his community to also thank for Vosh. So yeah, thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Destiny. The streamers in question were transformative enough. That's one thing that I think I might disagree with Pisco on, right? Is that like just to give you a little preview of what his take is, or at least what I've seen from it so far, or at least his initial take. Again, how do I explain this? So there's different elements to the case, right? Legalistically speaking, and Pisco goes over that. That's one of the reasons that it's good to watch a competent attorney like Pisco talk about this shit instead of like me speculating about what the law is or misunderstanding, what's in the filing. Pisco can kind of, set it, straight or tell you, is this an abnormal filing? Is it normal to have memes in your filing? Spoiler, it's not, right? So he goes through it and, he's, yeah, like as far as the, like, is this infringement? He's like pretty unambiguously yes, right? And then the second question, is it fair use? So first you ask, is it infringement? And these are questions that involve like, did you author the work? Was it minimally creative? Is this work, housed in a place? Is it localized? Is it on YouTube? Is it on your website? Like, right, where does it live somewhere? Does it exist somewhere? Then that's bound to that, that instance of it, right? And that's just to prove infringement, right? And then the second question is fair use, right? So you can do an infringement. I think this is how it works anyway. You can do an infringement you can infringe on somebody's copyright, but in a way that is fair use, meaning that, at first, they make the determination, okay, infringement, yes, and then they go fair use, also yes, right? But a lot about this law is not clear. A lot about this precedent is not set, and that's what actually makes this lawsuit dangerous. I had a inkling that this lawsuit, might pose some danger in terms of setting bad precedents in court, and Pisco kind of confirmed that, right? This is actually kind of a dangerous thing for all of us, right? This is a dangerous thing for this type of content. Chat, what I'm trying to tell you is that if this case goes a certain way and like say goes up to an appeals court, right, it could potentially open the door to more lawsuits against people for just reacting, right? So make it so that just reacting to a video is like a suable offense. And if that happens, chat, we are fucked. We are so fucked, right? And Ethan is fucked too, because we're not going to let him forget it. If he fucking does that shit, and those are the consequences, that is on him, all right? So the thing that Pisco really does call Ethan out for and disagree with him, because he does think that, A, it is infringement, and B, that it's not transformative. Now that, put a pin in that, because I'll get back to that in a second, right? But the thing that he disagrees with Ethan on is his stated motivation. Ethan has stated that he's doing this to protect the commentary community. That like Denims and Frogan and their freewheeling, non-reaction, non-transformative ways have put us all in danger from Disney and Sony. It doesn't really make sense, right? But that's what he's saying. And that he feels like, you know, he did his lawsuit back in the day, or he got sued back in the day, you know, to set that yes, you can do transformative critique of another video without getting, you know, without being found to have violated somebody's copyright, right? But now that he wants to, like, on the other side be like, but you can't be just like sit there and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna watch this so that Ethan doesn't get any views and then not react, right? So that's the claim, and that is kind of that is the portrayal of Denims, Frogan, and Kaceytron's reactions to the video is that these were just, there's nothing there. They're not adding anything. And that's the one that I have a question with, right? But yeah, so he's saying, Pisco's saying, for the record, it's not that he thinks that it's not infringement, and it's not that he thinks that it is fair use, right? Because he's negative on those, and I'm gonna have, if we do get to talk to him, I'm gonna have to ask him some questions about that, right? Because it feels to me, at least from what I saw so far, that these were just based on assumptions, based on him watching Ethan clipping. And we know about how Ethan clips, we know about how Ethan likes to cherry pick. Based on him clipping Denims, Frogan, Kaceytron, he had assumed that obviously this was not transformative. And but he does call Ethan out in that he thinks Ethan's full of shit in terms of him saying of the reason that the reason particularly that he picked these three, right? Because he starts off talking about XQC, talking about ReactGate, and going over his video, his debate with XQC, and saying, yeah, even though XQC is a gosh darn little scamp, he's not malicious. But these women are. These women are very, very, very malicious, right? And yeah. So basically, Pisco thinks that Ethan is lying about why he selected the people that he selected. He thinks that these people were selected, and you can probably guess, what's coming next, right? These people were selected because of their criticism of Ethan, right? That's the connecting factor. And also, I think that he kind of suspects them being women might have something to do with it as well. He hasn't said it, but some of his reactions to some of the things that welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. You've activated my stand. What's up? Good to have you with us tonight. We're going to be talking about Lawtube. We're going to talk about Ethan Klein. We're going to talk about IP, and we're going to talk about the three femoids and if their reactions are up to par with the intellectual male reactions of the likes of XQC and Asmongold. So that's what Ethan said. That's the part that Pisco's not buying. The idea that somehow Asmongold and XQC, who also reacted to the video, their reactions were worthwhile, and Denim's reaction was it's just a dumb femoid. Like literally they're complaining about the quality of her takes as being, that's why it's not transformative. And that's fucking bullshit. All right. What makes it transformative is that it's no longer a substitute for the original work, right? It's been transformed, right? Now it's good for if you want to hear a critique of Ethan Klein, and it's not good for if you just want to watch the Ethan Klein video. You'd be much better served. It would be so much easier for you to just go and click on Ethan Klein. And again, the whole statement that she makes, and a few of them make about, thank you for spending some time with me.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. They're attempting to digitally castrate him, and also IP is literally nonsense.
Wait, they're attempting to digitally castrate him? IP, intellectual property, is nonsense? Wait, who's getting digitally castrated, Davy? Also, I'd like to point out we got the super chat goal going on YouTube. That's your superpower YouTube. If you want to put a butterfly in my hair all you have to do is hit 10 teal or better super chats, which I think is like $3 and some change or more makes a teal super chat. If we get 10 of those in the next 3 hours or so, I will put a butterfly like this in my hair. And then the other goal being the bonus content goal. Here we go, right here, which we are now at 10 out of 100 for. So yeah, if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, do a super chat. If you want to see this number go up and us get some bonus content, and I'll tell you what that's all about in just a minute. We're French, but we learn and support the snark fight. Well, I'm not a snarker, but thank you anyway, Dartois. And I'm glad I pronounced your name right. I was about to ask if it was Dartois, which would be the American pronunciation of it. I'm glad to hear that I guessed right and pronounced it with a French in a French way. But yeah, good to have you along for the ride, Dartois. Everybody go check out Dartois, especially if you are a francophone speaker yourself. You might enjoy do you stream in French as well, Dartois? Just letting my chat know. Some of my chat are French, are able to speak French. A few of my chat are, spoke French as a first language. Alas, yes, it's d'accord. It's okay. C'est pas grave. I'm trying to think of a pas de problème. There we go. But good to have you along for the ride with us, as well as your chat. So yeah, we're about to get going here. I was just setting up the game for tonight, which is going to be a game of Lawtube, a game of intellectual a game of trying to figure out Tac 2. Yo, last of a dying breed. Thank you for becoming a weasel. That was an enterprising weasel just emerging from the YouTube chat. Chapter Black Ice.
Derby Cliff super chatted $9.99. All the women I interact with hate me, obviously. There must be something wrong with women, Ethan.
Damn. Well, there was one that interacted, and that was apparently all that Ethan needed. No, I don't know, chat. I don't know how much this is the backstory of Ethan Klein, the deep lore of H3. Let's try this. Boom. No? C'est pas vrai! Sorry. Let's see. J'hallucine. I'm trying to, make my, thing work here. What am I missing? Alright, that's got that, and then I press this. And I press this. There we go. All the women I interact with hate me, obviously. There must be something wrong with women. That's the answer right there. That is the definite answer. And we are at 23. Yeah, also, thank you for weaseling up Last of a Dying Breed. It's kind of like phasing up. It's our version of phasing up, right? You weasel up. They are attempting to digitally castrate him. Also, IP is wait. They're trying to digitally castrate who? Dive deep into the septic tank with the Kleinsman lore. Oh my god, that's so wild, chat. Like old school YouTube, I remember seeing videos where people would literally when you say dive into the H3 lore, I'm imagining this guy that he would pay people to get his scuba gear on, and if they had a what do you call the septic tank? Yeah, the septic tank, right? If they had a septic tank, he would pay them money so that he could scuba dive or skin dive or something in their septic tank, right? Which is not very big. You can't really, it's not like he's swimming around in there, but it is full of poop. And that's what he wanted. That he wanted to dive in there because he was into swimming around in poop, I guess. But yeah, old YouTube hit different, right? It's it was a different time. I never thought about the plot hole. Oh my god, I'm so far back. I thought Pisco said that their intent isn't everything. Yeah, Pisco does say that their intent isn't everything, and that's part of what Ethan is resting it on. So here's the deal. The intent, in other words, the statement by Denims and I think by Frogan and Kaceytron of something to the effect that, you know, I'm glad you're hanging out with us and depriving Ethan Klein of views or something like that, like, right? So as to not give views to the bad video, right? Stuff like that, right? Ethan is like, that's slam dunk, that's intent. I got you. And it's not even about intent. It is not about intent. It is about another word that is escaping my mind right now. I can't remember. But yeah, it doesn't have to do with intent. Now, the one thing where that intent and those statements may play a role is in the filing, in the statement, like I get the feeling like in the opening statement or something like that. So it makes the case look worse for Denims, right? But legally speaking, you know, in terms of Ethan claiming infringement, and in terms of Denims, you know, Denims and the et al.'s ability to come back at that infringement with a claim of fair use, then, you know, that it doesn't really play a role. It might, you know, present it could change the optics of the case is all, right? It doesn't change the law, like that you know, intent one way or the other. It doesn't, like, in other words, you know, by like, if you didn't show the intent to do that, that wouldn't get you off the hook. You know, if you do a sloppy react that does, you know, function as a market replacement for the original video, it doesn't matter if you don't say anything about your intent, right? You could still get sued. But yeah, it's just one of those things that it looks bad for Denims, but it's not it's none of the qualifications for the case are like resting on the intent of Denims. They cannot say that about Denims. I think Pisco would be willing to say Kaceytron and Frogan were not transformative. Yeah, so no, that's a question that I have actually, Chapter Black. I watched Pisco's first video, and in that one he seemed pretty skeptical that any of these three had done transformative content, and he didn't watch it. Like, he just watched he watched Ethan's video. That's all that he saw Ethan's clips of Denims, of Frogan, and of Kaceytron that make the case, right? They show Denims saying, you know, thank you for coming in here and not giving views to the bad channel. They showed Denims, I think, like leaving for a little bit with a countdown timer, then coming back and eating. She's not talking while she's eating. They show Kaceytron taking, I think, 42 hits from the bong or from the volcano vape or whatever during the stream. And so that's why, you know, Kaceytron's reaction can't be any good because she's too stoned. And then they show Frogan's peeing. Frogan needed to get up and, you know, like have a biological break, right? You know, just take care of human needs. And that's literally Ethan's claim that Frogan, you know, did not react hard enough, is that like, oh, here we got her going to the bathroom. Got her. She peed. Lock her up. Right? So, yeah. And that's probably what it's like to be Frogan. Like, you know, just fucking normal human shit that everybody does. When you do it, you get shit for it. Like, when you do it, it's bad. Anyway.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Legally speaking, this honestly breaking new ground. The only legal precedent is Ethan's own case. This is honestly up to the judge ruling, and Ethan could prove damages easily, but that won't get he wants.
That won't get him what he wants. Yeah. Honestly, could be breaking new ground. Davy, do you think this could be breaking like new ground that might change the nature of my stream? Do you think that that's what I'm worried about, right? And Ethan is being completely reckless in this, and anybody that's cheering him on, this might be like a Trump situation, right, chat? The people that were cheering along Trump's victory in on November, some of them are crying tears, real tears, because their friends and their family have been taken away. And, you know, the like same thing with this, right? If Ethan's case, look, it's not necessarily going to happen. And my understanding of it so far is that the only way that a new precedent could be set is if it gets appealed, right? If it goes to appeals court, you know, we could be dealing with a new precedent. And like Davi's, I think, indicating there, this is, there's a lot that's unsettled here, right? There's a lot that judges haven't ruled on yet in terms of this kind of issue. And, you could see a judge ruling something like that, that just reacting to somebody's video is not fair use, right? Which would flip both Ethan's, old case, and the only legal precedent is Ethan's own case. I know, isn't that wild? Yeah, so it really does depend on what judge you get. And chat, most of these judges, like, I don't know, I don't want to, like, it's not smart to, like, attack a judge, especially when you don't know who's ruling on the case, right? But, look, they're a lot of them are fairly old. A lot of the people that, would oversee this case are fairly old. And, many of them are not up on the internet. And Ethan's filing is extremely online. Like, it's almost written to an audience of people who know who, like, all these people are. Like, it's written to an audience who know YouTubers, right? And that is not going to be the judge, or ostensibly the jury. Sort of missing the context that Denims said thank you after they react, not before. I don't know if that would play a role. Look, like I said, Chapter Black, that's intent. And intent might frame the judge's attitude, the jury's attitude towards this case, but it's not going to, whether or not there was, like, this intent thing doesn't matter when it comes to copyright law. It's not about intent, right? All it does is maybe make Denims look like a sleazy person, right? To a court that has seen nothing else of her. Denims' reaction was 5 hours long, so obviously it was a sincere reaction. Yeah, I think so too. I think Pisco's wrong about saying, and especially the way that he jumped to the conclusion. That's what bothers me the most about Pisco's take, honestly, chat, is that he jumps to the conclusion that Denims' reaction is not it's not transformative, right? Just based on what it's like, you took Ethan's word for it. Weren't you on stream chiding other YouTubers about doing the same thing? But again, chat, I only saw the first Pisco's, like, initial take on it. So, somebody brings this up to him of, like, well, you haven't seen Denims' reaction yet, have you? And he's like, yeah, but I mean, like, you saw, like, you know that it wasn't. And I'm like, oh, really? We know that it wasn't any good. Because, like, the depressing thing about this is that for a lot of people, I am afraid this kind of comes down to a question of, this kind of comes down to, like, their preconception about what the intelligence level of a female streamer, right? Which is not a blank, if you're thinking like that, if you're thinking like that, then yes, that is misogynistic brainworms getting in there and warping your perspective. I just don't believe that it's a lawsuit that she ripped a bong 42 times, with that being 2/3 of 420. Oh, you're right. Wait, is that 2/3 of 420 or is that 1/10 of 420? Oh yeah, there's also the question of damages. Now, here's the deal, chat. Like, so some people are being like, like, I agree with the what damages thing. Like, I don't think that, I can't imagine Ethan proving that he lost money from this shit. If he does, if the jury finds that Ethan was damaged, right? In other words, that there's money that he would have made that he did not make because of Denims, Frogan's, or Kaceytron's video, it's gonna be from a very ignorant perspective, right? Which we might get, because again, judges, could be 80-year-old dudes that don't, even check their own email, right? It could be anyone, and most likely it's gonna be someone older and less knowledgeable about the internet. But the problem is, Lizzie, that since Ethan copyrighted this with the Library of Congress, he's got something called statutory damages that he can receive that I don't think I don't know how this works, chat, but like I think that you just get those, right? And it's, what is it, like $250,000 is the ballpark that we're in here as far as the statutory damages. 0 of the people watching the stream would have, yeah, and we understand that, but the question is, does the judge understand that? Neither of the people watching the stream, or 0 of the people watching the stream, would have watched the nuke without a streamer, so he would have not got a single more view if he didn't watch it. Yeah, I agree that I don't think there's any real damages, any real monetary loss for Ethan Klein. I don't know if that'll be apparent to the judge and jury, though. So even if Denims did have a negative impact on intent for Ethan, she didn't express it as a reason for reacting beforehand. Yeah, I mean, it's not even about the beforehand, afterhand. Her intent, the thing that Ethan thinks is his, like, gotcha moment for Denims, it literally doesn't matter to the law. All right, it might paint Denims as being, a certain way. It might paint Denims as being, looking to the judge and jury like a bad person. But in terms of it changing, making it easier for Ethan to file his case, it does not. It does not affect that at all, or at least from what Pisco is saying. Transformed, having a streamer watch it and comment. If you wouldn't watch it without the streamer, then it's categorically just transformed. Well, see, like, this is the kind of thing where the only way to prove that, Lizzie, would be like you and me and everybody gives everybody that watched it on Denims would have to, give a testimony of like, I would never have watched this on Ethan Klein's. I don't know how that would work, right? I don't know if you can prove that, right? Because this is something that's obvious to you and it's obvious to me, but I don't think it's necessarily obvious to a judge and jury. Red Letter Media shows clips from some of the worst movies ever made, even tells people not to go and watch it. They're kosher as far as I know. Well, yeah, I mean, part of this is because nobody's done what Ethan Klein is doing right now, right? Because in general, if you sue people that have criticized you, that looks like you are afraid of the criticism. So if the criticism is at all harmful to your social media brand, you suing somebody over it makes that harm worse, right? So in general, people, there's an unspoken rule, chat, that we do not go after each other on DMCA stuff unless somebody's literally like made nocommentchick archive or like cloned my channel and is trying to get ad revenue off of my old videos or something like that, right? You have to go pretty far before it's acceptable to DMCA somebody if what they're doing is reacting to and criticizing your content, right? That makes it look like you're afraid of them reacting and criticizing your content, which, yeah, makes you look worse. Find me one person who would have gone, oh no, Denims isn't streaming. Damn it, I guess I'll watch it raw. Bullshit. I agree with you on that. This is also a transparent way to deplatform some of the most vocal critics legally. Yeah, some of the most vocal critics of Israel as well. Ethan is holding on via Asmongold, Tectone, and Destiny's audiences. God, Tectone. I think that was the latest video from Quimon was talking about Tectone was, I guess, kind of crashing out over Denims recently. Without the streamer commenting, it is unwatchable, bad, and boring. It is transformative enough to take it from unwatchable to watchable. Yeah, I agree. Pisco assumes that Ethan is telling the truth, but he does in that one, in terms of his description of Denims and Frogan and Kaceytron's reaction. In other places, he does not take Denims, or does not take Ethan's word for it. That's why I'm kind of, it almost seems more of a thing about Pisco's. I don't know, chat. You know what? I've had Denims on and I've had Pisco on. I've never had Denims and Pisco on together. do they get along? Right? They were both at some point involved in the DGG community, right? Do they, you know, is there bad blood there? Does Pisco maybe dislike Denims? That's look, I'm trying to steelman his statement there, because the other conclusion I could draw is that, you know, he's got misogynistic brainworms, and he does not think that a streamer such as Denims could offer intellectually meritorious, you know, argumentation on this subject matter, which I don't think. I never picked up any sexism from Pisco, so I want to think that's not what it is. But again, I don't know. And again, the phone lines are open to Pisco, should he want to clarify anything. I don't know if he will, though. It seems like he's otherwise occupied tonight, so we'll just be watching his videos. And I messaged him on Twitter, so you know he knows that I'm covering this, and you know, he can come on today, or he can come on some other day if he feels like there's, you know, anything that he needs to clarify, right? Transformative will be in the hands of the judge. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of criteria that must be met. That's what makes this scary. It could like really go either way. Like, it's not, this precedent is, like Davi said, Ethan's case, Ethan's own case, is honestly the only precedent for what's going on so far. So it's really not settled. Just not sure that Ethan's pettiness would throw out the case. So now, one other thing that Pisco says is that the filing. So you know what the filing is? It's the written statement filed by the plaintiff. Yeah, that's what it's called. Filed by the plaintiff. So in this case, Ethan Klein and his lawyers. The written statement filed by Ethan Klein is buck wild. It is not standard at all. They're using, like, you know, they're talking about Kaceytron being obliterated. They're using like language like got owned, right? You know, just like stuff that you don't, when you write one of these filings, it's very formal. It's written for a court, and you're definitely not using colloquially like slang or like meme like language in there, you know, and they're getting cute with it, right? The Denims section says Nightmare on Denim Street and shows a picture of Denim's room, which, you know, she's got a street sign that says Denim Street. And so, like, I don't know what point he's trying to prove there. Just there's a lot about this that does not seem like it's targeted at a judge and jury. It seems like it's targeted at a public audience. It seems like it's targeted at a YouTube audience more than anything, right? So now Pisco, I don't think thinks that will get him thrown out of court. It's not standard. It's disrespectful. It will likely peeve the judge. It will likely irritate the judge and maybe start them off on a bad foot. But it's not, you know, like if the judge looks at it and sees that there's a case there, then it won't be thrown out. So anyway, just for the record, chat, I'm really not, like I've said before, morally, I think what Ethan is doing is wrong. Yeah, I think he's silencing criticism using copyright law, and I think he's doing it in a reckless way that could have bad effects on all of the, you know, everyone who reacts to stuff on stream, right? Potentially could now have a target on their back if this case goes a certain way, right? So I think that Ethan is disgusting, and I think that, you know, Denims and company are like morally in the right. Now, as far as what I think the law says about their reactions to the stream and whether this constitutes infringement and whether there's a case for fair use, I am 50-50. I don't know. Pisco seems to think that Ethan has a good case, and Denims does not have a clear way to claim, you know, fair use, right? And he may be right. He's a lawyer. I'm not. So just for the record, you know, anybody that's, you know, heard me talking about this, I'm not saying that I think that, like I said, I thought it was a frivolous lawsuit in that it's a shitty thing to do. I don't want that to be taken as I think that it has no chance in court, right? Because it might. But that doesn't make Ethan right. All right, that's the thing that a lot of Fupa Troopers are missing. They're cheering about this as if the judge deciding in Ethan's favor somehow makes him right, and it doesn't. He's going to be wrong. History's going to look back at him as wrong. They're going to look back at him as fucking gunt guarding and sweeping for a genocide, right? That is how history is going to see Ethan Klein, as an utter fucking scumbag. And him winning this case or losing this case does not change that he's wrong. All right, so let me get through the comments some more. Quality of commentary, length of commentaries compared to entire piece. Yeah, I think that's what White Nervosa tried to bring up with me. Irene, NCC, attorney at law. Yeah, in another life, I would have been a great lawyer. Ethan is pleading to the prey. Yeah, basically, it's PR. I mean, the filing is written for PR, not for not it's not a standard lawsuit at all, right? It's not written right. So either Ethan himself wrote it, or yes, as Isaiah's saying, Ethan's lawyer is just Chat GPT. Yeah, what did they call Denims? The Kellyanne Conway of Twitch or something like that? Like, that sounds like a Chat GPT thing. That sounds like AI to me. Buck Wild is so accurate. Where'd your accent go, Buck Wild? Level of madness? He definitely said he wanted to watch Denim's video. Yeah, and Violet, I didn't see where he did that, because I suspect that if he watched Denim's video, it was in one of the streams that he is now paywalled, right? It's a members only stream, so I can't watch it, right? I'm not sure about that. He has some live streams that are not paywalled. He has some live streams that are paywalled. He has videos as well. But yeah, that Chat GP, he's definitely not beating the allegations on sounding like he's getting stuff from Chat GPT. Get the feeling some of the guys see Denims as attractive, and their like internal misogyny makes them assume that she's not smart. Yeah, and that's the thing, is she's actually very smart. I've talked to her, chat. She's very smart. Any judge is going to be annoyed by the piles of irrelevant information in those filings. You'd assume, yeah, absolutely. You like my new nail polish color? Thank you, good heart. I think Ethan's biggest point is them plainly admitting to maliciously, like, not legally speaking, Ped. Like, legally speaking, the only thing that could do is kind of tinge the attitude of the judge and jury. That is not, the intent is, let me just drive this home. The intent, right, which is what you're speaking to with you saying that she plainly admitted maliciously stealing the content and taking views, right? The intent is not part of the consideration for either, whether or not it's infringement, it likely is, and whether or not Denims has a fair use claim. That one is up in the air. It really depends on what judge they get, right? This is not settled law. And, it just hasn't, like, there's these precepts, right? There's these, what is it? The 4 points of, oh my God, chat. Does anybody remember the 4 points of something or other? But in terms of like, where do you draw the line as far as what is transformative, what is not, where the threshold is, right? Where the bar is, that's unsettled law. And that could go in a lot of different directions, including, chat, a judge deciding that, that none of it is acceptable, right? Like, cause you couldn't react to a movie after all. Like if I did a react to like Batman Begins, right? I would definitely be in some trouble, right? And so you could easily see a judge taking it as like, yeah, that's right. You can't, you can't react to people's videos, right? And that would essentially kill off many genres actually of consequent. You're saying that intent, Ped, I'm talking about the law, all right? Like, I'm getting a lot of this from the Fupa Troop, is like, I'm talking about the law, like according to the law. And yeah, I will admit that according to the law, Denims might be screwed, all right? But what I'm saying is that whether or not she's screwed, her intent is not going to play a role in that. Because this is copyright law, it's not actually about intent. You having a non-malicious intent wouldn't save you from this kind of a lawsuit. and you having a malicious intent or saying something like that would not dispose you to this lawsuit where you would have not have otherwise incurred, right, this liability, right? So I am not saying this as like, this is my opinion and I don't think intent is important and I don't care about, that's not me talking. That's the law talking, Ped. All right. Pretty sure Denims has a case. If Ethan was someone else with a clean record, maybe he would be able to get something legally, but he's slinging shit and lives. Davy, what do you think about that? Ethan is a litigious guy. Does that play a role in it? Did judges look at like the other cases that somebody's filed? Like, in other words, could a judge look at a case and then take a look at other filings from Ethan Klein or about Ethan Klein and see what else he's been involved in? And like, I don't know, could that somehow affect the case? I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know how that works, right? Maybe they try to like not have any they don't want to be like jaundiced by that. Look, the law, intent matters in some aspects of law. This is true, Ped. Intent matters in a lot of aspects of law. This is not one of those, right? So if you know the law, if you're speaking about the law, the actual law, rather than how you think the law should work, then, you would understand that. Yeah, information belonging to all of humanity, it must be shared freely. That's the other thing. That's the other tragedy of this case, is that it does have the chance of taking the law, of taking precedent in a profoundly negative direction. In reality, like, intellectual property and the law around it is probably already a little bit too suffocating, a little bit too chilling, towards free expression and yes, sharing of information that belongs to all of humanity. And this is this potentially could make it worse, right? Or Denims could win. I literally don't know. And that's another part of it too, is like, the part of what's going to decide this is the, which I haven't watched yet, is Denims' reaction to it, right? Like how much time people are saying that she spent 5 hours on a 1 hour and 40-minute video. So that does make it sound like there's at least, a lot more of Denims commentating than there is of the video being performed. So that, that sort of redounds in her favor. But yeah, we'll look into this, chat. We got to get into this. Oh my God, chat. Again, copyright laws are more free in China, and they are leading in innovation. Interesting. So most copyright infringement cases end up being ruled to be willful infringement based on the case study I read. Yeah, so I think there's that ruling, right? Of like willful infringement, and then there's a second ruling that is like that. So they go to the court. Ethan goes to the court, says, I think there's been infringement. The court looks at the case and decides, has there been infringement or not, based on, was there creativity in the work? Is Ethan's work like a black square with nothing, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine, like, there's a minimal standard for creativity for something even to be considered something that can be infringed on. And then there is there's a bunch of different considerations, but most likely it will be ruled infringement, right? It will be ruled that they've infringed. Now, then Denims comes back and says and claims fair use, right? And her attorneys make the case for this being fair use. And the court hears that and decides, does this meet the threshold? Does this meet the requirements for what is fair use? And again, this shit is not settled. This is not settled law. This could go anyway. It's transformative. Fair use case should be thrown out. I mean, I don't like that Ethan is silencing his critics with this bullshit, but I don't know if the law is gonna, see it that way. I hope so, right? Because like I said, the worst case scenario.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Intent is largely made up and decided by the better legal team. Also, IP law made a lot more sense in the USA before the digital age. It's really the worst mess right now. The judges have no ability.
And the courts are fucked, aren't they? Like, it's not getting better, is it, Davi? Like, right? The court system right now is like, it's not getting better. It's getting worse. And there are, like you said, things to things that probably need to be this would need to be rehashed with Congress, though, right? In terms of the law and some kind of reform of the Digital Millennial Copyright Act, etc. All I can say is that I watched Bad Empanada's live stream earlier. For whatever reason, he made it private. He always does that. I so wish all of y'all could have seen it and what it revealed, because you would flip your lid. Yeah, so Bad Empanada's streams always are made private after he's done with them. And then he will cut videos out of those streams. So you may see that the part that you enjoyed of Bad Empanada's stream pop up as a video on Bad Empanada Live, right? That's how he works. It's kind of like the Vanguard chat. Vanguard privates their streams after streaming. IP law, yes, IP. Anyway, chat, so we got to get going. We are at, I think Narwhal said 43 out of 100. If this thing gets to 100, we get one piece of bonus content. If it gets to 200, we get two pieces of bonus content. Yesterday, we got to 300, and we got 3 pieces of bonus content. That is correct. That is correct. Let me figure out what I'm doing here. That is what I'm trying to do. All right, so yeah, like I said, we got several goals today on YouTube. We have the goal of putting a butterfly in my hair. I have a butterfly right here. I will put it in my hair if and only if we get 10 super chats of the, I think it's around $3 and some change or more, gets you a teal super chat. So essentially 6 more. We're at 4 super chats so far. If we get 6 more, I'll put the butterfly in my hair. The other goal that we have is the bonus content goal. We're already 43% of the way there. We get to 100%. We get one of these topics up here, right? And which topic do we get? Well, it depends on you, chat. You're voting on this right now in YouTube chat. So youtube.com/nocommentchick. It's where the live stream is. And you're voting on this right now. So the winning, the first place segment, the first place topic is to watch some more Queeman as he takes on Ethan Klein, right? That's first place. Second place, we've got the Vanguard going over a little issue. I guess Destiny tried to call Kyle Kalinske out on Twitter, and he got fucking ratioed, apparently. So we'll see what that's about, maybe, if we pick that one. We've got, of course, the kneecap/Bob Villain situation with the BBC trying unsuccessfully to censor musical acts, right? And then last but not least, Adam Friedland on Stavi's World. So again, anytime you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which right now we fulfilled the entirety of the Thai Visa Fund, yay! So I'll be getting that visa I think sometime in August, right? And now I've got a fund going for the trip to Vietnam that I'm going to need to take to apply at the Thai embassy in Vietnam for an educational visa. That's how I'm doing it, because it costs me, I think it's like $450 extra if I were to stay in Thailand and apply it for the visa. I'd have to pay $450 extra. And I can take a nice little trip to Vietnam for cheaper than $450. So that's what that fund is. I think I've actually got it at, Bob Villain is the GOAT. Yeah. But anyway, if you want to, help me, fund the, plane ticket and the hotel, room and go to Vietnam and hopefully do some content over there. I would love to show you a little bit of Hanoi. If I can figure out how to take my phone with me in the streets and live stream from there. But at the very least, I'll try to live stream from my hotel room in Vietnam and tell you all about it. But yeah, I've got the that's the the goal that I've got open on Throne right now. So if you support me on Throne, it makes this number go up. If you sign up for my Patreon, it makes this number go up. If you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate because we are demonetized over there, chat. And, you know, lately Twitch is like, look, I used to have it where like we had like, I don't know, 10 times at some ridiculous number times as many members on YouTube as we have subs on Twitch. Now the members have gone like way down on YouTube, and the subs have gone way up on Twitch, although they're starting to kind of come down again. So I think that YouTube has the lead once more. The lead has gone back to YouTube. And yeah, if you wanna give Twitch the lead, which was pretty impressive. Twitch took the lead for like a short amount of time, which is amazing considering that there's less viewers over on Twitch, and also those subs cost twice as much as the memberships on YouTube. So pretty impressive, Twitch. If you wanna keep that up and support me on Twitch, you will also make this number go up. So yeah, I think that's about everything. Oh yeah, the other thing that you can do is when you do donate, let me know in chat if you want to, which one of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. I'll be doing, you know, like I said, one of these topics if we get to 100, two of these topics if we get to 200. If you want to boost the numbers of your favorite topic, you can do so by just letting me know when you donate which of these topics you want, and I will turn your donation into a percentage, and add it to the topic of your choice, thus putting your money where your mouth is, and thus maybe giving your favorite topic a little bit better of a chance of winning. So that is how this works. Like I said, very much appreciate my Patreons for supporting me, so much so that I read their names off every stream at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let me do that now. Everybody at the $5 level and above, you get your name read off. Let me maybe just refresh that just to make sure I am catching anybody who might have just signed up. Okay. So yeah, let me read off the name of the Fancy Weasels and above here. Shouts out to Oral Solipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah and shouts out to Sarah and to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. You rock. You rock, right? So, and I do appreciate those of you who support me on Patreon. I think I get a little bit more of the money than I do when you go through Twitch or YouTube. And so, in other words, the platform takes less of the money. And also, you know, platforms can be taken away from you. We saw President Sunday get demonetized. We've seen people get banned for no reason on these platforms. And so supporting me on Patreon is a little bit more of a secure... Oh my God, speaking of Prime subs that you can do at no cost yourself, out of fucks to give, just subscribed with a Prime sub. Thank you. Yeah, that's really cool because it puts a little bit of my money in my pocket and it doesn't cost you anything. You just have to, if you have Prime, you hook it up to Twitch, and then you use a sub, the free Prime sub that you get on the streamer of your choice, and you get the emotes, right? That's the real thing. You get the animated jellyfish, the animated weasels, and all the rest. And it costs you nothing, and it actually puts a little bit of money in my pocket. It supports the stream, and I appreciate it greatly. So yeah, let me add that. So we're at 46 right now out of 100. Again, if we get to 100, we'll do one piece of bonus content. If we get to 200, we'll do 2, etc., and so on and so on. And I think with that, chat, I should be finally ready to get to the Pisco.
The purpose of this is not.
Wow. It's tripping me out, chat. Pisco's like editing, Pisco's thumbnails, like everything looks like Destiny. All right, so there we are. And Pisco, also, I know you're a lawyer, but please don't sue me. All right, please don't sue me if I have to go to the bathroom, Pisco, during this, you know, as might happen, because like, right? I don't know if you know. Yo, out of fucks to give with the membership. You just weaseled the fuck up. Congratulations. Thank you for weaseling up and bringing us to 49%.
The purpose of this is not financial gain.
But do you see what I mean, chat? Let me see if I can, what happens, like, I just want to see, can we see the, no, damn it.
Because it was so peaceful.
I wanted to show you,
Freaking communist invading radicals.
I wanted to show you the, I guess you can see it over there. See on the right? That's the thumbnail. This is what I'm talking about. Look at Pisco's, Pisco's thumbnails look a lot like Destiny's. Now that shouldn't be too surprising because they are in the same genre of content, right? Yeah, not exactly like Destiny's thumbnails. It's just, but look at the intro.
Because Joe Biden doesn't have a checking account that says international slush.
Click the wrong one. Wait, he calls somebody a weasel. He calls somebody a weasel, chat. That's awesome. Anyway, I was trying to click on this one.
The purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear.
Whoa, that's bad faith too.
That's what he's calling out, right? So just so you know, Pisco does think that Ethan has a strong case here. He thinks that, you know, Ethan will probably win if this goes to trial. He's not buying what Ethan's virtue signaling about, you know, him doing it to, like, I don't know, help the commentary community, establish good precedent, make shit healthier, protect people from, you know, bad faith, non-react reactors like Sniper Wolf or XQC or whoever, right? All of this Pisco is saying smells like bullshit.
Just be honest, Ethan. I mean, this is just bullshit. You wouldn't want to chill XQC? XQC, who you started the video by saying he doesn't give a f about the copyright law? He doesn't care if he's breaking the law? Why wouldn't you want to chill that kind of thing? You're going after these people because you don't like them. And that's your right as copyright holder. To me, it's a pretty open and shut infringement. I'm just saying, like, the rationale behind who you're suing and who you're not suing, that doesn't make any sense. Kaceytron is often too obliterated. They should put scare quotes there or something. That is inappropriate.
Yeah, what is your lawyer, Fulcrum? Is your lawyer Yodi Gang? Your Honor, she's obliviated, Yodi Gang. Sorry, I can't.
This is a legal filing, and they put, quote, indeed, Kaceytron is too obliterated to comment on the nuke. The alt-left's answer to Kellyanne Conway. Guys.
That's the shit that I think is written by ChatGPT. That more than anything else, right? Because it follows along the formula of existing writing, right? Kaceytron is the X of Y, you know? This is the kind of formulation a writer would use. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't ring, you know.
That is inappropriate. This is a legal filing, and they put, quote, indeed, Kaceytron is too obliterated to comment on the nuke. The alt-left's answer to
Kellyanne Conway. It sounds like something that ChatGPT would write to me. If I was Ethan's professor, I would be checking this out.
Kellyanne Conway. Guys, save it for the stream. This is formatted so shittily. Dan Clancy. Now we're talking about Dan Clancy.
Alt left, yeah, appear. He essentially, in the lawsuit, you know, a lot of what Ethan is like Ethan is, he's trying to, like, the way that Cenk Uygur uses max left, Ethan is using alt left, right? The left wingers that don't agree with me, they're alt left, right? That's a way for Ethan to kind of deny the kind of, like, fundamentally right wing alliances that he's forged in the wake of this fight with Hassan. The degree to which he finds himself with strange right wing bedfellows, right? He's able to kind of push that off by being like, well, that's not the real left. That's the alt left. And we all know that alt right was bad. And so is the alt left, right? You know, those people in Charlottesville with the tiki torches, they were really bad. But you know what? Just as bad is the communists on Twitch.
This is one of the worst complaints I've ever read in my life. Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
All right.
I'm a big copyright guy.
So let me give you Pisco's channel just in case you want to follow this Lawtuber. There we go. And Pisco, please, like I said, please don't sue me. We're old friends. Out of Fucks to Give says, I'm a trademark and copyright attorney in Japan. Wow. With my own practice. That's so interesting, Out of Fucks to Give, because, like, I've noticed that copyright works differently in Japan than it does in the US. I've noticed this because of JoJo videos or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the series, but the powers of all of the heroes and the villains in JoJo's are stands that are generally named after musical acts, right? Bands. And so in Japan, there'll be, somebody will be like, I summon my stand, Spice Girl. And then in the United States, in the American, dub in the sub, it'll say, I summon my stand, Spicy Lady, right? They'll always have some kind of like it's called like his stand is called like Vanilla Ice in Japan. And then in America, it's Cool Ice, or like everything is everything is a little bit just like kind of. Oh yeah, my favorite one, right, was a stand called Limp Bizkit in the manga and in the Japanese version of the anime, but in the American version, it's called Flaccid Pancake. Flaccid Pancake, chat.
And I always have been. I love copyright law. So we're gonna watch the video real quick. Then I'll give my take on.
I should get him on stream. Who's Pisco? He's got the invitation. I think he's busy right now. I think he's got like a prior arrangement with Straighterade. So we'll see if maybe I don't know when she ends stream. Maybe he comes by afterwards. Maybe not.
On the kind of legal side.
But my Discord is open. If Pisco's got anything that he wants to clarify.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. As a New Yorker, I'm alt left, I am max left. I'm a communist invading radical. I am dark woke. I am dirtbag leftist. As a New Yorker, I am all those things. Globalize the enchiladas.
Damn straight. Damn straight.
Out of it. What do you think about that? We've talked.
Thank you for the super chat.
Before, I think I released a video about
Nintendo is the best example of this.
Denims threatening action against Ethan Klein. And so I think it's only fair to now look at Ethan's, I think, filed lawsuit, or at least soon to be filed lawsuit against Denims. And there's a couple other creators. We'll probably focus on the Denims one.
Do you have a opinion out of fucks to give about the do you think that maybe American IP and copyright law goes too far? Like compared to elsewhere in the world?
But I'll give you my takes in terms of copyright.
My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby.
Oh my god, chat! I can't remember who it was, but somebody watched this and immediately clocked that that's a Sonic the Hedgehog sound. That's a sound asset from one of the Sonic games, right? So he starts off his video about like these bad copyright infringers by doing something that, now in general, chat, if the clip that you play is like under 4 seconds, the conventional wisdom is you're okay. I don't think there's any legal, backing to that. There's no law that says you can do it as long as it's just a short little sound from Sonic, right? So yeah, it's the kind of thing that, like I said, this law isn't settled. And the more cases that people take to court about it and that, go to appeals court, the more likely that they could put down a precedent in a profoundly negative way. If shit like that starts getting, people copyright claimed, we are fucked, right? If you're a YouTuber and you do something called a brand deal, right? There's a thing called a brand deal. It's a kind of sponsorship. It's different than affiliate, right? You're producing content for a brand, right? And if you do that, one of the things that you have to do is go through every single asset, visual, auditory, everything that you're using in your video and make sure that you own the copyright for each one of those things, because the brand does not want to, and even like a short little, sound asset like that would be something that could get you in trouble with a brand. Now, I think Ethan might have a sponsor for this video, but it's not a brand sponsor situation. So he's not going to. Make sure you pause every 10 seconds with a rambling, incoherent rant about your day's terror. Otherwise, it's copyright or something. That's right. We're going to react harder today, chat. We're going to react harder. Look, I didn't get taken down by White Nervosa and the Vosh network when they tried to come out. And isn't that wild, chat? Somebody that does like that manages like Vosh's servers, right? Came after me for copyright infringement and she works for a streamer who does React content, right? But she did it anyway, and YouTube actually, like, YouTube will generally take any DMCA claim that gets filed. YouTube is like, yeah, that's good. Take down the video, right? They'll generally side with the person filing the claim. In this case, YouTube told White Nervosa exactly where she could shove her case against me, and they actually sent me everything that she had written to them. And I got to see all the bad faith arguments that she tried to make, trying to say that my criticism of Xanderhall was somehow not transformative, was somehow a market replacement. Like somebody's going to be like, oh, I really want to watch a Xanderhall video today. Oh, here, I'll watch this bitch criticize him instead, right? No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work, White Nervosa. And YouTube did not take your claim seriously, and as well they shouldn't. But yeah, chat, everything could be up in the air as far as copyright if Ethan gets his way on this shit.
Is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers.
Me too.
Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you.
Wait, don't fuck around with IP in Japan. Wait, I thought it was easier. Is it not? Sega belongs to the glorious CCP. It is not owned by Nintendo, true.
Join me in creating generational
I thought it was owned by Atlas somehow.
for my attorney.
Oh my god, chat. I might have to go to the bathroom. Am I gonna... Chat, can I go to the bathroom? I'm gonna do a Frogan here and ask. Yeah. I don't know. I might have to, chat. I might have to. What do I do if should I put like up a? Oh, I know what I'll do, chat. If I go to the bathroom, I'll put Waluigi in my place.
Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big.
Wait, did Ethan just go to the bathroom? That sigh kind of seems like it came from somebody that just relieved himself of a Giardia, a green foamy Giardia shit. Do you think so? Do you think he still got Giardia?
Big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what.
Oh, I
constituted
totally
fair
remember
use.
this.
People like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video.
Oh, I remember. I think talking to XQC about this one time on Destiny's show.
Stream. They would
They were unhinged. These people were like full-on content.
No bathroom breaks.
add sufficient commentary, or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner with the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue.
And I totally agree with this. Like, this is a very reasonable thing to say. For those of you who don't understand copyright law, there are the following kind of elements that you need to like establish copyright. I'll be very brief in summary. There's a lot of nuances and shit. But
Okay, so chat, I am actually going to take that bathroom break. If you could, while I'm gone, if you're on Blue Sky, I've got a blast off link. It's pinned. If you could hit that blast off link with any comments, any likes, or any reposts that you want to, that would massively help me out. I am so sorry that right after talking about this whole bathroom thing, I am going to have to risk annihilation by litigation from Pisco's attorney. Which I'm sure will be a good attorney. I'm sure that Pisco has the attorney's attorney because he's an attorney. Any attorney that he hires is likely to be a very good attorney. I have no chance. So please, Pisco, again, please don't sue me. I just really it was an emergency.
one, there needs to be like a protectable type of work. Videos are like audiovisual works, very like clearly in the ambit of protection. And they need to be fixed to a tangible medium of expression. Here you'll have like people's hard drive or the YouTube servers, right? So they're going to have fixation. So they qualify under that. They need to be minimally creative. And that's just a very small degree of creativity. Basically any kind of spark, no matter how slight, right? Even if it's schlock, will suffice for copyright protection. And that's like pretty much it. And then itself can't like be unprotected for other reasons. But once you have those things, and like YouTube videos generally are, you have copyright protection. And it's like, you have copyright protection just like anyone who would like make a live broadcast of a sports thing would have. It's the same protection, right? The tools on YouTube give you methods by which people can do like takedown notices and have it be streamlined. but it doesn't super affect the underlying copyright analysis here. And as far as fair use goes, no one's going to be able to achieve fair use just by like pausing occasionally and not really giving any commentary. To the extent that there is any fair use value in reaction streams, and query what that would be. And a lot of this stuff isn't as well developed as we'd like, because usually these cases don't go to like trial or to go to a decision on the merits, or a lot of times they don't. This statement seems super, I don't know, very reasonable.
My video is still being
whoever's saying
played
this.
from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work, or they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission.
Morning,
Something that
Tomato.
none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry, because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this, and no, it's not right.
So he's trying to like make an equivalence between what this guy's saying and his position. So just that seems to be very deliberate. The fact that he's pointing to a case that's like kind of unrelated, and he's basically, and this is like those other cases. It's part of this position against infringement, or taking the kind of fair use position, but don't be too liberal in the sense of letting everyone just steal the content. That fair use means something. And I think that's consistent with what Ethan Klein has said before. There's actually one of my favorite cases on this issue is an Ethan Klein case. I think there was some good precedent made in the, there was this video, it's called the Bold Guy video, out of the Southern District of New York, where I think Ethan Klein was sued and he raised a bunch of money. And so I think that Ethan Klein, for all the positions that I feel like he's been consistent on, this fair use position, which is a kind of, he's not saying that anyone should be able to use whatever he wants, because he's on both sides of the ledger. He's on the side of the ledger where he's the content creator whose work is being reacted to. And I know that he's had this position because he used to review people like SoFlo Antonio. Do you remember these guys, SoFlo Antonio? And these kinds of people who would like literally take someone's video, put their face in the start or end of it, and like, this is definitely me when I'm fucking whatever, right? Like, this is definitely me when X. This is definitely me when... So he's been on the side of the ledger criticizing people who are just like blatant copyright thieves, but he's also been on the side of the ledger where he's being attacked as an actual fair user of content, giving actual substantive critique and actually transformative content. And one of, I think, the most interesting examples or case laws on the fair use issue in the new reaction digital space is an actual Ethan Klein case where he was sued. I think it's called Hassan something versus Klein. It's out of the Southern District of New York. I think it's Judge Berman. Is it Judge Berman? But anyway, yeah, I think it's a fascinating opinion, and I think it's a fascinating fact pattern, and I'm really glad that we have it. So I believe him when he has this position. I think that he has staked it out over the course of many years. And so even though, he's starting this whole like spiel by citing someone who isn't in the weeds of this particular conflict between these creators, I do think that he has the bona fides to be able to argue this kind of principled fair use position. So I just want to put that out there, that it's not so offensive that he starts that way. I don't view it as poisoning the well. I view it as him kind of establishing a principle that he's, I think, been at least somewhat embodying over the course of his career.
Debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your
Do
prime,
that.
then watch
Bro,
your prime
do
content.
it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse.
Excuse me? XQC is not a malicious infringer? That doesn't pass the smell test at all. So he's on camera right there, basically saying, I don't give a fuck if it's illegal. I'm going to do it anyway. If that's not the definition of like, you know, malice or at least like reckless disregard with respect to his infringement, I don't know what is. That to me is just not believable what he just said. XQC is not malicious about infringing. Don't buy it at all. No one can argue with me that that is. Now, what he might ultimately say is he doesn't want to steal money or revenue from the people who he's, you know, infringing on. But that's not the only kind of malice, is when you like purposely want something. Also being, you know, uncaring about whether you do or not, that's also a kind of malice. So yeah, I don't believe that at all. I think that that is, if you have any background knowledge on XQC, it doesn't even pass the smell test to distinguish the kind of reaction that he does, principally, from these other people. That is like laughable. I'm not being purposely obtuse. I gave Ethan his credit at the start. This is what I like. I'm being fair and balanced in all things, as all things should be. I started by saying that I don't think he's poisoning the well by laying out this principled position on fair use. I think that he's demonstrated that over the course of his career. And so I'm giving him, yeah, I even thanked him for the case law that we have. I think that that's good case law, actually. That's an example of where he was raising money for illegal, the FUPA fund or whatever, where we actually got useful case law at the end of it. It was a motion for summary judgment. I think I remember. Yeah, it was a motion for summary judgment. And it's good case law. It's good precedent. It's an example of like one of the successful raising money for legal fund defense things, right? So I gave him his props at the start. But the notion that XQC is not a malicious infringer is so laughable and beyond the pale. Basically, what I think he's going to try to argue, and what I'm starting to hear is like, there's a principled reason beyond my personal disagreements with these people that I would go after them as opposed to anyone else. And that is going to be very hard for me to stomach. It's going to be hard for me to have a principled distinction there. Now, is it infringement? We'll take a look and see what the arguments are. But let's just be, it feels a little dishonest. This is probably going to be because you disagree with them and you don't like them. And it has to do with your personal disagreement and the Hassan thing and the Israel-Palestine stuff. The notion that this is a principled position to go after malicious infringers as opposed to like non-malicious infringers, and XQC, even though he's not carrying, isn't malicious, to me that doesn't even pass the smell test.
Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom or to eat or to talk to his mom or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
That's crazy.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana'a. Then this.
That's wild. Like, he for sure is infringing on all this shit. Not necessarily all of it. There are some reactions that he does that I don't think are infringing, but when he just lets a majority of the video play, like, that's crazy. They literally.
Hey, we don't do chair reacts around here, all right? We don't do chair reacts here, chat. We do toilet reacts. Because we are hardcore weasels over here. With the toilet react, right? The toilet react. I think that's better than the worm. I think that's better than the chair react. I think I win. I think I win today. And also looking at the numbers, chat, it looks like I win today as well. I don't know what Pisco's doing, but you know, he's missing out on viewers over here.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. IP law in the USA sucks because it's both very lenient and very punitive. It's very elastic and has a lot of gray zones.
It does suck.
That kind of sucks everywhere.
Yeah, wait, you're saying IP law sucks everywhere? Kind of sucks everywhere, but yeah, the US is like it sucks on both sides, I think is what Davi's trying to say, right? Does that make sense? Like everywhere sucks, but the USA sucks on both sides, right? You're getting sucked on sorry, chat. God, I'm trying not to make this gross. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, right? It's like too lenient in some places where you'd want it to be, you know, protective, and it's too too exploitable on other sides where bad faith actors get to take advantage of it. Go Away says, I'm no weasel, I'm a ferret. Well, pardon me then. Pardon me. I apologize.
Really say watch it live. No, I
Hassan should just have a face cam that he can carry with him and show his face the entire time he's pissing or shitting. That would finally put his chair react nonsense to bed. That's what they want. They want a toilet react, chat. They want a toilet cam. They want to see. These are some sick people, right? You know, Ethan Klein bitches about Hassan's armpit. I think he's probably turned on by Hassan's armpit, and he can't take it. He's like, it's like a stupid, sexy Hassan thing, right? Yeah, these people just they're not going to be satisfied until Hassan takes the camera into the bathroom with him. He takes a GoPro, right? And then turns it around to look at the toilet after he's finished. I don't know. What do these people want? Like, this is some sick shit. This is some sick shit, chat.
I understand.
Parasocial on both sides.
There could be some additional malice, but like XQC is very malicious in infringing. That's what I don't buy. Like XQC literally said, I don't care if I'm breaking the law or not. That to me is like, there's a reckless disregard.
That being said, chat, I am copiously relieved. I'm feeling good now.
For all those
Let's go.
That Denims and company are trying to achieve, right? Thanks, Tomato.
I'm saying that there is good parts of the US IP law. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so you're not saying that it goes too far in both directions. You're saying that some of it is better than the rest of the world, and some of it is like way worse. Is that right? Do I got you right now?
Is that's what you mean by malicious? That is like malicious towards other creators, but it's just a different kind of malice, right? So the argument on behalf of people like XQC is, well, this brings more attention to the video anyway. So then you have to make this argument like, but XQC literally says he doesn't care about the law, but he wants to benefit these people. He wants to help them out. And so if that's his actual belief that he's helping these people, but Hassan has said similar things before. So how do you distinguish them? I think that it's just like, he doesn't care whether it helps him or not. And let's be honest, does he really care? He doesn't care if it helps him or not, if it hurts them. Does XQC give a shit if the video he's watching hurts the person who made it or who owns the copyright? No, he doesn't really care. Let's be honest here.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not
Wait, so he planned this? He planned to make videos so good that it would be infringed? Okay.
So the feeling I'm getting so far is that Pisco doesn't particularly like Denims. I've talked to Denims. I've talked to Pisco. I'm fine with them both. I don't know what could have happened between them to make, like I don't know what their relationship ever was, right? I don't know if they were ever friendly to each other or what's going on. But yeah, I'm just noticing like certain assumptions on Pisco's part about Denims, reaction and also a little bit of Schadenfreude as well. I don't know, chat. I don't know what that could be from. Denim's career did take off a lot earlier than Pisco. And to be fair, chat, Pisco's career has taken off, right? He's doing very well. He was just on Crystal Kyle and Friends the other week, right? He's being taken, he's pretty much entered the realm of like, actual pundits, right? Like along the lines of like Sam Cedar, right? He's not maybe to that degree, but like, his career is doing fine now. So I'm not trying to dog his career, but I do know that Denims, kind of got big while Pisco was still sort of just being playing, the lawyer in the Destiny cinematic universe.
Weird flex, but cool.
But of course, I'm sure he could just say, well, she was, orbiting her son worked out better for her than orbiting Destiny worked out for me. I don't know.
I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would.
Okay.
Watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would.
So he's saying he set a trap He designed a video so amazing that it would promote infringement. So he very much set a trap.
He's very impressed by his own video editing skills. That's one of the funniest things about Ethan Klein, right? He's very much feeling himself.
Okay. I don't think that matters at all for the infringement question, but it may play into my like overall take. But I don't really think
See, no, here's what's weird, right? You know, so he's saying like he's laying out a trap, right? You know, he's setting this up. He's trying now it's not entrapment, right, chat? Understand, entrapment is a criminal thing. If the government gives you a bomb and tells you to go, you know, bomb something, right? If sorry, let me say this right. If an undercover like federal agent, you know, sets you up with the ability to commit a crime, and you commit a crime that you would have otherwise not have committed, that's what entrapment is, right? You weren't going to commit a crime, but then, like, you know, an undercover agent said yada yada yada, here's the bomb, go blow something up with it, right? And you go and you ignite the bomb. It turns out it's because you got it from a Fed. It's a dud, right? And then the FBI comes in and arrests you, right? You maybe don't, you know, go up on those charges because, you know, if you can argue in the court that is an act that you would not have undertaken without the input from the federal agent, right? That's what entrapment is. So this is not entrapment. That's not an argument that you can make here. I do think, however, that much in the same way that maybe Denims' statement of like, you know, thanks for spending time with us instead of giving views to this horrible video, you know, all that kind of stuff could be used to sort of jaundice the view of the judge and or jury. I do think that, like, it seems like this would be the same thing of, like, you know, him stating, hey, I set up this trap for them, ha ha ha, to get them to fall. You know what I mean? So you know, like, either one is true or neither is true. Either it can affect, and we're not talking about it affects the law. We're not talking about the judge is like, oh, well, I was going to decide this way, but because of Ethan saying this, now it's going to go the other way. It's not like that. It's just a case of, like, how does the judge look at Ethan? How does the judge look at Denims? Davy mentioned this yesterday. Ethan generally looks unhinged, disturbed, and Denims, Frogan, and everybody else pretty well put together, right? So that in the same way that sort of thing, the presentation of the you know, the plaintiff and the defendants in court could affect the outcome, and you know, the statements that they've made that maybe don't pertain to the case itself could, you know, portray, like, if Ethan looks like a nasty guy that's like, ha ha ha, they've fallen into my clutches, right? That's obviously not going to help him, right? But I don't think that it would be, yeah. I agree with Pisco, it's not going to affect the findings of the case, but I kind of disagree that it doesn't matter. I think it might matter in terms of the, you know, optics of the situation, which, you know, are going to be a part of the trial, that they are going to affect the trial. Ethan is really hitting that 90s kid movie villain. Yeah, that's funny. With all his all the weird funk he's brewing. Oh my god, yeah, and that and his toddler core clothing brand, right? That's just very. Is it 90s? Is that what the deal with Teddy Fresh is? Is that why I don't get Teddy Fresh's aesthetic? Is it like you have to be a 90s kid to get that?
It matters for infringement, you know. I'm pretty sure like a lot of organizations make content knowing it's going to be delectable, knowing. Now, whether it's a quote-unquote trap...
Jubilee! For
the purpose of filing a lawsuit. I don't know, but I don't know why that would matter.
Captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to...
Javi says this is making me think of work. I'm sorry.
...commit copyright infringement. For example, Denims sits here...
Yeah, the thing is... And here's something you all have to learn, right? Malice and intent is not an element of copyright infringement. Let me blow your mind. Copyright infringement is strict liability.
That's the word I was looking for earlier. Yeah, it's liability. And so, Pat, if you're still in here, there's your answer, right? The intent, when it comes to copyright law, not important, right? The liability is what the focus should be on rather than the intent. So with this specific area of law, whereas, you're talking about intent, that is something in law that's in a lot of, that does come to bear in a lot of cases, just not this particular type of case, right? So that's all I was saying.
There's no intent requirement. So to the extent that individuals are making these kinds of statements that imply some level of malice, the only
Violet says their best case scenario is that this case is that the optics discourage Ethan from completing the lawsuit. I would say so too, right? And that's a possibility. And look, here's how that happens, all right? Ethan is silencing his critics. Ethan doesn't want Denims, Frogan, and Kaceytron to be able to talk back, even though in the very thing that they're reacting to, he's talking shit about them, right? Like it portrays, like Vadim said, that Ethan is a bit of a pussy, a bit of a baby, a bit of a shrinking. Oh my god, I almost said shrinking Violet, not to discourage, not to insult Violets. Why is shrinking Violet a bad thing? Where did Violets ever get that rap? I don't know, chat. Could be a 2000s Disney villain too. Oh yeah, wait. So there's what about the Return of Jafar? Which is that 90s or 2000s?
Distinction that I could say, maybe in terms of damages, maybe there's some difference there. Maybe in terms of how easy it will to be to prove some of the elements, other elements, right? How obvious.
Now there are freaking
Yo, communist invading radicals, welcome in.
Maybe some of the fair use factors get extra weight in terms of the stated intent, but it's not strictly speaking an element. And so the infringement doesn't turn on whether or not they want to take money from you. It doesn't turn on whether or not they know or think that what they're doing is fair use. It's strict liability. So
yeah, and that was what I was talking about.
A bit
Return of Jafar is 1994?
Disingenuous in the sense that they went above and beyond because
how many years did they wait after the original Aladdin?
Of things they said to do copyright infringement. That said, I'm also fairly certain that he will be describing blatant copyright infringement if the intro is anything to give us an indication.
That went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denims sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly.
2 years after the original Aladdin, that's when Return of Jafar came out.
Directly or citing our...
So they're not exactly cannibalizing their own content.
...post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement.
Yeah, but the copyright infringement for fair use, the market substitute situation, it doesn't turn on whether you want it to be a market substitute. Now that's probably really good evidence, and you'd probably lead in your brief, with that evidence. I'm not a fucking idiot, all right? So you definitely lead with that because it's really cool, but it's just not.
My dad bought me Return of Jafar. That's a good dad.
The question is whether it is a market substitute, right? That's the real question, not whether or not you intend it to be a market substitute. Although I will concede, that's probably something that you lead the brief with because it's so delicious. And so I'm not telling you that this isn't something that you would highlight in the brief for sure.
The Snark subreddit has been...
Joe Rogan couldn't get away with this shit even on with YouTube. I don't think Ethan has the juice he thinks he has. I don't know, chat. Have I ever gotten taken down for a Joe Rogan? I know I've gotten taken down for, let's see, or not taken down, but what did I... Theo Vaughn. I can't remember. I mean, they definitely took my ad money on when I covered Theo Vaughn. Same thing with Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross apparently has the same people, the same copyright people as I Show Speed. So if you cover anything of Aiden Ross's, you will get that claim on your video. Have I ever gotten it on Joe Rogan? I'm trying to think if you get... The only way that Ethan gets away with this, right, is if people focus on the disreputable femoids that are stealing this poor man, this poor family man, this Jewish man's content is being ruthlessly stolen by this, you know, this gang of ne'er-do-wells, right? I don't know. It's so it bias, bigotry, right? That is potentially how Ethan wins the PR of this. But yeah, you're right. More people are becoming aware. Maybe this turn, and if it does turn against him, right, then yeah, this could get him to cancel the lawsuit. That is probably our best hope. That's probably our best outcome, honestly. Like I said, like I don't. But regardless of the results of this case, right, it doesn't change what's wrong, and it doesn't change what's right. All right. The Ethan fans are really hanging their hats on, like, well, the law is going to come in and say that Ethan was right. They're not making that decision. The law will answer the question of whether what Denims did constitutes fair use or not. That's it. That's it. And maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Doesn't change what's right, doesn't change what's wrong.
Been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the snarkers were going to encourage.
Okay, now how is the snark subreddit doing copyright infringement? By copying links? Maybe they're aiding and abetting or something? I don't know.
The snark might actually be screwed if this goes forward. Yeah, out of fucks to give. I'm curious about that because right they so yeah, Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan are named as defendants here. They're is it the mods? Is he suing? I think the mods are somehow on here too, and it's I guess because of this post. But I don't really understand, like what, like how, like if I say, you know, yay piracy, you know, go out and get a BitTorrent. Like, am I responsible for the copyright infringement that people do based on that? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm kind of blown away that them making this list of streamers that are gonna stream the you know, content nuke and react to it, and I guess there is the added factor of them doing this live. If they're really doing it live, if they're, in other words, as the video premieres, right? I think he premiered it. Then they wouldn't be pausing it. They might be talking over it. Yeah, if they want to really give their, you know, if you watch something live, right, you either, you know, you have to pause it and then you're not live anymore. Exactly. You're not precisely live, right? Or you've got to, you know, what, like, you know, like I do auto ducking. So when I talk, if I've got a video going, you can hear me over the video. You could do something like that. But in general, it's going to discourage the commentary. It's going to make it harder to do commentary if you are, you know, if you have decided to watch it live, right? So, you know, maybe there's something to do with that. Maybe that affects the, you know, question of it being a market replacement, right? Because if they literally do. But I don't understand how this works with Denims, right? Denims React was like 5 hours, right? How could that obviously she wasn't just watching it live. Obviously she was at least pausing it, right? So at least with Denims, that doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, they make this mega thread. They list, you know, people that are streaming the content. And this is where I guess Ethan got the names of Kaceytron, Frogan, and Denims.
But just to be particular here, how
is Denims responsible for a post on Reddit? I think that he's going after the Reddit mods as well. I think, am I right about that? We'll take a look at the filing, because the filing is wild, right? Even Pisco said this filing is highly irregular. This is not how you file a court case. There's, you know, so much of their citations, or it's not the way that you cite something in a court case. They've got a gazillion footnotes that most lawyers would not like leave in there. And yeah, they're talking like they're writing a video, right? That's not how you write a filing. A filing isn't made to be entertaining. It's made to convey information to a sometimes very old judge and you know, a jury of just mixed you know, people, right? It's unhinged, really, what they did in terms of this filing, as we'll see in a second.
Copied any of the copyrighted content? So I'm being very pedantic.
urge, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their...
Wait, Fallen Gemini, my oldest brother bought me Return of Jafar at Blockbuster a few days before its release date. God, you're making the 90s seem like a fucking... It sounds like a paradise, right? You could own digital media. You didn't have to like have a gazillion streaming services to watch something. You just go to Blockbuster and they have all the movies that are out, right? All the movies that are out on video or DVD, they're at Blockbuster, right? It's sounds like a golden age. A few days before its release date, my mom's friend watched it with us and yelled at my brother for buying a crappy movie. Yo, your mom was doing commentary right when it came out. Oh my God, I'm surprised she didn't get sued. If she had streamed that, chat, you know, definitely.
Streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So thank you.
Factually, it's very dramatic though, so that's pretty funny.
Wait, Joe got Elephant's Graveyard critiquing his stand-up? What? Taken down for like 2 seconds? Oh, that movie was so good. And then it was put back up. It was footage from Netflix, yeah, and Spotify. They will definitely get you. They will definitely come after you. Ethan actually set up the bases for conspiracy. Interesting. With the snarkers. I've heard other people posit this too. Set up the basis for conspiracy. Okay, so wait, he's saying that the snarkers and Denims are involved in a criminal conspiracy. Am I getting that right? No, he can't. This is a civil case, right? I think Ethan seems way too aggressive to come off well to those people who aren't lolcow enthusiasts. Yeah, Snark is screwed. R.I.P. You may live in Valhalla with the Grey Wolves. Oh God, the poor Grey Wolves, right? With the Chapo subreddit, right? Is that what you're saying, Davy? The thing is, Denim's audience wouldn't watch Ethan's Yeah, that's what I was. I think somebody else said that earlier too. I agree with you. Yay piracy. Yeah, you're not allowed to say that, or else you're involved in a criminal conspiracy. 20 minutes behind here, but why was White Nervosa defending Zan? Because Xanderhall, Demon Mama, Shark 300, Riverboat Jack, the Surfs for a while, although they did leave the network, they were all on Vosh's servers, right? Vosh has has servers for VGG, and he, lets people that are friendly with him and essentially defend him. He lets them, he invites them onto the network through his sysadmin, White Nervosa. That's actually a good question, Kyle Selby. I didn't really explain that, right? Why was White Nervosa coming after me for Xanderhall's content? Because it turns out that I never figured out exactly what deal they have together, but I do know that while Vosh pays White Nervosa, the rest of the Vosh Orbiter network, they make other arrangements, and Whiteleaf hasn't said what those arrangements are. By the virtue of the fact that it was White Nervosa that came after me for Xanderhall's copyright, I suspect that she gets some sort of rights, although I can't say for sure. But that's my best guess, is that she gets certain rights to their content as a way of defraying her cost as for her labor and the servers and everything else that they use.
For a subreddit to admit it's
Pisco, when bars display UFC premieres, that would fall under the concept of market substance in a similar way. So the copyright, we went over about the elements of what grants you copyright infringement. Like what you need to have a work, right? You need to have authorship. It needs to be a creative work, minimally creative, very, 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 very low bar, minimally creative. It needs to be fixed in a tangible medium of expression, and that the point of fixation, the copyright protection attaches.
To say that she worked with them is a wild fucking claim. Look, Morbear, we're going to get into this in a minute, right? Ethan Klein denies having worked with Destiny, worked with Dan Saltman and DGG, right? He denies, he says Hassan tweeting that he worked with the ADL is a, anti-Semitic, thing that Hassan is spreading. And yet, if you want to say that there is coordination between Denims and Snark, then certainly you could make the, you know, yeah, I guess there was, but, you know, with like various mediators, right? It's not an A to B thing. It's an A to B to C to D to F kind of thing, right? So if you're going to make that claim about Denims, then, you know, how can you say that you weren't involved in, you know, the ADL going after Twitch and going after Hassan? You absolutely were, maybe not directly, but at the same time, you know, this isn't a direct relationship that they're showing with Denims. So there's a little hypocrisy that Pisco picks up on with that.
At the point of fixation. The separate question.
Warfare, what do you mean? You never included a picture of Hitler in your lawsuits? Yeah, I'm just not next level. Look, the next time I file a lawsuit, chat, I'm going to do a worm. I'm going to do the worm in the court. And I don't even mean the shitty XQC one. I'm going to do the actual breakdancing worm, right? The real worm. I'm going to bust out the worm in court, and the judge will just summarily find on my behalf. The judge will be like, those are the sickest dance moves I've ever seen. I'm so glad that you brought the boombox in here and did the worm. You win everything. No comment, chick. I'm going to take the treasury of the United States and transfer it into your bank account because you win. So that'll be the results. I'll become the queen of America. Right after that.
What are the rights under copyright? And if you go to the statute, the copyright statute, they list out all of the different rights. And there's a right to make copies.
Here we go.
There's a right to make derivative works. There's a right to perform, a right to display. And so what these bars do is they buy licenses to perform the work. That's what the bars do.
So do you get it? With the copyright comes certain rights, right? Performance, etc. And the bars in question, he's talking about sports bars that buy the rights to certain things with the UFC. They purchase a license that says you can do X, Y, and Z with this content as per this license for, you know, maybe like a limited amount of time or whatever, right? It gives them what part of the copyright, the rights attached to the copyright that they get limited use of, right? Is what this kind of license that bars get from the UFC, for instance. Bestow.
All of the stuff at the like approved bars.
Yeah. Denims is in particular so heavily mentioned that she feels like she has a stronger case around her commentary being transformative. Yeah, that's the weird thing too, is that like look, there's you know, there's the law, all right? Like I said before, there's what's right, and there is like a culture around YouTube, and one of those things in the YouTube culture is that if you get mentioned, like if I was like talking shit about Pisco in this video, then, you know, not legally speaking, but in the ethics of YouTube, Pisco's got more of a right to respond to me, right? There's nobody can be like, how dare you respond to a smaller YouTuber? Well, no, I talked about Pisco. He has the right to respond, right? And if I didn't, you know, offer him my platform like I customarily do when I talk about anybody, then, you know, he at least has the right to react to my. I can't then, you know, sue him for covering my content right after I've covered his content, and especially when I'm talking about him. Yeah, that is customary. That is part of the culture of YouTube, and I think that there is a certain, like, you know, morality that comes from, right? And I'm gonna say it here, you know, first, right? In my mind, morality trumps the decision of a court. Obviously, materially, the court, you know, the court matters more, right? But you know, when we're talking about these matters, we're not discussing the legal findings. Like, that's not the end all be all, right? You could win a court case and still be a bastard, as Ethan Klein may very well do.
Bars buy like licenses to show different shit. And there's a difference also, like if you buy a copy of a work, there's some kind of like limited right to show your copy to like some group of your friends. It's or some group, but it can't be like the general public. It can't be like open access. And so there's all these like weird rules for publicly performing or displaying the work. because you're that's one of the rights where you're not making a copy, you're just performing or displaying. Now you could also be making a copy, and as in point of fact, the technology here would matter. Sometimes in performing the work, you're making.
Good question, Violet. Does Ethan know who the mods are on Snark, or did he have to subpoena that? I don't know. I really don't know.
Making a copy at the same time. You know, when I am reacting to this video, if this were infringement, it's not. It's fair use, in my opinion. In this video, right, I'm making a copy if I were infringing, because I'm also recording this as a VOD on my like local hard drive, but also on the Twitch servers. And so different rights can be at issue. The market substitute analysis has to do with fair use. That's where that analysis comes into play, not at the point of infringement. The first question is there even copyright protection? Right? Is this a work of authorship? Is there that minimal creativity?
Ooh, yeah. Utana2 says, I think part of the reason he threw Kaceytron in the lawsuit is because he knows that he doesn't have a case against Frogan and Denims. Yeah. I don't know, chat. The one thing that I will say that probably does have some bearing on the legal case that I haven't looked at yet, and Pisco in a minute is going to admit that he hasn't looked at, is the actual reactions, right? Like, what was the nature of those reactions? All we've seen of those so far is what Ethan put in his video, and we know how Ethan does. We know how he likes to cherry pick and clip chimp and, you know, like distort and decontextualize stuff, right? So I got no faith in Ethan's presentation of like Denims, Frogan's, and Kaceytron's stream as being an accurate representation of what that stream was. That being said, my understanding is that even in a case where like 90% of the reaction was fair use, if you've got like 10% that's not, you know, there is some chance that like that it could be decided based on that, and that's really scary. That's where we get into the specter of the diaper to streamer, chat, is what I'm talking about, right? The results of should the case be decided that something like, well, you know, this was all good and well, but then Frogan went to the bathroom, that we got, you know, 10 minutes of Denims going to the bathroom, and therefore, you know, this 10 minutes constitutes a non-fair use infringement of Ethan's copyright, right? That's really scary, because then we're gonna all be diapered up. We're gonna get diped up, chat. Every streamer out there is gonna dipe the fuck up. You're gonna dipe the fuck up, or you're gonna drop the fuck out, because you're gonna have to wear a diaper from now on to stream. You're not allowed to go to the bathroom, right? So we're gonna diaper up, everybody. Get those adult diapers.
Is there fixation? Those kinds of questions. Next question is there infringement? There's a split in some of the circuit split on some of the case law in terms of substantial copying. In fact, you know, copying, legal copying, right? So there's the question of infringement. And then next, there's the question of fair use. So they're different questions. The market substitution analysis comes at the point of fair use. I hope that clears some things up. I should have clarified initially. This is under the assumption that the bar did not pay for the rights, right? If the bar did not pay for the rights, then they're violating the copyright of UFC, because they're having a public performance, and that's a right protected and given to the copyright holder. One of the exclusive rights, and we'll go to them so you guys can see what I'm talking about. You have the reproduction of copies or phonorecords, derivative works, distribution rights, in the case of literary, musical, dramatic, and choreographic works, and motion pictures and other audio-visual works, to perform the copyrighted work publicly. So when you perform it, right, every time you play the movie, you're performing it to yourself. So it's the right to perform it publicly. In the case of these other kinds of works, the display, right? So that could be considered, the performance and display are kind of go hand in hand. And then you have this like specific to.
What do we have here? The case of literary, musical, dramatic, choreographs works. So this is the different kinds of performances, essentially, that could come into question under this under these laws.
Audio sound recordings, right? So one of the rights protected here is the right of performance. And so for bars that want to perform the UFC fights, they need to get a license.
I'm sorry, chat. Every time he says bars, I keep on thinking he means like, that's bars. I keep on thinking he's talking about the other kind of bars, but no.
Because those bars are performing the works publicly.
Engaging in copyright infringement. But how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
So this whole thing about like, how do we get them to admit it? It's disingenuous. You don't need them to admit it. It doesn't matter if they admit it. Maybe it matters for how compelling your brief is, I guess. But the notion that it changes...
Yeah, that's right, Narwhal. Stay hyped. Stay hyped, chat.
The underlying legality of it, I find to be disingenuous. It's a strict liability, offense.
They're not gonna catch me slipping.
Strict liability cause of action.
Guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video,
oh God,
follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
Okay, but you do lead with that in the brief. Holy dumb.
If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for
Ethan isn't dropping a mixtape, my friend. He's dropping his bowels. Yeah, I mean, that's just every day, though.
You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denims.
Can we make diapers cool, chat?
Yeah. Self-owning. You prevail again.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to make diapers cool.
Yeah, that's a big cell phone.
One thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you...
Like, the bigger your diaper, the cooler you are. The more bulky your diaper is, the more it pooches out in your clothing, right? The cooler you are. We're just going to have people wearing giant-ass diapers.
Publish to be eligible for statutory damages.
Right, so that's correct. So Ethan Klein appears to know something about copyright.
Reminds me of when Disney sued a preschool for showing their movies. Girly Bear, they've sued, I think, preschools for painting their characters on the wall. Yeah, the new Kendrick track, Diaper Up.
So the copyright protection exists at the time of fixation. So you don't need to register your works to get copyright protection. But you do need to register it if you want specific...
Yeah, that was Ethan's plan all along. He wanted us in diapers.
Statutory
I'm telling you, chat, this has everything to do with Ethan's fetishes.
Damages. They want to encourage you to register your work. There used to be, the copyright system used to be, you had to register all works that you wanted to have copyright protection. But then, so America was much less lenient than these other countries. And then,
Chad, I think we just reinvented the poop sock. Aren't we just poop socking? This is the poop sock at this point, right? We don't like this problem has already been solved without diapers. Just all streamers need to have a poop sock.
Ascend to a bunch of like international treaties on.
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Copyright. America changed their laws to say, okay, now it appears at the time of fixation, but you still need to register in order to get statutory damages. If he's telling the truth, I'm assuming he registered the video, which would not be common practice for most creators to register in the copyright.
Very, strange thing for people. And again, like, being so precious with your content is a strange thing for content creators. The only people who do this shit are rich assholes who can get away with it. And I'm sorry, Ethan's not I Show Speed or Aiden Ross, right? He's never been that successful, either, in terms of public esteem or in terms of views.
Right office. But that's kind of funny.
And attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit.
He wants to bite.
Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now.
He wants to bite our dipes.
Ethan Klein have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress.
Oh, boy.
Some of you guys out there sweating.
See, this is what I'm saying. So you're seeing a little bit of Schadenfreude from Pisco. And I mean, I guess you can take the lawyer out of DGG, but maybe you can't entirely take the... Look, he's been swimming in those waters for a really long time, all right? I mean, like, I've never had any unpleasant experiences with this guy. He's been nothing but nice to me, but yeah, no, he's been this whole time. Like, the reason that I kind of, stopped talking to him was when my eyes started to get opened to what the Destiny cult was really about, and what people that were in that cinematic universe as orbiters were really enabling, right? I just didn't, can't really sign off on that.
Theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators.
Yep. So now he's trying to explain why he wouldn't sue others.
And rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain.
Mom, the shit bucket is full. Mom.
Okay.
like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the
Whoa, that's bad faith too.
That's not just bad faith. That is bullshit. That is grade A bullshit.
Just be honest, Ethan. I mean, this is just bullshit. I get it. I get it. But you can't on the one hand say XQC is not malicious, XQC watches the whole fucking video, and act like you're here protecting the reaction community by protecting reactions such as those by XQC, who doesn't give a fuck about infringement, right? So this is how Ethan would have you portray, right? We're going to protect...
Kay Lala says, what would happen if Ethan if everyone started ignoring him tomorrow? I think a lot of his views are for reactions. Oh, I don't know. There's not that many people, you know, statistically speaking, compared to like overall views that are live streamers or reacting or using it for content in any way. That being said, though, I do want to watch less of Ethan's content in the future going forward. That is why today, I mean, I guess technically we're getting Ethan's content via Pisco, but both because this guy has shown himself to be sketchy when it comes to, you know, copyright claims, and because I'm fucking sick of Ethan. I'm sick of his personality. I'm sick of his jokes. I'm sick of his way of talking. I'm sick of his edits. Like, I'm fucking sick of Ethan Klein. So I could do with a little bit less Ethan in my life. But at this point, it's in the discourse. A lot of what we'll be covering going forward is going to be more along the lines of like people's opinions on the Ethan stuff. So
XQC. Now I don't know as much about Asmongold. I don't fucking watch that guy, but XQC's reaction content that needs to be protected. I wouldn't want to chill XQC. Really? You wouldn't want to chill XQC? XQC, who you started the video by saying he doesn't give a fuck about the copyright law. He doesn't care if he's breaking the law. Why wouldn't you want to chill that kind of thing? So this is the
M85 says Ethan Anjing.
What I take to be the bad faith. It's bad faith to suggest that the reason that you're pursuing these creators and not other creators is because of some substantial difference in the fair use factor, some substantial difference, and you're really doing this for the community and protecting some kind of reactions, the good reactions from the bad reactions. That is not what's going on here, because XQC does not have good reactions. That is not at all what's going on here. Just be honest. You're going after these people because you don't like them, and that's your right as copyright holder. You know, you're a copyright holder. You do what you want to do, but just be honest. Just be honest. You don't like these people. You laid a trap for them, and that's what's going on.
I'd go one step further with that, right? Like, I think this is a pretty mild take from Pisco. I think it's a little bit too mild, in fact, right? Now, spoiler, his chat's going to explode on him, right? Because again, he's been laying with the dogs and he's gotten those DGG fleas all up in his community. And yeah, so now you see like the downside of building your, you know, at least that's the start of your channel off of DGG and Destiny, right? Now you got, you know, shitheads with brainworms in your chat that are mad as fuck because you won't say, you know, like they're thinking that you criticizing Ethan Klein in a mild, exceptionally mild sort of way is tantamount to an endorsement of Hassan, right? There's nothing like that that's actually going on here. In fact, if anything, I'm seeing a little Schadenfreude from Pisco in these, you know, Hassan orbiters being hit with a lawsuit, right? But at the same time, these DGGers in his chat cannot handle this, right? They cannot take the like he's out of line. He has spoken blasphemy about the cult, and he's about to get, you know, shit from his chat over it.
And I'll go.
But yeah, he's silencing. Here's what he's doing. He's silencing. It's not just that, you know, it's your copyright. You do what you want to do, right? I mean, that is, you know, true legally speaking, but morally speaking, and in terms of the YouTube community, Ethan Klein is acting like a bitch baby, as Vadim correctly called him. He is acting like someone who is so thin-skinned he cannot accept criticism from smaller content creators, even as he's talking shit about them, right? So there's the legal aspect of it, which, like I said, you know, for all I know, he might win this case. But there's the moral aspect of it, which is, what do we, viewers of YouTube, think about what Ethan Klein is doing? And I think it's dangerous. I think it's self-serving. I think it's entitled as fuck. And you know, ultimately, it shows him to be, you know, a very insecure content creator, a very insecure big channel is really what he's showing himself off. This should embarrass him, is what I'm saying, right? This should make everybody, especially his supporters, question their support for him, because if he's so thin-skinned, he wants to fucking talk shit about Denims, you know, Frogan and Kaceytron, and he won't let them talk back. I mean, there you go. Fuck this guy. He's a joke. He is a joke.
Go even a step further. What Denims just said there is a fucking self-own, and she's not upholding any kind of standard of reaction, from what I can tell, and what's going to be there, that anyone should like, or that should be protected, or that we shouldn't say, don't fuck around and find out.
Yeah, very Trump behavior. There's a lot about this that smells of Trump.
If you do that kind of reaction content, you should fuck around and find out. So I'm being fair and balanced.
Okay, Pisco, if you're fair and balanced, then sue me for I took a bathroom break while I left your video going. You know, if that's what you believe, then I should get sued too.
100%. But the XQC,
there's nothing transformative, chat, about chatting from the toilet. You know, maybe there is. I don't know.
Reaction is also.
What do you think, chat? Toilet reacts? Are those transformative?
Of that type. Now you might add in the gloss where here there's that additional kind of like, oh, I don't like you, Ethan Klein. I don't want you to make money. But to me, that is a distinction without a difference in terms of the fundamental fair use analysis. That doesn't really matter. On both sides of the ledger, what's really driving this is personal dislike and the other issues, not the nature of what's happening here. So this distinction, and I could already tell from how he started it, between XQC and these other people, doesn't pass the fucking smell test. And
it doesn't pass the muster.
It certainly isn't relevant for purposes of copyright infringement. That said, I think it's pretty it's pretty clear that there's an infringing malicious intent on behalf of Denims there. So that to me is pretty clear, and it's pretty funny that he registered it for copyright protection, or sorry, for statutory damages.
Yeah, there's the Schadenfreude.
The entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually,
that's opposite. So fucking dumb. I don't want to chill XQC, the reaction community. Weren't you like hypercritical of XQC's reaction takes? Weren't you like saying he shouldn't do that? That was wrong to do? That just is so fucking laughable to me. Just don't lie to our face, okay? I told you, like, I thanked Ethan at the start of this video for the precedent, and I think he has been a principled fair use guy before, but don't fucking lie. Don't fucking lie to my face. You are trying to chill certain types of reactions from certain types of people. What you're trying to chill,
but Pisco, don't you see that is embarrassing? That should be embarrassing, right? The fact that you're too fragile of a huge content creator to let smaller content creators criticize you without like fucking weaponizing the cudgel of copyright against them, and that even you're criticizing these people, you're talking shit about these people, and they're not allowed to respond. Right? That right there should be proof that the emperor has no clothes. Should be proof that whatever place in terms of YouTube that Ethan reached, he's done. He's jumped the shark. He's over, right? This guy needs to be abandoned. Anybody still in that pathetic, you know, that silo of copium that is the H3 community needs to get the fuck out, because this guy's a joke, and you're a joke if you support him.
Or go after are the people you don't like. But if someone had done this kind of like, yeah, you know, like both sides, Andy, you guys are fucking so lame.
Hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as.
Yeah, that's
agreed, Rave. The worm was more transformative.
XQC. That's XQC. So there is a massive hypocrisy here. If you're like, we all need to stand up to this. This isn't about Israel-Palestine. We all need to gather together to defend the reaction community. Well, the people who, yeah, I agree. This kind of shit is bad for that reaction community because it's not fair use at all. But that also fucking includes XQC. Let's not kid ourselves here. So any kind of delineation here that would be to, quote, protect the reaction community would have to include on the other side of the ledger XQC. But of course, Ethan would never sue XQC. And it's not because XQC isn't infringing. It's because XQC is like more friendly with Ethan Klein. And anyone who denies that, I think, is denying reality. So spare me this shit, all right?
Yeah, and the only thing that he's not doing here, the only thing that's frustrating me about Pisco's take here is he's not connecting it to that is pathetic behavior. And I don't understand why. Like, chat, I was inculcated in like the same debate sphere that Pisco got his start in, right? I had conversations with Destiny and with a lot of the orbiters. I kind of know how things work. And my assumption is that in most cases, if somebody is silencing their critics via, a lawsuit, via a copyright lawsuit, that is pathetic lolcow behavior. And I'm just not getting that from Pisco here. And I wonder why, right? This is this is an old friend of mine, right? I wonder, where he's coming from here.
So stupid. That said, these people who are doing the Denims of the worlds, what are you doing? Why are you saying that? And also, probably infringement.
As we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed...
Oh, Meowning Star, some Ethan drama to cleanse my palate from that 10-hour Senate debate. So they read out the big, beautiful bill, all 920 pages. I'm assuming Chuck Schumer finally got the spine at least to force that to happen. And then 10 hours of Senate debates. Where do we stand, Meowning Star? I've heard various things about the state of the big, beautiful bill right now.
Not giving any views to that terrible video. Follow.
Okay, but if he's not friendly with XQC, why doesn't he go after XQC? Because XQC certainly is not upholding this reaction content standard. Whatever the line is on fair use. He starts the video by saying XQC doesn't give a fuck about the standard.
I gotta go get some lime. Pisco, please don't sue me.
This is about the personal beef. Don't try to lie to me and say it's not. It's not about the essence of the fair use issue. That's not what's going on here. That's copium. That's complete copium. I agree. He doesn't need to fight everyone and sue everyone. No, I totally agree with that. And I'm not even saying that affects the case. I'm not saying it's entrapment. I've said before, I think Ethan has been very principled about fair use before. I started off by saying that, but don't pretend, right? When you say XQC, I'm not going to sue XQC because, of course, XQC is doing it the right way. Don't use that example then, right? You should have led with someone who did like this kind of, you should have led with like, I don't know, I guess Lonerbox doing a reaction of it. Or maybe there's a in-depth lefty content creator who is anti-Ethan Klein, but actually did it the right way. That's what you would do, right? You would say, this is the Lonerbox reaction to it. Obviously, I would never go after him. Or this is the pro-Palestinian who hates me, and I'm not going after him because he did it the right way. Which is, even though I don't agree, I think he's lying, and I think that it's not infringement, but he didn't do that, right? He said, I'm not going to go after XQC, and that doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't pass the fucking smell test. If you wanted to make the point of, oh, this is all principle for the reaction community, then he would pick an example of a lefty content creator or a critic who did it the right way, who he's not going after. But he picked XQC when he started the video saying XQC doesn't give a fuck. So spare me. This, again, I don't think it affects the legal analysis at all. He starts off by saying...
Morning Star says they just adjourned for 8 hours. We'll pick up in the morning. Amendments from Democrats are the next process if there's no more debate. And challenges to a few the parliamentarians' rulings. Yeah, a few of those rulings cut against the Republicans and would potentially force some of the measures that they wanted out of the bill. So we'll have to look at that. He said XQC to signal to their audience. Oh, what? To get XQC people to watch his video? Is that what you're saying? Also, chat, I'd like to remind you, we got a thread, right? If you're one of those people that likes to do stuff while you watch the stream, I've got a thread right here on Blue Sky for you to participate in, should you so choose. Likes are appreciated, as are reposts, but really the idea of this is to get a bunch of comments and discussions going. So if you want to discuss the whole Pisco Ethan situation, or the Ethan lawsuit in general, right? There's the link to the Blue Sky thread that we've got going. The idea is just like Hassan does a blast off tweet with every stream. I'm trying to get it started to do a blast off thread on Blue Sky. So if you want to help me out and reach new people, reach new audiences, here is the link right here. It's also pinned for you in case you lose track of it.
Saying I'm going to set a trap. Set a trap for whom? Set a trap for these creators. That's what's going on here. I'm just being You're just being pedantic. You guys are such copers. I'm giving you my honest take. I'm being completely fair and balanced.
I'm sorry, copers? I've never heard it said like that. Utterly
fair and balanced. I have no allegiance to these people. I don't like these people. I'm just being...
I love how the Senate parliamentarian stopped like 60% of Biden's investment programs. Yeah, in the infrastructure bill, but then can't do barely anything about the BBB.
Real.
Throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken. These creators...
Isn't it like the same parliamentary... When did the current parliamentarian... When did they get their job? Wasn't it during like Obama or was it Bush?
Feel comfortable looking...
I think they've been in that position for a long time now.
Right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony...
This is what XQC was doing, right? He said, my fear is that Sony will do this. Yeah, this is all not what's going on here. He doesn't have this big fear of Sony and these other organizations clamping down on the broader community. Because if that was his fear, he wouldn't be going after fucking Denims. He'd be going after XQC, who's a much bigger streamer. This all stuff, I don't believe.
Or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
Oh God, that is so laughable, dude. That's that part for me. And I came into this expecting to glaze the lawsuits and everything. That whole rationale to me doesn't pass. And again, that has nothing to do with the legal.
Yeah, I'm really curious what game Pisco's playing here, right? He's signaling that he was ready to to fall in line, right? That his preconception of like what he would say here was that he'd be more on Ethan's side than he actually is. And now seeing this, he's like a little bit, and look, streamers play games, especially when you're in somewhat of a disagreement with your audience, right? So in other words, chat, if you if your audience is all on Ethan's side and they think that you are too, and you come in and be like, I think Ethan's full of shit. I think he's a fucking monster. He needs to be stopped, right? If you go from zero, if you go from being perceived on the side of someone to being the opposite side, you might potentially lose a lot of audience. Whereas if you react to what if you start off with like, okay, Ethan Klein, I have a lot of respect for him. He is responsible for some of the precedent in case law that informs this area of law, and the case law that was the precedents that were established via his lawsuit were positive ones. So respect there. If you start off like, I'm on Ethan's side, and then you're like, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like what he said. I don't know. I'm not sure if I agree with him. Right? You can kind of maybe get more of your audience to go along with you. I don't know if that's what Pisco is doing, or if it's legit. Like he was like, oh no, I thought I would agree with Ethan, and then I watched it, and I guess I don't. But I will let you know that sometimes streamers play like these kind of games, especially somebody like Pisco, who I said, he's still. I don't know. Again, I'm trying not to say. I'm trying not to go on a limb here. I haven't talked to this guy in literally like more than 3 or 4 years, right? So, I don't know, what his status within DGG is or any of that. But I would assume that he is still, got a lot of those chatters, right? And being in that kind of dust cloud of the DGG orbit, you're surrounded by people that are team Ethan, like hardcore. So you know, it may be his way of dealing with that. I don't know. He's been at this for a while, right? So, you know, he's not his first rodeo.
But he's trying to justify who he's suing and why he's suing them.
He changed his tune when he realized it was a manifesto masquerading as a lawsuit. That makes sense. So bad faith. No judge would consider it anyway. But that's really for, yeah. I think at least the filing, and you'll see that later, right? Seems to be written very much in you know, as an effort of PR rather than an appeal to the court, which is how it should be written. What does this have to do with Palestine? Did Ethan never care about Palestine? Ethan doesn't care about anything, CC. Ethan cares about himself.
Beyond just pettiness, or beyond the fact that they said it in the most egregious way, they were very blatant about them trying to steal money from me. That would be at least a principled reason to distinguish it. But don't sell me this whole, we need to protect XQCs. And we need to protect the culture that XQC promotes. That's what that to me is not true. That's not what's happening here. Anyone who thinks that's what's happening here is completely coping. And those of you who think that that's what's happening here, oh, well, I'm sorry to give you this heavy dose of reality.
Well, I'm suing are. I just want to make it clear that they all met.
Would it devastate his case? No, I don't think it would. I think this is like probably an open and shut case of infringement. I think it's very obvious infringement. I think it's funny that he registered it beforehand. And what's more is, I don't even think Denims, I'm okay with him suing Denims. Why am I okay with him suing Denims at all? Because I think this kind of reaction content is potentially a problem in the future. And I think people should, as a principal matter, do a kind of real, substantive, fair use. I don't even have a problem with him suing Denims at all. So you guys have got me all wrong.
So yeah, overall, you know, that is a viewpoint that I somewhat object to, right? I think that Pisco's maybe a little bit too sympathetic towards Ethan, like, you know, saying that you think that Ethan's got a case here. Well, that's just a legal, you know, sort of opinion that you have as somebody who is an attorney, that you know, obviously has some weight to it. But there, when you're like, I'm glad he's suing Denims, I think that this kind of reaction, the kind of reaction that you have not yourself analyzed, Pisco, the kind of reaction that you're assuming that Ethan's portrayal of is correct. I'm just wondering where this assumed knowledge of the nature of Denim's reaction is actually coming from, because Chad, there's a lot of bad places that I can't think of any good place. It either comes from giving Ethan the benefit of the doubt that he in no way deserves, or straight up misogyny, and I don't know which it is, but neither are good.
Not that I care. I'm not here to pander to you fucking idiots. He would have the same case if he didn't register, but he registered before to get statutory damages. I don't even have a problem with him going after Denims, because it is egregious. It is fucking probably super obviously infringement, and the legal case is probably incredibly strong. But I'm just saying, like, don't sell us, oh yeah, this is all principle.
I'm sorry, but on top of that, chat, my overall arching point is that this mild opinion, I mean, what I still think is an overall bias towards Ethan opinion, is taken by the DGG chatters and by the DGG streamers, right? The former and current Destiny aligned streamers, the streamers that are from that orbit, the streamers that made their you know, channels off of the Destiny viewers, right? Like Pisco, Straighter Aid, etc. Right? That you know, he's gonna get a lot of pushback from them. Maybe not so much from Straighter Aid, but from like other people, right? He's gonna piss off DGG with this take, which I think is still kind of biased in their favor, which shows you how it shows you how fragile they are.
Well, to protect from Disney and Amazon and all these guys, because we need to, these are the worst of the worst infringers when you have XQC on the other side of the ledger.
Very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All three are on this list. In fact, they're the only three, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please.
But that's it. That little, like, you know, bone that he has to pick with Ethan in terms of like, I don't believe your motivation is to make the commentary space better. I think that you're doing this out of vengeance, right? And in Pisco's mind, that's well within your right. Just say it. Just admit it. Just tell us really where you're coming from and stop fucking virtue signaling. That's all that Pisco's saying, and DGG can't fucking take it. Their heads are exploding over this, right? He's uttering blasphemy to the Taliban.
Lol. So these weren't picked because of their ideology. So
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Announcement for all the Donald superfans brings your wives to local government office. Stephen Chung will now be sleeping with your wives.
Oh my God.
USA and is only for super patriots.
Only super patriots. Okay, just remember that, chat. Only if you're a super patriot will you offer your wife to Stephen Chung. What has he been up to lately? I haven't seen a lot from Stephen Chung. Was Trump's campaign manager. He's got some position in the White House. What is DGG? DGG is so we talked earlier about Vosh's orbit, right? We talked about, you know, the people orbiting Vosh, the fact that Vosh has a website called vosh.gg, colloquially referred to as BGG. Where did he get that website? Well, chat, he didn't invent it. White Nervosa didn't create it for him. They got that website from Destiny. Destiny, before Vosh ever had VGG, Destiny had DGG, right? And this is essentially a website that hosts Destiny's stream. It can host it from Twitch, it can host it from YouTube, it can host it from Kick, right? So it's a web page on a website that hosts his stream. Now, why would he want to do that? Well, when you do that, if you program your own chat, right? So you're not using Twitch chat, you're not using YouTube chat, you are using DGG, Destiny.dgg chat, right? That in this case, Cake, one of Destiny's supporters and a developer programmed for him, then the subs and the perks that come with the subs can be on your website, which means, chat, that instead of subbing on Twitch or subbing on YouTube or subbing on Kick, Destiny's fans have the option to sub on Destiny.gg, meaning he would get all the money. So it increases the streamer's revenue, thus making streaming more feasible at a lower level of viewership, right? This was very appealing to Vosh. That's why White Nervosa, ganked the code from DGG and then asked Cake for help implementing it for what Cake thought would be her website. It turns out, no, it was going to be for Vosh. This is one of the reasons that that Destiny's community hates Vosh's community is because they think that White Nervosa stole the code. In reality, it was public domain. That's why she was able to steal the code. And mostly they didn't like Vosh. I don't know, Vosh growing off of the people leaving Destiny's community, right? Everybody who is left wing in Destiny's community, when Destiny crashed out on leftists, went to Vosh's community, and so there's a lot of bad feelings between them. But right, so DGG is the website, right? Now this website, like I said, hosts a chat, and it's a chat that goes on even when Destiny's not streaming, even when Destiny's not hosting anyone on that chat, right? You can still go in the offline chat and talk, and people do, and it's a community. So DGG, refers specifically to Destiny's website, more specifically maybe to the offline chat, and generally to the Destiny community, right? So when we're saying DGG thinks this, DGG thinks that, what we're saying is that Destiny fans, people in the Destiny community, think that, right? Does that make sense? I know that's a very long, that's a long trip down lore, heavy, it's a long story, but like hopefully that explains what DGG, Destiny's website, Destiny.gg, and VGG, Vosh's website, are all about. Now, Destiny doesn't really open his servers to his orbiters the way that Vosh does. So Vosh has kind of got his people on a leash that Destiny, Destiny's only leash on people is that, like, I don't know, if Destiny starts shit talking you, you might lose some viewers, right? Vosh has got even more than that. If you start shit talking Vosh or you do something that Vosh doesn't like, you could lose your website, right? You could lose a portion of your income. So Vosh has got a lot. Funny story, chat. I was actually offered a website on the Vosh network, right? Back in the day, I had a mod who was friends with White Nervosa, and when I started talking about wanting to create my own website, she was like, "Oh, that's easy. Let me just talk to White Nervosa for you." And I told her no, because I knew what that thing was. I knew, even at that time when there was no harsh words between me and Vosh, I don't think I'd said, I mean, I might have disagreed with some of his takes, but I'd never said a harsh word against Vosh. Vosh had never said a harsh word against me. That changed, shortly after, right? But even then, I knew that signing on to something like that, which would have increased my income, would have also given Vosh leverage over me that I didn't want another streamer to have. I recognized the diamond collar that was being offered to me as being attached to a leash which is held ultimately in the hands of Vosh and his sysadmin, right? And I didn't want to be subject to that, so I said no, and it surprised the fuck out of her. She's like, "What do you mean? Like, you could be made, right? You could have, you know what I'm saying? If you accept this, not only are you getting, the website, which increases your income, but you're also potentially getting, if you are a Vosh orbiter, you will potentially be getting some of his audience. So it's kind of like she's offering me this golden thing, and I'm not taking it because, yeah, I recognize it as a mechanism of control. Anyway, chat. That being said, that's more pertinent to Vosh's website VGG than it is to Destiny's website and community DGG. Destiny. I would say Destiny kind of holds his orbiters on a higher leash, or at least did until he was exposed as for his predatory behavior.
This is what you would have us believe. This is what you'd have us believe. I'm not saying all of you guys. All right, chill. All right, it's early. That if they did the same exact thing, but they were pro Ethan Klein, you would go after them. Although the thing is, the essence of why he's doing it is the intent to take money away from Ethan Klein almost necessitates you to like disagree with Ethan Klein, I guess. I don't know. It's just kind of silly.
In fact, they're the only three, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video.
Davy
Drum
Cliff
roll,
super
please.
chatted
Who's sweating at home, guys?
$9.99. Vouch tried to put you on a leash. WTF clip dat.
Yeah. If he wants it, then he's got to put a leash on it, I guess. I don't know. So Vosh is running a TYT type network. Not exactly. TYT, I guess, owns the channels of their broadcasters. I think that's how it works. In some cases, maybe not universally. Like, for instance, I don't think they owned Bituation Room, even though Francesca, had worked with them before. But yeah, for the TYT network channels, I think that TYT retains ownership over those, so it's a little bit different. They're let's see, they are streaming just on YouTube, right? So that would be the difference, right? TYT, they do have a website, don't they? I don't know. I've never actually looked into the. I don't think that TYT does anything like Vosh, but to be honest with you, I haven't looked into it. Anybody know? Does the TYT website host TYT network channels by chance? None of the Vosh and Destiny or Orbiters have broken out of the sloposphere. Well, yeah, like I said, you can take the Sloptuber out of the Sloptube sphere, but, can you take the Sloptube out of the Sloptuber, right? Or can you take the sphere out of the Sloptuber? Remember when Vosh and Anna Kasparian had a torrid love affair? I mean, they did content together. Is that what you mean? Everyone hates everyone? It's kind of like... No, not everyone hates everyone, Ped. Look, all my friends are heathens. Take it slow, make sure. Sorry, it's a little look. I will let you know that the behind the scenes, the game of streaming is a little bit like like a criminal underworld, right? There are gangs that you join for protection. And if you're allied with if you're allied with Vosh, if you're allied with Destiny, you are not an acceptable target. If you're not, then it's fucking open season on you. I mean, it's a strange world, but it's not everybody hates everyone, right? It's It's mainly that there's a beef between Vosh and Destiny because Vosh came out of the Destiny community and in some ways sort of superseded what Destiny was doing, right? And that's where the rivalry comes from. The original Vosh fans, the original Vosh, the VGG, you know, as a culture, kind of started off of the left wingers that got purged out of the Destiny community when Destiny decided that, you know, for instance, he wanted to shit on Hassan rather than doing content with Hassan. When Destiny decided he hated lefties, he hated you know, socialists. You know, like that's kind of when that split happened, and Vosh really cleaned up on the Destiny fans who were somewhat left wing, and that's why Vosh's fans, even though they are ostensibly leftist, ostensibly, you know, socialist, anarchist, etc., right? They're kind of reactionary, right? Because this is, you know, like socialism via Destiny, if that makes sense. And the apple, unfortunately, does not fall far from the tree.
Kaceytron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals.
Are Asmongold and XQC part of DGG? No, Asmongold and XQC are bigger than Destiny. They never needed that kind of protection. And back in the day, they didn't do that much political content, so it wouldn't have even made sense for them. So they're not part of DGG. They're probably somewhat friendly, I guess. Like I think, you know, Destiny viewers are you know, liked by, or Destiny viewers like, I think, you know, Asmongold and XQC at least more than they like Hassan. This is sounds like classic carny wrestling. It is yeah, there's an element of kayfabe, to be sure. There really is. And then there's an element that's like way too real. That's way too fucking real. If you get on these people's bad side, and chat, I know what that's like.
They're very musical people.
Oh my god. She okay?
What do you look? You think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul.
Yeah, you can't be high and talk about stuff now. Davy, I would have gotten my ass suit off back in the day. Back in the day, chat, when I had blue hair, I was high all the time.
She's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
Yeah.
And Denims,
infringement,
the queen of self-owning. And my god, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
So you're saying the world of DGG is taking this side, aren't the biggest ones, Asmongold and XQC. They're also taking Ethan's side, but it's not out of being, like, they're not beholden to DGG in the same way as, like, Not So Erudite and are relevant and people like this. And again, some of these people, chat, I haven't kept up with the happenings on DGG, so some of these people may have stepped away from Destiny after he was revealed to be, you know, engaged in like predatory behavior, releasing an SFW material of people that he'd been intimate with, which was apparently a lot of the orbiters, right? We're not just like orbiting, you know, in terms of content, a lot of the orbiters were, you know, had some sort of relationship with Destiny. So yeah, it's a very very sorted place, DGG. But yeah, they're just aligned in general, like, right, in that they're you know, they agree with, they hate Hassan, right? That's the key to the alliance there, right? The reason that Asmongold and XQC are kind of on the same page as Destiny and people in his orbit are because Destiny hates Hassan. They all hate Hassan. Ethan is now doing content, is going on a fucking holy war against Hassan. And so it makes sense for them to be on that side of things.
So sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they've been. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault
experience should never happen to any human being.
Pisco, you're too smart for this. You're too smart for this. Watch the content. What I swear to God, if you watch Denims' reaction to the piece of the Ethan showed a scene from, what is it called, chat? Something The Silence. It was that propaganda piece, I think that was it the New York Times put together? But anyway, Ethan just misunderstood what one of the people was saying. There's one girl that's talking about having heard from other hostages that is giving essentially secondhand reports of being sexually abused from other hostages, right? But Ethan assumed that she had been a victim herself. She hadn't, and she said as much. And Denims is just saying, you know, like Denims paid more attention to Ethan's video than Ethan did, right? That's why Denims was right about that, and Ethan was wrong. Now you can disagree, or let me just say it this way, right? Denims is not saying that nobody was SA'd on October 7th. That would be kind of a crazy thing to say, given the nature of warfare and given the chaoticness of that situation, to say blanket like nobody got SA'd, you know, on October 7th. Would be a crazy thing to say. What we can say, though, is that the initial reports of that happening were, for the most part, debunked. So what we can say is that there were claims made of that, you know, by Israel defenders that later did not pan out. And that in general, you know, what we don't have is like a first-person testimony. Now, I think there is one person that has said like firsthand, this happened to me at this point, right? But we were talking about specific people, you know, in that Denims was talking about specific people, and specifically a person that did not make that claim. This was just an issue of Ethan not paying attention to his own fucking content and then trying to like virtue signal with something that the person in question never even claimed, right? This is yeah, we've been over this in depth. Denims was 100% right about that. And this, like, I gotta say it, chat. This is just Pisco being lazy. This is just Pisco. Look, Pisco, I said when I started this, I would try to do my best not to, you know, portray you in any way that I was unsure of, right? Not to, you know, I don't know what your current relationship with Destiny and DGG are now. I don't know where, you know, I haven't been paying attention, so I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. I really wish that you'd offer Denims the same. I don't know what your experience with Denims was. I don't know if Denims hurt you or something, right? But you're just jumping to the conclusion that Denims is like callously denying the testimony of a rape victim. Pisco, watch the video, and you'll find that that person never claimed to be a rape victim. Never fucking made that claim. You're being lazy, and it's causing you to look like a dumbass on your own channel. And this is not the Pisco that I remember anyway.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. Well, that seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Kaceytron.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're going to watch it.
Is it lazy, or is he intentionally disregarding the facts to portray a narrative? Look, I'm going to try to, I'm going to try to, like I said, I used to be, you know, we were friendly, right? So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's the kind of guy to intentionally disregard facts in order to portray a narrative. I can't prove that that's not true. It may be true, right? But it looks to me like he's just like, he's taking Ethan's word for it. The same shit that you're going to see him on here later in some of these debates chiding other shit tubers for. Like chiding the likes of Dumb Fuckery for, and rightly so, because Dumb Fuckery deserves to be fucking embarrassed off the goddamn internet. That guy's a joke, right? This is a guy who literally all he's ever done is like bring like bigger YouTubers onto his stream, and still nobody fucking likes him. After orbiting Destiny for fucking 5 years, like his career is in the toilet, right? So yeah, Pisco correctly, puts him in his place, right? But it's like Pisco's kind of doing, and he part of what he chides him for is that why are you taking Ethan's word for that? Pisco, I could ask you the same thing here. Why are you taking Ethan's word for it? And I don't know what kind of experiences that Pisco and Denims have had that might, but what I'm getting from this chat is that he's kind of just hostile towards her. He's kind of, he's either, I don't know. He's either taking Ethan's word for it, or he's, making assumptions of Denims, being this callous, horrible person that's just going to laugh at somebody getting raped. That's not who she is. That's not who she is. Okay. Like I haven't always agree. I'm sure there's stuff that I disagree with Denims on. I think she was even in the Vosh network at one point, probably because she's trying to get away from the Destiny people. Right. So, I'm not here to give a rubber stamp to everything that Denims does, but I just feel like you can't, jump to conclusions about somebody like this, right? It's wait, what is this? What are Lawtubers? Oh my God. That's a complicated answer. Let me think about that.
That's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's Kaceytron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Kaceytron smokes 42 times.
Did they put that in the filing?
And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary.
Wait, chat, did they put that in the file? Unhinged. No, this isn't the filing, right? Where did they put this? Yes, they did. Holy shit. Unhinged. But also hilarious.
True. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
But why do that? Just why are you making a meme filing? Just have the real filing. Jesus
and she did
Christ.
talking in her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Kaceytron is often too obliterated to comment.
What? No.
Yeah, he straight up used the words obliterated in the filing.
Wait, this is who wrote this?
She's too obliterated. Who wrote this? Pisco, it might be ChatGPT, right? I don't know. Was it Ethan? Look, did the lawyer write this? Is the lawyer unhinged? Is the lawyer letting his freak flag fly? Did Ethan tell the lawyer to do this? Or did ChatGPT write this?
Who filed this shit? Kaceytron is often too obliterated. They should put scare quotes there or something. That is inappropriate. Unbelievable. Unhinged. This is a legal filing, and they put, quote, indeed, Kaceytron is too obliterated to comment on the nuke. She smokes marijuana frequently in a highly concentrated form through a vaporizer. Wild.
They should have put the names. They should have said she was smoking it through the volcano. They should have put the schematics for the volcano vape. Chat, do you know about this thing? One in chat if you know about the volcano. This is a pretty cool device. I think it's fairly expensive too, but it is a vaporizer that you put whatever product in to vaporize, right? You put your flour or your concentrate or whatever into the chamber, and what it does is it fills up like a plastic bag, like a balloon, with vapor, and you can kind of take the balloon and then inhale the vapor at your leisure. It's a pretty cool device, right? And if they're gonna put all this random shit, you're gonna see what all makes it into the filing, and it's wild. There's like a picture of Hitler. There's a picture of there's Hitler meeting the Grand Mufti, right, in the filing, right? I feel like a schematic of the volcano. This is the vaporizer that Kaceytron chose to smoke. As you can see, it hyper concentrates the product to make it. I don't know. The volcano hits in the dorm. Oh hell yeah! Volcano hits in the dorm room. Look, I never hung out with rich friends, so I never got to experience that, but I've seen it and it looks pretty fucking cool. I would love to. In fact, I feel like there's a shop here in town that has a volcano. All right, I feel like I've heard of this. Like that some shop. I don't know how this works. Do you go in there and you can take a? They give you like a They let you put some flour into the device and then pump out a balloon or pump out a bag to take with you. I don't know how it works. No, wait, because you're not allowed to smoke it in public.
On the nuke, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. And
wait, they sell it as a medical device here for government-approved THC? What? Oh my god, I'm so jealous, Rave.
Of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Kaceytron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Kaceytron is so wasted that she states, quote,
wasted.
I'm trying to follow, but
it's in the this is the filing, chat. This is the legal I guess brief. Is that the right word for it, Davi? Is this a brief from Ethan's legal team?
Just this terminology to me is not professional, unless it's in scare quotes or they're referencing something. I find that to be not professional, but that's just me.
Lost the plot. To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out.
So they counted the number of times.
Okay, that song is a banger.
And compared it to the amount of time she was talking. I think that's actually pretty. I'm not against that. I think that's more professional to do than to use those specific terms. I don't have a problem with them doing that.
What the hell is going on?
Right?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow.
I also don't understand why people fucking get high on stream or do drugs on stream. I think that's cringe too.
Okay, look, Pisco, for what you and I do, yeah, you're right. And I think I don't know if he knows like Ico, right? I think he does. I mean, there were definitely people around our scene back in the day that maybe got so high that there wasn't a lot of meaning to like what they were saying. But this is we're talking about like a fever dream streamer. At least that's what Ico was back in the day, right? When she was I don't know if she's still heavily stoned for her streams or if she's changed her content up at all, but yeah, for what you and I do, yeah, that makes sense, right? But I feel like somebody like Ico Rules, doing silly streams where she uses what did she have, like the background to the Twin Peaks, right? She like green screened in the background to Twin Peaks, and she had all this goofy stuff. Like for streams like that, like that, it's fine. Yeah, you don't want to do like legal analysis high. You don't want to, and I don't want to do like debate analysis high. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's the Hall of Mountain King. Yeah, that's Mussorgsky, right? Is that Mussorgsky? Do I know my classical composers, chat? Is it Mussorgsky that wrote that one?
Lost the plot.
Oh no, it's Peer Gynt. It's not Mussorgsky. Wait. I should know who this is. That's from Peer Gynt, right? It's not. I don't think it's Mussorgsky. I should know. It's from the name of the composer is on the tip of my tongue. Let me look it up. Yeah, but it was chill to hang with Ico. That's what I'm saying. For what Ico was doing at the time, like now, if she tries to debate, which may have happened a few times, then maybe that's not a great place to be stoned off your gourd. But in terms of just hanging out and having fun, yeah, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Do you think Pisco's ever smoked? I don't know. I know he was just in law school, so maybe it just wasn't compatible with all the work that he was doing for law school. Wait, is it Mussorgsky, chat? Hall of Mountain King. Let's look this up. Hall of Mountain King. Oh, Griege. It's Griege. Yeah, I knew it wasn't Mussorgsky. For a second, you know why I thought it was Mussorgsky though? I think it's probably because of Fantasia. There's other Mussorgsky stuff in Fantasia, but this one is Grige. This is from a what is it? An opera, a musical called Peer Gynt, about a guy that I think he gets like chased around by trolls. Yeah, Edvard Grige. Yeah.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious?
I love how he's like she rips farts and bong. Wait. What did he say?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. You can get really stoned in law school.
You can? Okay. I guess it's possible. I mean, I got really stoned in med school, so I guess anything's possible.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Do I expect this filing to go against Ethan?
It's actually Grieg. It's not Grige. Oh, I'm pronouncing it French, aren't I? Yeah, even for French, wouldn't be like that. Yeah, I'm probably thinking Night on Bald Mountain. That's right, Depths.
I think they're all infringing his content pretty plainly. One, the stated intent doesn't matter, strictly speaking, but people are right that it's indicative of the mindset for purposes of running the fair use in terms of like what we expect their conduct to conform to. And it's just a great line with the fact that like, if you don't want to get money to Ethan Klein, you can watch it here. It just is emblematic of the mindset, which is embodied by the fact that it's not transformative, right? It's objectively not transformative.
Yeah, ripping farts and bongs. Isn't that what he said? Something like that? But like he's not showing Kaceytron farting. This shock to me. They were all, oh God. I played that in high school orchestra. Nice.
And the line just encapsulates that. So yeah, I don't think that there's good cases of fair use here. I think that there are good cases of infringement here. They're violating the right to reproduce, to make a copy, violating the right to perform, violate the right arguably to make derivative works. A Kaceytron style video, I don't know.
Oh, it's a fart sound effect. Okay. See, this is what I mean. Ethan doesn't fucking pay attention to shit. He's got sound effects on his stream. He's got sound drops on his stream. He shouldn't assume that because you hear a fart, that means that Kaceytron is like ripping ass, right? It's, you know, that's just a...
Maybe Vape God, Vape Nation could make this kind of video.
This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch.
She just has fart sounds. You can use, oh, you can use points to redeem for fart. Chat, wait, we don't have anything cool like that either. We should we add farts for bits?
Watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Ethan's theme song would be Saber Dance.
Yeah.
Supporting
Intent doesn't really matter for the elements of infringement. It's a strict liability offense. It is strict liability. So even just I understand. I want to stress all the time. You do include those statements in your brief. Those statements are very helpful for all of the atmospherics. They're helpful also as an encapsulator, but it's not an element of infringement.
So in other words, chat, it is flourish. You know? Like Pisco's saying he'd expect them to, you know, include this, but it's not, you know, the case isn't going to hinge on these matters, right? The case isn't going to hinge on, you know, Kaceytron saying, you know, let's deny Ethan views, or Denims saying whatever, right? It might make them look a certain way, and they will show that.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Leftists need good orchestral music again. We gave that up when the USSR fell. They should be playing Dance of the Nights when Zoran appears.
I know, right? The USSR's, say what you will, chat, about communism or about Lenin or Stalin or you know, any like PM of, or any premier of the Soviet Union, right? But their national anthem was a banger on a whole nother level. Like the freaking Stars and Stripes, the Star Spangled Banner has got nothing on the Soviet national anthem.
It could worm its way into the Fair use.
I love Kaceytron. I feel so bad for her. Yeah, I didn't even know what was going on, right? But chat, it's gotten worse, right? Apparently, Ethan posted Kaceytron's sister's tweet on his IG. So he's now directing he's directing his hateful Fupa Troopas, and we got a little taste of them earlier. I've been seeing them in my comments. We do have Koyana Squatsy, that's true. Isn't that Philip Glass, though? Does Philip Glass do Koyana Squatsy? Chat might not know this composer that I'm talking about, a modern composer named Philip Glass. But the one joke about him was that the joke is like this. Like, you say knock knock, and the other person says who's there, and you say knock knock, and they say who's there, and you say knock knock, and they say who's there, until they finally figure out it's Philip Glass. It's Philip Glass. Philip Glass. You're Philip Glass. I get it. I get the joke. You're Philip Glass, right? Because the idea is that his music is repetitive. It's
analysis in some ways, but it's just not an element of infringement. And so the whole, like, we needed to find this line for them to show and prove the infringement. Like, no. XQC is an infringement, and it's just part of like my main critique so far. In general, I think a lot of this is funny. A lot of I don't have a problem at all with him suing these creators for infringement. I actually think it's probably good, but I also think it would be good to do it against XQC. Oh, I was gonna say something. Denims et al. Are also not upholding a reaction tradition that matters. They're not upholding some reaction culture. So to the extent that Ethan is claiming he's defending the reaction culture, I think he's a lot like
again. Pisco, this would hit a lot harder if you had reacted to Denims stream, or oh God, that's a lot to ask, isn't it? It's like a 5-hour-long stream. I just want to point out that all that Pisco has seen so far of Denims stream that he's commenting on, that he's characterizing, is what Ethan has clipped, right? So this is what I'm saying. I mean, it's kind of lazy, Pisco. It's kind of lazy.
I don't know if he's lying. He's certainly wrong about that. But to the extent that Denims et al. Are saying that they're protecting some worthwhile reaction culture, they're also wrong about that. And I hate to do the both sides of something, but that's just my opinion.
Ethan Klein. So we're going to watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention...
Davy, do you think we could get away with watching? We got copyright claim for that, wouldn't we? That song is so good.
This is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her, is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost caught me. You know her and you love her.
Whereas my content consists of me taking other kinds of loads.
Frogan. Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running. As she
like loads of...
Is that transformative?
Like loads of watermelon, chat. What did you think I was talking about? Loads and loads of watermelon.
I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote,
loads of fruit.
Nuke ethically, hell yeah.
Okay.
Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote, thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so...
Wait, who did the Candyman soundtrack? Was it Philip Glass?
That you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 30 hours?
Dude, you're such an idiot. But it also, like... This is so stupid. Why don't you guys just react to it?
Hey, Pisco, I'm sorry, but you're making commentary on their streams. Why don't you react to it? I mean, God. Taking loads and sometimes bouncing. Sometimes. We gotta get me a trampoline. Oh God, chat. See, so the problem I have is that like we got Throne, and that is for crowdfunding things for stream usually. But recently I've been using it for like right now I've got my Vietnam trip, which I have to take in August up there. I'm gonna be going to Vietnam in order to apply for my educational visa at the Thai embassy. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. I figured out that the extra amount that you have to pay to apply for the educational visa in Thailand is maybe more than what it would cost to go to Vietnam. So I might as well go to Vietnam and have a little mini vacation and maybe do some content in Vietnam as well. So like but the problem that I have is like it's supposed to be for like getting like a trampoline would be the kind of thing that I would put on there, right? Problem is that at present I don't know any like the companies that supply the things on Throne. I don't think they can send it to Thailand, right? For Thailand in general, like Amazon is a bad idea because they charge you like an extra tax on that. And anything that you order that's from outside of the country is going to take like minimum of 2 weeks to get there. So like, whereas in the United States, you can have something like overnighted on Amazon. In Thailand, you're like waiting potentially months and months and months, right? So I've got to figure out either how to put Lazada stuff on Throne or something else, right? In order to get that going again. So for now, all we have is no trampoline dealers in Thailand. I mean, it's possible. There's a lot. Yeah, if things are made in Thailand, some things are not made in Thailand, and they just tend to be really expensive. But if you can source something from Thailand, it's fairly affordable.
Right? Like, here's the thing. That's not what you say. What you do is you don't just let it play because, oh, what am I supposed to react to?
I think that Ethan is trying to get React content to be no more. That's my honest assessment, says Sweetheart's Cat. Sweetheart's Cat, that I think is the worst possible outcome of his legal case, but I think it's a possible outcome. That could be the result of this legal case. Like, right? That's legitimately a fear that I have about this. I don't know if he's intending to do it or if he's just doesn't care. But yeah, if this goes to an appellate court and gets upheld that the problem with the reaction is reacting at all, then yeah, this could make React content go away.
Then you're just acknowledging that you're not doing anything transformative, and you're just critiquing the video. But the thing you want to do, if you find that happening, is just, I don't know, pre-watch it and jump to the parts, right? Like all of these people
just pre-watch it, Fivehead.
Supposed to do. If you don't have commentary throughout the video, then you don't need the whole video, and it's not necessary. So just go to the bits that you have the commentary for, but you're too lazy. And we all know what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is you're trying to not give him money, and you're trying to suppress.
You are making assumptions about the audience that you are talking about, an audience that I have some familiarity with that I do not think are true, Pisco. Now, I can't, like I said before, you can't prove it, right? That like there's nobody out there that's going to watch the stream on, watch Frogan's Twitch stream and would have watched Ethan's stream otherwise, right? But at that point, that's Ethan admitting that he is trying to monetize hate watchers in a pretty disgusting way. You don't get it. People that are watching it on Frogan, they don't like Ethan. It's not, these aren't fucking Ethan's views to begin with. These aren't Ethan's viewers. These aren't H3 Fupa Troopas that got confused and accidentally mistook Frogan's product for Ethan's product, right? This is not serving as a market replacement. There's no way that it could. Does anybody know how long was Frogan's reaction? Did anybody have a reaction that was the full video? They watched the full video and they took about as much time as the content nuke, right? Because that's when we're talking about maybe it's not transformative, right? If somebody watches it live and just lets it rip and doesn't really, no pun intended, and doesn't really doesn't really comment meaningfully on it, then maybe that's not transformative, right? Could you do a preloaded Visa card for on? I mean, that's kind of what Throne does, right? What I've been doing is like naming a price for something like the last one was my Thai my Thai Visa fund, right? So that was the price for language school, which I roughly estimated and then turned it into a goal on Throne. And now I'm trying to do the same thing with the Vietnam trip. Before that, we did a similar thing with my apartment here, the security deposit on the apartment, which you have to pay 3 times your rent for the security deposit, and also for my passport to get out of the U.S. So yeah, there is something similar to it basically functions Oh, I see what you're saying. You know, Brave, actually, I feel like I've heard of something like that. I feel weird about putting that on the, you know, on the throne, because that, like, the one thing about the throne is the idea is that you, as the viewer, should have an idea of a very, you know, accurate idea of what that money's going forward, or for what that money's going to. Like, for instance, like the, you know, microphone that I'm on was crowdfunded, and yeah, with the like the idea of just doing like you know, a gift card for NCC, like, right, that's the idea is that, like, you know, you are funding like a particular thing that is important to the stream, right? That's the idea. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Casey, let it rip, not gonna lie. With the bong, yeah, I guess you have been doing something 100% of the time, according to, yeah, basically any moment of you know, you go to the bathroom, you take a bong rip, you know, I mean, and the worst of it is that they're commenting on, well, you know, her commentary. You know, Denims, she's not smart enough to give good commentary. Oh, really? Oh, really, misogynist? That's interesting.
I guess the algo, I don't know how effective that'll be. I think it'll promote the video probably more. And so this all, it's really just they want to make money.
So yeah, the whole thing about damages is pretty specious, don't you think? Like, I mean, I know that with the Library of Congress, maybe statutory awards don't fall under the rubric of you know, recovering damages. If Ethan wins this, it's gonna be from a boomer judge and or jury that do not understand content, right? You know what I think Hassan's side should countersue? Didn't Ethan react to their videos? Yes, true. Yes, true. Maybe they feel Ethan didn't react the right way to their content. You know what yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, this is the whole thing. This is like nukes, all right? The reason that countries do not nuke each other is that if one country, especially in the Cold War, if one side starts nuking, the other side's going to let all of its ICBMs go, and we're going to have a nuclear winter, right? Everyone loses in that case, right? Just like if everyone sues everyone for we don't fuck with each other, especially people criticizing your videos for like, you know, copyright infringement, because if one person does it, then everyone's going to do it, and no one will be able to react to anything, right? It's simple.
Hour, 1 minute and 32 seconds. It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube? They're gonna make at least one good point.
Yeah, I mean,
the problem with reacting to the Ethan video, and this is why, I mean, did I react to yeah, there is no nuclear winter, that's right. Did I react, Chad, do you remember, did I react to the content nuke? If I did, I think it was like to part of it. Did we fully react to the content nuke? And part of the reason that I was reticent to do it, I remember, is that, like, essentially, if to do a proper react to the content nuke, you'd be better off making a YouTube video, right? Because what Ethan has got is he's got clip after clip after clip of Hassan out of context in order to present a certain image there, and to really correctly, you know, just to deconstruct that, right? You kind of got to find all the original Hassan, you know, VODs, right? You got to go to the VODs, find those moments, show the before and after, and show, you know, where the context is getting buried, right? And it's not very fun. It just doesn't lend itself to reaction that well. I don't remember if I reacted to this or not. I feel like I might have reacted to the, like, first part of it, and then put the second part as a sub goal, bonus content goal at some other time. Speaking of which, we're 99% towards the bonus content goal, and we are one super chat away from hitting that butterfly level. So yeah, really close to getting some bonus content. What is winning right now? Looks like more Quimon takes on Ethan Klein is ahead. Second place is Vanguard going over Destiny, getting ratioed by Kyle Kalinske. Third place is Kneecap and Bob Villain in the BBC situation. And fourth place is Adam Friedland on Stavi's World, which may be leaving the bonus content after tonight.
Bad things to say.
Point. What do you want me to make a point on?
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me
What did he say? This into your stomach?
interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What
I don't know
happens?
fucking talking
Oh, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it.
Yeah, it says the non-streamer. Says the guy that sucks at streaming. I've watched one of Ethan's streams. They fucking suck. He doesn't know how to react. He doesn't know how to do shit.
They should be watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and
They're watching for your commentary when you get back, Ethan.
pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically. Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit.
Yeah, the thing is, like, all of that other stuff made out infringement before even she says this, but, you know.
People, Reddit people, Reddit people. I came from the HP Snark Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while his son is in Japan. I'm bothered having a great time. Exactly. We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through.
I'm not suggesting that the purpose doesn't have any, I do think the statements are relevant. If they're relevant, I think they're relevant at the point of fair use analysis, perhaps. But that's just overdetermined, right? There's no possible fair use here that can be argued. And it's just adding, like, so I do think the statements are probably relevant to a fair use analysis. I don't think that they're super duper relevant to the infringement analysis. Maybe in, you know, copying in law or whatever. I've never said they're not relevant. I just think you get to infringement without them for other people. Like, tons of other people. That's kind of my point. Not that they're not relevant. I think that they probably are relevant to the purpose. I don't think that they're dispositive, is what I'm trying to say.
Through other people as well.
It's the stated malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal.
See, I don't believe this, right? So he's drawing the line at folks explicitly being malicious with their infringement because he doesn't want to spook other large creators communities that regularly infringe on copyrighted content. But then he's not taking, right? Like if Ethan is supposed to be upholding the law, right? Upholding the actual fair use principle, and that's the purpose of all this, then there have to be people who took a pro-Ethan position that reacted to the video in the same kind of lazy way. And malice, I take not just to be intentionally trying to steal money from Ethan, but also not caring whether you do or not. And to me, what cemented that point was the XQC, when he said, like, I don't want to disturb the XQCs of the world. Well, he's one of the offenders, right? He's the person that you put at the start of your video. Who's
Is this Pisco guy a fucking lawyer or what? Yes, he's an attorney. Yeah, I think he's worked on immigration law.
Said he didn't care about infringement. So if this were if this is about copyright, but it's not about copyright in that sense. He laid a trap. And you have to be blind not to see it. This infringement stuff, and I want to be clear, right? Like, I don't have a problem with him suing these people because they're infringing, obviously, maliciously, totally, 100%. But don't sell us this whole a principled stand for the reaction community. Because a principled stand for the reaction community wouldn't include XQC. That's what I mean.
When I was 5. Up next is Denims.
Oh, wow.
And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street.
Did he put that in the filing?
Not only did she share react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content and it was her room and nobody else's. Judge, did you know that we're on Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm going to stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow.
No, it's not. Entrapment is... First of all, I don't even know if there's civil entrapment. But this is like a strict liability offense. So intent is not looming large. And yeah, I don't think that it's relevant at all that he wanted them to infringe so he could sue them. I don't know. I don't have any basis to believe that that is relevant or is a saving grace at all. You're not.
Again, he said that the Denims, commentary about like, thank you for ethically watching this, not giving Ethan any views. That is relevant, but somehow Ethan you know, being like, I've got set a trap and it's, you know, this brilliant plan of mine came to fruition. Oh, you know, him doing his supervillain stuff is not relevant. I think they're both relevant in the same way. They're, like he said, it's not dispositive. It's not gonna, you know, none of the, you know, fair use issues or the infringement issues are gonna hang, you know, particularly on either of these matters, but it is going to affect, it can be presented in court and it will potentially affect the attitude that the judge and or jury have going into this. Maybe Wes Craven should sue Ethan. There we go. This is the whole thing. He's opening up a Pandora's box. Emily French, that was a very apt comment, right? Because what he's doing here is opening up a Pandora's box, and he doesn't know what's going to get out before he shuts it, right? And at some point, you know, you could be at the, you know, look, if like you take fair use, or if you take, you know, copyright infringement to its extreme, then even Ethan using the Sonic ring sound from one of the Sonic games, right, becomes, you know, that's not anything that anybody's worried about, because it's like less than a second. It's like a fraction of a second, right? And in general, if you're, you know, do an audio clip of something, yeah, like Ethan, what Zach's not going to have a job, right? If we get the maximalist interpretation of copyright law by this judge, which could happen, and if it goes to an appeals court, it could set a precedent, right? Then even like Zach's sound drops, right, are not going to be okay anymore. You're not going to be able to play, you know, the weird noise from the TikToker that sounds animalistic that like no, like, right, sorry, that's the TikToker's intellectual property. You can't play that. You're going to get sued. Zach's going to be off the show. Zach is going to be no more. The moral of the story is, if you go to a different country, don't fall for the honey trap. Wait, are you saying about Ethan or about me? Am I going to fall for the honey trap? What is the honey trap for me?
You're not supposed to use the judicial process for some kind of malicious prosecution, but he's not really doing that here. There's an underlying infringement.
Oh yeah, Deb says Nightmare on Denim Street. So it can't be normal shit to put in a suit. Absolutely, this is not a standard suit. This is weird shit. It's supposed to be formal. It's supposed to be very buttoned up. And this is a fucking meme. This whole fucking filing is a goddamn meme. And watch it kind of dawn on Pisco, like what kind of liberties Ethan's lawyer or ChatGPT or whoever the fuck wrote this shit is taking. Right? It does kind of seem like it could be Ethan. Like it could be ChatGPT. The way it's written.
That is very easily a colorable claim. And so I don't think everyone who's saying entrapment, I think that's pure copium. That's just me though.
Subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content. Your content? The Queen of Self.
So chat, the other thing that I want to like draw a line under is that although I'm criticizing Pisco's reaction because I think there's some kind of lazy things that he's doing, I think he's taking Ethan's word for it way too much. Even with all that criticism, you know, which I think is valid about Pisco, just notice the reaction of his audience. Notice like how he is like he's got a fucking target on his back now with the DGGers, right? They are coming after this guy over what I think are like overly mild takes, right? His whole commentary is that I think Ethan's full of shit when he says that he's doing this for the good of the commentary space, for the good of reaction, right? He's doing this for a noble cause, or that these three are the people that most deserve to, you know, they're the worst of the worst, right? That doesn't hold any water in Pisco's analysis of this, and that's what Pisco's getting, you know, lit up for by people on that side of the fence. So interesting.
Included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then
Gila's the honeypot, yeah.
Sits silently for another couple of
When
minutes.
do I get my honeypot?
It's eating.
Wake up, Ethan.
And hopefully,
Wake up.
When I'm back, they're done with this.
Wait, really? Holy fuck, you guys are idiots.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it since he can.
Wow.
Wait, not this guy, Ethan's lawyer? Wait, this is not Ethan's lawyer. Rom, what's his name, chat? Is Ethan's lawyer. This is Pisco. He is a, I call him DGG's lawyer. but because he's a Lawtuber that was a Destiny Orbiter. I don't know what the current status of that is. I messaged him before the stream, and he knows that he's free to come on here if there's anything that I got wrong and correct me. But yeah, he was a Destiny Orbiter for a certain amount of time. I'm not sure if he's, cut those ties or not. But yeah, he's on the DGG side of things, and he is not impressed with Ethan's moral claim. Now, he is granting the validity to the lawsuit and saying that he thinks the lawsuit will win. But notice what he's predicating that take on, right? It's all based on the idea that Denims, Frogan, etc. did not do transformative content. Ethan has portrayed what their reactions were like, but of course these are Ethan clips. So what Pisco hasn't done before coming to this conclusion is actually watch Denims' content, Frogan's content, Kaceytron's content to see if indeed it is as transformative as he is assuming it to be, right? So so Pisco being kind of lazy, making some assumptions that I don't know what the basis for them are, right? Like I said, I don't know what the relationship between Pisco and Denims is, if they've ever gotten into fights, if there's, any sort of jealousy over Denims' career taking off first, or I literally don't know. It's all speculation. It's all speculation. So I can't say anything definitive about that, but I do notice that he is way more skeptical of Denims than he is of Ethan, and I think that's a problem.
Oh. If you want to watch it, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me.
Oh, Emily French, you were talking about his actual lawyer. What is that guy's name? Rom or something?
Financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at
more than Ethan had watching his stream that day, I believe.
Title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan content nuke watch.
Joel gave a super chat. Oh my gosh, chat. Sometimes super chats, they're supposed to do they're supposed to notify me when they happen, and sometimes they don't. And if I'm not looking in the right place, I will miss it entirely. So let me thank you, Joel, for the super chat. Joel says this does explain why Ethan keeps pausing and injecting. And also, chat, if you see me miss something like that, let me know. That is the right thing to do, because like sometimes they just don't they don't show, they don't make a noise and they don't pop up. So I wouldn't know otherwise, right? It does explain why Ethan keeps pausing and injecting shitty non-jokes and dumb comments into everything he reacts to. Interesting. Like the Vadim video. That means I'm safe too, Chad. I'm always talking about my hair. Do you remember when we had that commenter that was mad at me for talking about my hair? They were like, I don't give a fuck about your hair. You keep on shouting out your hairstylist. I was like, hey, leave the hairstylist alone. She's like the best. I've never had a hairstylist this good. Don't talk shit about my hairstylist. But I guess maybe that keeps me safe from getting caught. Although that was one of the things that White Nervosa complained about when she tried to get me. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch to More Bear. More Bear, you just got jellyfished? Yeah, you got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Yeah. So part of White Nervosa's complaints were that I was talking, I believe, about my pussy or something. I don't know. She didn't actually say that. But I know I talk about a lot of stuff like offhanded. I don't remember what she was complaining about, but she was, part of her complaint was that I was off topic, that sometimes I would pause it and I would talk about something more pertinent to chat and myself than to the content that I was reacting to. But anyway, I don't know. I think that's still transformative content. It definitely makes it harder for, my reaction to substitute for Xander Hall's video, which is crazy. If you're a Xan fan, of course you're going to watch Xander Hall's video. You don't have an extra hour and a half to spend, watching me insult your favorite edgy boy Messiah. You want to watch the Xan video, right? Feel the same here. More bear. Am I pronouncing it correctly? I'm pronouncing everything French now, including Grige. It's actually Grieg, apparently. Wait, I'm just catching up now. Why is the content nuke, why the content nuke was so lazy? It's because it is literally just bait for Denims and Frogan. I mean, that's what he's saying. I don't know whether to give... Look, I'm not going to take Ethan's word for it. Unlike Pisco here, and unlike tomfoolery, who we'll maybe get to later, because that's who Pisco ends up debating. Although the Hutch debate is kind of calling my name too, chat. Which debate do you want?
Party.
Oh my God, chat! It's taking so long getting through this that we're never going to get to that.
Wow. The fair use analysis, just one of the reasons why I think intent is not a really good distinguisher here is one of the fair uses factors is like.
Ooh, do you think the person that was complaining about talking about your hairdresser, which was around the content nuke time, was an undercover H3 stan trying to get you to stop interjecting so you would get sued too? I don't think I'm on Ethan's radar. I've never seen anything. I mean, we did have somebody come in here yesterday that said they were going to report me to Ethan. But I don't see why he'd pay attention to that. I still think it was bait for Hassan. Yeah, no, I think there's a good chance of that, Joel. Yeah. Anyone that gets found by an H3 stan will be reported back to H3 headquarters immediately. That's right.
Like the market.
We're in trouble, chat. No, I have noticed there's more comments, right? So look, I gotta, okay. Chat, should I activate the super soldiers? Should we do this? I don't usually do this because in general, it is more useful to pull the community back rather than push the community forward, right? When somebody's being an asshole, I don't really have to tell the, are we allowed to request vids to add to the poll? You are allowed to suggest things. I don't know when I would be able to get to them, but I don't know if you could get enough. If you name something that everybody's like, oh hell yeah, let's watch that. Then what am I gonna say? So I guess maybe, but it's got to be good. Skeleton Queenie, it's got to be really good. But yeah, what I'm trying to say, chat, is that it might be useful for the near future for you to check the comments on the videos after the VOD is done, right? The video, so you're making comments right now, you're chatting, right? But the comments below the video are not your chat. The comments below the video will be comments that took place after the VOD is over. So, or I don't know, maybe you can leave them right now, right? But regardless, chat, what I'm saying is that maybe check the VODs after the fact. And if you're the argumentative type, there may be some Fupa Troopas in the comments for you to argue with. If that's fun for you, I don't want to put this on you like it's a duty. You know, you're not responsible for like fighting my battles for me. But in general, some pushback in the comment section is probably appropriate. Now, I'm saying this just knowing that you know, like I'm gonna need to put this genie back in the bottle at some point, right? This is not a permanent standing army that we're mobilizing. We're not, you know what I mean? I don't want this to be like the way it always is, but like for now, as long as the H3 Fupa Troopas are targeting my comment section, I think it's appropriate for you to target them with your ire, as long as you're not crossing the line, you're not like trying to, you know, connect them with their real life, you know what I mean? You're not doing crazy stuff like, you know, no doxing, no harassment, the stuff that you should know. If you're part of my community, you already know this. You're not like that, right? But I just gotta say, I gotta drive that home anyway, just so nobody gets the wrong idea. All right, you know, don't fuck with anyone, don't harass anyone, but you are allowed to mock, as Sam Cedar says, you are allowed to mock them on the internet. You have every right to mock them on the internet. There you go, chat. I'm giving you the right to mock them on the internet. Is that okay? Can we stick to that? You cannot deactivate me. I once activated. You want us to activate, just temporarily, hopefully. I don't know if chat likes him or wait, keen on watching. Tyler's take on the lawsuits. Well, I did see a little bit of Tyler's. God, what was it? I think I saw a Tyler video recently, and he had some good points.
Substitution factor kind of deal. And the fact that this is happening so close in time to the release, and you're doing it basically concurrently with the release, is another factor that cuts against any good argument of fair use here. I mean, there's just no colorable fair use argument that I can think of here. So this is, to me, it's a pretty open and shut infringement. I'm just saying, like, the rationale behind who you're suing, who you're not suing, from the perspective of defending the reaction community, that doesn't make any sense. I understand why you go after these people, right? They're the most malicious. They're the most blatant. So there is a reason to target these people as opposed to other people. Just don't sell me that it's this principled stance for the reaction community. That's what I don't buy. But I think that there are plenty of ways, neutral ways, to justify going after these people as opposed to other people. So I'm not saying that there are no reasons to target these people. But the fact that he says, I set this as a trap, and also the fact that he's trying to sell himself as like protecting the reaction community, that doesn't pass the smell test, not one bit.
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
It's fair use. Now, Denims, of course, always delivering the goods. She went on this dude's podcast.
Wait, Vio was a good egg before Ethan got her banned. Wait, who did Ethan get banned? Ethan reacted to the iDubbbz video right after it dropped. Yep. Yes, he did.
To debate fair use. And would you...
look, like, he's really opened himself up to a lot. And I hope he reaps the whirlwind from this, because he deserves every bit of that whirlwind. He's like chat, do you think that Ethan has ever said something like, thank you for watching my reaction to this video, instead of giving, I don't know, maybe Vosh's context video views, maybe Keffel's video? You know what I mean? He's been a lot of beefs with a lot of people. Oh, Vio was on the panel with Frogan and others for Hummusgate. Wait, did Vio get permanently banned or something? For the Habibi Gate. Yeah. She got banned for, did she get banned for 30 days or did she get permanently, did she get permad? She didn't even say anything on the panel. Damn, temporarily banned for 30 days. It's still bullshit. And it does really hurt a content creator, right? Look, if you're a big content creator like Hassan, you can get up to a week ban and you won't get hurt by it. In fact, you might be helped by it. It might bring more attention to your name, right? But the smaller streamer that you are, the more those bans hurt, and the longer the bans are, something like 30 days for a smaller streamer is, you know, it's going to shrink your audience. I don't think there's any two ways about it. Banned for being an egg? She was just an egg. Oh my God. That's sad.
Would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating things in that podcast? The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React streamer. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views.
So
I only get, like,
shameless.
500 viewers. Like out what I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder.
Put your super chat towards more. I almost said muy Quiman, more Quiman.
Doesn't matter.
Whereas, like,
100%.
To like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part of the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the screen. But it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other
Did Tectone get banned for a year on Twitch? I know that he did get banned, and it sounds like it. Like there's a Quiman video that the title makes it sound like he's blaming Denims for getting banned. I don't know.
A lot of people go to watch streamers on
But here's
Twitch.
the problem, right? Like all this shit, it's a great little edit here because this is like all the things that she says are not present for what makes it okay are present in her stream, right? Like
the French is really coming out today.
It's a wonderful edit here because it's showing that she knows what are like at least some of the factors, some of the arguments here. So she's super malicious.
Does Ethan's video constitute fair use of Denims clips? Good question. Good question, right? It's so it's gonna look, the fact that he made it as a video means that, you know, he's got the luxury of time, he's got the ability to you know, pick and choose what he includes, and you know, in general, Ethan loves to cut those clips really tight so that he can make them seem to say what he wants them to say. In other words, he loves to decontextualize people in their clips, which I guess would cut towards like fair use, right? In that they're small clips. But yeah, like I think if you're going, look, I think that this can, and I think that this should bite Ethan in the ass. He's done a lot of React content. He thinks his shit don't stink. Let's get to work on that. Let's go to work on that guy. Let's go to work on his fucking catalog of content and see if indeed, because like on so much chat, so much that you hear Ethan harping about, you can find an example of him doing the thing that he's criticizing. It happens so much. So I'd be surprised if it wasn't true in this case too. And yeah, if he's gonna enact a lawsuit against Denims and Frogan and shit, I feel like it should be open season for everyone that Ethan has reacted to. Go and look at his reaction and ask yourself and you know, do you think this is transformative content? And if you suspect that it's not, maybe talk to a lawyer. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lawyer out there that was willing to take these cases pro bono, right? He's fucked around. He needs to find out. He needs to get a taste of his own medicine.
I'm not telling you she's not malicious. She's malicious as fuck. Here's the issue with this edit. Beautifully done edit. That's the same shit.
They have blurred full episodes to comply with the Kavkov law. Damn, we should have hit that before. Oh, no. So some of it will be lost to the ages.
XQC says. It's the exact same shit that XQC says all the time. I know because he's...
Those clips from the game show Wrong Sound are taken from a Chud Logic video, and Ethan is cropping out Chud's... Oh, this right here. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, Quimon noted this yesterday. I think we were watching a Quimon clip that this is... So, yeah, we're watching... What it looks like is Denims talking to JXE. This was during the original React Gate. Denims, JXE, you know, being like a victim of ReactGate, and Denims being, you know, perceived as an offender, right? So this is, you know, Denims' explanation. But Ethan did not get this from Denims' channel. Ethan did not get this from JXE's channel. He got it from Chud's channel. And if you were to scroll down, you'd see a little icon with a green miasma around it, which was Chud's old avatar, right? This is a Chud Logic video that Ethan has repurposed without giving any... Do you think Chud would... Chad, I fucking know this fucker. Should we talk to Chud? I wonder if he knows that Ethan Klein has freebooted his content. Like, if anybody's got standing to come after Ethan, to make Ethan find out after fucking around, it's probably Chud Logic. Right? Considering this is literally a Chud Logic video and he's representing it as I don't know. The only indication is you see up there suing 3 creators, right? I think you could probably you know, reverse engineer it back to Chud's channel via that, but he's not giving any kind of acknowledgement that this is a Chud Logic video. Chud Logic, your content is being stolen from you. How do you feel, Chud? How does that make you feel? All right, do you like it when people freeboot and monetize your content, or do you feel a little bit used? This is, yeah. Probably removing any content that is incriminating. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm sure he did not cross all his T's and dot all of his I's, though.
He said it in front of me. So give me a fucking break. It's the exact same arguments. So spare me. I'm sure you could get every single one of those points that XQC has said and put them into an edit.
For their React content, almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos. And they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Like,
From the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream.
Oh, wait. So wait, I think what Vadim was telling me was that it's not just the video that's from Chud Logic stream. It's also the like the X's, like the sound, like that like all of that is I think on Chud Logic's video, right? Is that what you're saying?
A very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the
I know. He argued with XQC about it, and I agree. But the principal thing then to do would be, don't defend XQC 2 minutes after you show him arguing. No, that's why I started this entire video, and you can go back on the VOD saying Ethan Klein has had a history of being very principled on this. I hope the irony isn't lost on anyone. The Pisco's reacting to H3, reacting to other content creator, reacting to H3's content. Yeah, I know. That is a level of, I don't know what kind of irony, but it is an irony.
Does he know he's reacting to Chud logic though?
So that's what I mean. Like, I understand, but for H3 to be consistent, right, he has to be like, he has to throw XQC under the bus a little bit, or at least admit, yeah, he's also a bad offender. I'm going after these people though because they're an even worse offender in this specific case. And I do.
The only rationale he's got for that is that they are criticizing me, and that's a bad look, Sweaty. That's a bad look, Sweaty. That's what I understood from Quiman. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I mean you know, Quiman knows Chud quite well. There's like a father and son, mentor, and mentee kind of relationship.
I do think that they're probably, I mean, I haven't seen XQC's reaction, but I assume that.
Yeah, here we are one level deeper than what Pisco was just describing. That's true. It doesn't feel like it though, right? Because they cut Chud out. They cut one of the streamers out, so you can't tell. It looks like Pisco's just, you know, reacting to this video, but he's actually reacting to Ethan Klein inserting Chud Logic, freebooting Chud Logic's content into his video, and Chud Logic is reacting to, I'm assuming this is like a Twitch VOD of Denims. Oh wow, look, chat, I would criticize the messy bed, but I'm looking over there and mine's even worse. All right, chat, I've got like oh my god, I've got estrogen on my bed right now. That's a mood.
These would be easier cases unless XQC's, well, that'll be, what if XQC just pressed play and didn't say anything? Then I think you have a problem. If you're Ethan, in terms of justifying going after these people on any ground besides that you don't like them. And that's already a pretty, like, you know, I'm giving Ethan the benefit of the doubt here. And if I'm being honest,
that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake. That's a ridiculous mistake to make.
It's like, he said he intended this to set a trap for specific people, right? And I'm meant to believe that what's driving him is some kind of neutral principle of analysis as opposed to the trappiness of what's happening. So I'm already giving him the benefit of the doubt. So I don't know. I just get it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's all I'm going to say.
People who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft, and you're a thief, and now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe.
It's not called theft. It's called copyright infringement.
You're a thief, and now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, you know, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open.
Well, not
well,
crimes,
there you have it.
Not crimes.
3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously.
Dude, so does XQC, dude.
Yeah, I keep it. Look, chat. I realize that we're running out of time here. I'm kind of tempted to push it forward and show you Pisco reacting to his chat. Show you the him reacting to Ethan's actual complaint, because that's when shit gets really crazy. That's where Pisco's like, "Holy shit! He put a picture of Adolf Hitler into the complaint." Yeah, that's right. Question of, was Denim's reaction transformative? And yeah, but like there's more good stuff here. There's more stuff. Like, it's dawning on Pisco. I think it's starting to dawn on Pisco, like, that he is not dealing with somebody that's coming at this with any kind of good faith.
So does XQC. Stop with this.
That's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Chud is British and streaming from there. Yeah, it might be a little weird with the international lawsuits. Generally do not happen because they're They're expensive and they're hard. Saying that he takes an interview with Denims from years ago about other situation and is acting like that it now 100% applies to how Denims reacts to Ethan's video now. Yeah.
To drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that.
What?
Take it to these. I think you're proper to promote the author part. If you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them,
okay,
to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that.
So you would never sue someone for doing like straight rips of XQC, or sorry, XQC doing straight rips of your content, barely doing anything. But here he's mixing in like the good faith commentary. Yeah, if there's good faith commentary, there's fair. So this is the conflation here that I don't
like this. I don't like where he's going with this, right? Look, if I am reacting to a video that I think is a good video, all right, and I did this with Pisco. I put Pisco's, so even somebody that I disagree with a lot on, if I think he's got some good points, right, I'm gonna link his channel. But when I'm reacting to somebody that I fucking hate, no way in fucking hell. I'm doing criticism, and that in and of itself is fair use, and it needs to be recognized as fair use. I don't look, chat. The law's the law. The justices are going to decide, or the judges are going to decide what the judges are going to decide. Even in the Supreme Court right now, there's really bad things happening when it comes to things like, you know, nationwide injunctions. Like they're making some really fucked up decisions right now, and you know there's more on the way. Does that make that shit right? If the justices decide that Trump cannot be held criminally liable for anything that he does in pursuance of his official duties as president of the United States, does that make that right? Are all the crimes that Trump committed okay? No, they're not. The morality doesn't change, right? Even if the courts fall into fucking darkness, right? That the morality doesn't fucking change. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. That the court's decision does not change that.
Agree with at this point, right? If there's good faith commentary intermixed, then it's not even a fair use issue. I'm sorry, it's not even infringement because it's fair use. So don't try to conflate, like, and then you can't sue, and you shouldn't sue. You shouldn't sue something that's fair use. You understand? I would never sue of course, I would hope you never sue something over something that's fair use.
Awesome, Pisco. So I'm glad you won't be suing me, even though I took a bathroom break. I took did I take like 1 or 2 bathroom breaks? I don't know, chat, at the beginning of this video.
The question is, as between the infringers, who do you sue and who do you not sue? As between infringers who are not having fair use, who do you choose to sue? That's the question. If it's fair use, it's fair use, and you shouldn't be suing people for fair use. The question is, people, and he said, I could sue these.
This woman deserves a butterfly? Are we at the butterfly? Oh, wait, I think we are. Wait. Did somebody just... No, we're at 9 out of 10. Oh my God. Oh, the goal ended?
These other people. So that's not fair use. You guys get me? The question isn't, as between non-infringers and infringers, who do you sue? Of course you sue infringers versus non-infringers. Question is, as between infringers, who do you sue? That's the question. And basically he's saying, if you link to my content, I guess I won't sue you. But then all this shit about protecting it from Disney, that stuff doesn't pass the smell test. No, but Jinx, this is what you're not understanding, right? I get it. Go after the infringers who are trying to hurt you in other ways. I understand it. Just be honest about that.
But that's such bullshit. Like, look, this just goes back into the thing, right? The real reason is because Denims did CPS, and anybody that's on that side is responsible for every bad thing that's happened to Ethan. They're responsible for his parents fucking mistreating him as a child, right? That's bullshit. And we got to recognize that as bullshit. This is parasocial garbage. And if you're fucking parasocial to a creep like Ethan Klein, you're fucking worthless. You have shown yourself to be worthless to humanity at that point. If you watch Ethan's content and you're like, oh yeah, no, that's really, I hated when they sent him the skulls and stuff, and then they tried to take his kids away just because his dog shit all over the place, and the kids, according to his own words, contracted giardia from that, right? Oh, how dare they try to protect the children from infectious diseases. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, let me see if I can I do, it's letting me do like a 30-minute goal, maybe? Let's see if this actually works. Can I do another butterfly goal? Start goal. Oh. It doesn't want me to.
But he had this whole time.
Yeah, criticism has got to be fair use, or else it's what's the fucking point?
About this is, I'm so worried, right? We're taking a stand because what's happening is I'm scared that one of these days, like, Disney's going to come in and sue these people, and it's going to leave awful precedent. That's what he said before. So that's what
it's
doesn't
garbage.
pass the smell test. Just be honest. I don't like these people.
Bullshit.
They're trying to hurt me in other ways. That's why I'm going after them and not these other people. But don't say it's because of the different, like, because if
I mean, he's right. That is Ethan's actual reason, right? What he's saying is that, like, someone called CPS on him, and therefore anyone who criticizes him is somehow culpable for that. This guy's fucking crashing out. This guy's not dealing with reality. This guy thinks he's being fucking gang stalked. He's fucked up, and somebody that loves him needs to do an intervention, but apparently nobody in his life fucking cares about him enough to do so, right? This is a fucked up guy that is having a fucking extended mental health episode, all right? That's what's going on here. And you dumb fucks are getting sucked into it. Your whole side of the aisle, your whole side of the team sports thing, right, are getting sucked into this with it. Oh yeah, no, that's really terrible how the entirety of his critics did CPS to him. That's really crazy how the entirety of his critics, everybody out there, sent him skulls. No, stop acting crazy, all right? Come back to reality. This is Ethan's delusion, not your delusion. You don't have to share it. The only reason that you're sharing it is this weird fucking parasocial phenomenon that's going on here. Yeah, it's paranoid. He's being paranoid, and his supporters are just like, they're not seeing it. They're seeing it. Oh no, he's saying the thing because it's the truth, right? No, he's saying the thing because he's paranoid, because he's not well.
Fear of setting bad precedent by these big corporations who don't care if you're linking to, like, Disney Plus. Like, imagine, right? Imagine Disney. You're like, no, Disney. I really promote your stuff, and I'm linking you to Disney Plus. I have the link to the Disney Plus right in my bio. That's not factoring into the decision of whether or not Disney or one of these big corporations is going to establish, like, bad precedent. So don't, like, it's just this.
Oh wait, chat. It did let me do another goal. Okay, you've got 30 minutes to put a butterfly in my hair. I don't know if it'll happen.
Try to justify what we already know.
It forced me to choose 30 minutes this time, though.
Right, and what we already know is he's suing these people because he wants to, because they're the biggest assholes to him, and he hates them, and he tried to set a trap for them. That's what's going on here. It's not this big principled stand on fair use. That's just what's not going on here. It's not to defend the reaction community. I can't, like, that to me is...
Chat, it seems like we're not going to have time to watch the, I really wanted to watch some of the... Pisco's done some debates, and I suspect from what I saw yesterday that his view on this is evolving. So please understand that, his view on this evolves throughout this reaction. I don't think he recognized how unhinged the filing, the court filing was, and how disingenuous and bad faith Ethan was. I think that he comes to recognize that as this video goes on, and has some slightly different opinions on things when he's debating Dom Fockery or Hutch or any of the other people that he's talked to. So
bizarre that anyone would believe that. I'm not saying he needs to sue everybody. No one's saying that. But don't try to sell me
what I wonder is, how do all other streamers get more content? How do they all get through more content, right, than me? How am I the one that is reacting the hardest of all? Like how is it that like I'm just like trying to like, right, this was an hour and some change, right? I should be able to get through that in like 2 hours max. Instead I've like taken 4 hours.
Justification that doesn't pass the smell test. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you, oh, if you sue one person, you have to sue every single infringer. No, that's fucking stupid. That's dumb. You sue the people who you hate the most, who are the worst infringers, who are people who want to hurt you. Yeah, that's fine. But don't tell us this is a principle.
Pisco, don't get sucked into his fucking world of insanity. People that want to hurt him. People that are against him. Suppressive people, Pisco? Are you a Scientologist, Pisco? Are you an Ethanologist? Please pull your head out of your ass before you get sucked into this cult. All right? This is pathetic. You're better than this, Pisco. You're better than this.
Stand for the purpose of protecting the reaction community. That's not true.
At least he's calling him out for that. I'll take it.
Quick peek at the filing, but this is
take it to these three absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video. You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement. I just have this to say.
Did he only sue?
See, this is the whole thing that he does, right? He does something incredibly just bald-faced hypocritical, and then he comments on the hypocrisy of like, now I know my critics are going to say this and this and this, so watch for this, right? And then it's like you don't even have to contend with that argument, right? You're just like, oh no, but I said the critics were going to say that, and you said that. Yes, Ethan, because it's the truth. Because it's the truth. Because you're a massive fucking hypocrite with zero self-awareness. That's the truth.
Women.
I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure that
Kaceytron wants to hurt Ethan. What the fuck?
When I win my lawsuits.
You don't care about whether you're a hypocrite? So this is what he starts with, right? Very clear visual here. For this stuff, which do you think XQC more falls in the camp of? The top or the bottom?
XQC is definitely a bottom. I mean, sorry, it's on the bottom of the chart. Nothing else. Just that he's the kind that just lets the original video rip without reacting much. That's all I was saying, Chad. I wasn't saying anything else.
Bro, I want to support.
I wasn't making any. I wasn't.
Forced attempts at nuance are too painful. Bro, what are you talking about? I'm giving you my real take. If you don't like it because you just want me to what? Regurgitate your fucking opinion at you? That's what you want me to do? Regurgitate for you what you believe. And
I mean, that's probably somebody's fetish.
You and give you my actual take. It's the bottom. All right. And let's see what does Ethan call the bottom type of video actually.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves essentially get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of
so he's adopting this position. He's calling them content thieves. People who do the bottom. He's saying this makes people mad, right? This is content.
Okay, so congratulations, Pisco. You have stumbled upon the most obvious thing in the world, that Ethan doesn't have any moral consistency. Congratulations, though, because everybody in your content sphere, see, that's a fact that seems to have escaped them somehow. At least you're recognizing this.
He's calling this situation thievery, the people who do the bottom. And we've just acknowledged that XQC fits the bottom.
A lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this, and no, it's not.
He calls it injustice. He says people who...
I mean, if the color fits, I mean, you know.
Bottom, what we just showed you, where we know that's what XQC does, he called it, quote, an injustice.
Not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show.
He calls XQC one of the prime suspects. That is to say, because we all know it, he does that shit. He is a purveyor of that injustice. One of the prime suspects of people doing this kind of shit is XQC. All right? And I'm following Ethan this entire time. You scroll back to this video. I say, yeah, Ethan has this history, this pattern. He's based. I believe him when he says this stuff. And I've seen him debate XQC on it. So up to now, I think Ethan Klein is completely based and correct. And I think that this is true.
To debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright?
Do you care at all about IP or copyright?
Or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal?
I love that he's finally drilling down on Ethan's inconsistency.
Does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
It flat out doesn't matter to me what the law says, whether I'm stealing or not.
watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your
Do
prime,
that.
then watch
Bro,
your prime
do
content.
it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get.
And this is him, Ethan, because it is his belief that this guy is.
I'm throwing up the Blue Sky link again, just in case we have any Blue Sky users and you want to go and hang out and maybe let some of the conversation about the Ethan Klein situation spill out onto the pages of Blue Sky. It'd be really helpful to me. I think it'd be really fun for you trying to cultivate a small community. I know I've got a lot of viewers that are on Blue Sky, so click that link if you want to. You can even listen to the stream at the same time as you opine, give your take on the situation over on Blue Sky.
Is a thief, and this whole reaction comes out of this debate.
I'm suing my Aunt Liz for stealing my nose all those years ago. For me, it was my granddad.
Oh, okay, sure.
We gotta all do the worm.
I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm.
And he's criticizing XQC.
See, the thing is that this was a funny incident. You know, XQC's a funny guy. He's a weird guy. Everybody commented on this at the time, from like Lance of the Serfs and, you know, Hassan, like, you know what I mean? And just like, I feel like everybody was funnier. I feel like everyone was funnier. Chat, I did put up another butterfly goal to give you another chance to maybe put a butterfly in my hair. We just barely missed it. And it's my fault because I didn't notice that like the time was getting away. Like I didn't notice when we were like coming down to 0 time. So it's definitely my fault that we didn't hit the butterfly goal because we were so damn close.
You see, and I'm with Ethan this entire time watching the video. Yeah, based.
Why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my...
So he's like, all right, he disagrees with him, but I'm not suing him.
Criticism, he's not a malicious infringer, but the ones...
He's not a malicious...
The clip set your dogs off every freaking time they like the squeaky noise.
Infringer? So he's purveying injustice. He's a prime suspect, but he's not malicious? I'm sorry, what? Absolute dog water. No one believes that whatsoever. If that is not malicious, I don't know what is. I don't care if I'm stealing or not. Fuck the IP, fuck the law. And you've heard him say much worse than that. He's not a malicious infringer? Well, then everything you said about injustice here, no one can believe you. You called this an injustice. Hang on. You called this an injustice. You said it was an injustice. He purveys the injustice. He doesn't care that he's doing it. And that's not malicious. He's not a malicious infringer. That is complete bullshit. And then, where does he do it? Let's see.
People like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream. My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent.
Yo! Oh shit, chat! I'm in an Ethan Klein video. Oh no! Look this again. Watch this again. I didn't notice this. Did we watch this video?
Hassan reacting to entire TV.
Watch this.
My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody.
Look at what is... Wait, no. Is it? Oh, it looked like me. Okay, no, that's a Spanish language streamer. Is he's looking at Twitch. Okay. Yeah, I thought for a second it looked a lot like, you know, it's like a figure with like a pink background surrounding them. It looked a little like my avatar. I don't think it is though.
And sets a devastating precedent.
Yeah, this is Twitch.
That could endanger our entire feed.
Okay, I mean it's a good thing. I do, for the record, I do not want to be in an Ethan Klein video.
That's his fear. His fear is that Disney and Sony come in and do a lawsuit that fucks with all of their rights. That's what he wants you to believe. So you tell me, what is more likely to trigger a lawsuit from Sony or Disney? The kind of shit that XQC does, or the kind of shit that Frogan et al. Just do? You tell me. XQC is bigger. XQC reacts to more mainstream stuff. That alone. So if you were actually concerned with the state of the reaction community and fear of chilling lawsuits from these big bad guys, we would be trying to police our own, the worst offenders. And the worst offenders absolutely includes XQC and friends. Fucking owned, all of you guys.
XQC, Asmongold, Sniper Wolf. Yeah, there's a, you know, usual suspects.
Destroyed, demolished. That said, these people are like very clearly infringers. Let's take a look at the lawsuit real quick. I don't have a problem with him suing them at all. Oh, they actually included the Nightmare on Denim Street. This is, oh my God. It's funny.
Yeah, XQC is Quebecois, yeah.
But it's cringe. This lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos. Dude, okay, so complete vindication for me. That's not what this lawsuit's about. That's not what this lawsuit's about. So I'm completely vindicated. He is pretending to be a savior. He has a savior complex. It's the first sentence. So everyone can absolutely...
Look, I'll give us the time until until the next butterfly goal expires, okay, which is in 14 minutes, and then I'll move to the bonus content if we haven't hit the butterfly goal. If we do, I'll extend the stream and I'll give you a little bit more Pisco. How does that sound?
Give me props for being completely right. If that's what this lawsuit was about, you would say, I'm not suing XQC because the cases are better against them, but XQC is part of the problem, right? You don't even have to sue XQC. I'm not even saying sue XQC. I'm saying you have to identify XQC as part of the problem. You can't say XQC is not part of the problem.
Okay, so we got a question in chat from the Twitch side of things. Who is Pisco? If you're just joining us, this is Pisco. He's a former friend of the VOD. Back in the day when I was young and naive and hung out in the same circles with Destiny orbiters such as Pisco. And, you know, he's never been anything other than nice to me, right? So I don't have any bad experiences with the guy. He's a Lawtuber now, and he started to kind of blow up. He's been on Crystal Kyle and Friends recently, and he's starting to appear on more mainstream news platforms. His Twitter is pretty large Twitter presence, etc. But yeah, he has been rolling in that DGG soup for a long time in the Destiny sphere of things. So and you know, like some of that is rubbed off on him, unfortunately. But yeah, he's an attorney and kind of a Lawtuber and also a political pundit, basically. That's my short answer for who Pisco is. Yeah, he's a Destiny orbiter, but he's always been the one sort of to the left of everybody else. Like him and Straighterade, I think, are the two leftmost Destiny orbiters, and that's a pretty low bar, honestly. But he is he's not irrelevant. He's not he's not erudite, right? He's not he's a little bit better than people like this, but at the same time, you know, he's taken Ethan's word for this way too much, and through the course of this react, he's starting to maybe see that as a mistake. Like he's starting to see maybe why you don't take Ethan Klein's word for anything as he reads this ridiculous, right? And this is the legal filing. This is what the Ethan Klein legal team filed for their lawsuit, right? And it is fucking unhinged. This is not how you do a lawsuit, right? You're seeing a picture of Denim's screen, Denim's background there. I guess you could argue that is demonstrating that she is not at the chair for this moment. It's not really proving that point, right? It's just a picture of her background, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's not standard. It's not formal enough. It's a little too memey. It's very memey, right? It's the kind of thing that you would put forward as like a manifesto, I think is what somebody said, rather than, so in other words, to convince people on the internet to be on your side of an issue, rather than something that you would file with a court, right? Because that stuff is supposed to be very formal and buttoned up, and the citations are a certain way, right? It's very standardized, the way that you file a legal case. And Ethan, whether it's because he himself wrote this crap, or he got his lawyer to write this crap, or if ChatGPT wrote this crap, right? He's filing something that is just, it's going to piss off potentially the judge.
I have to say, XCC is part of the problem. Over 7 years ago, the owners of plaintiff TED Entertainment established a legal standard for fair use reaction videos in Hassan Dai's. Yeah, we really appreciate that. TED Entertainment. As a genre, reaction videos vary widely. Bro, Where are the pin sites? Where are the pin sites? You don't pin site the quote? Uh-oh. That's going to trigger me. Reaction videos like quote like the Klein video that interpose short segments, emphasis added, constitute fair use. Wait a second. Where's the pin sites? So the citation's fucked. They're not blue booking. Did they italicize this period? I can't.
Justin Jones, the copyright infringement can be established whether or not the person intended to infringe or not. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So what that means effectively is that Denim's statement about like, you know, giving views to me instead of to this horrible video is not going to fly in court, right? That's a statement that goes towards establishing intent. That doesn't matter. Ethan may very well win this lawsuit. This area of law, copyright, is not very well established. In fact, the only precedent for a case like this comes from a case from way back in from like 10 years ago with Ethan Klein as the defendant in it. That was when the bold guy sued Ethan and H3, and Ethan won, establishing kind of some breathing room for reaction content, right? Some breathing room for the idea of fair use. Now he's kind of turned against everything that he used to stand for. And yeah, you live long enough, you become the villain, not the Bob villain, not like a cool villain, not like a righteous villain, but just kind of a scumbag villain that is an affront to everything that everything good that he ever used to stand for. So that's where we're at right now. We're getting into this is the legal briefing itself. And just take a look at as Pisco, a lawyer, is going to look at these legal briefing and kind of compare it for you against what the expected format, what the standardized format, the way that lawyers file legal briefings, right, is very standardized, right? This filing is not conforming to that standard. It may actually be an impediment towards Ethan's case, or it may not. What I'm saying, chat, and I need you to understand this, there's every chance that Ethan wins this case if it goes to trial. There's every chance that he wins this case. I haven't watched the 5 hours Denims reaction. I haven't watched the however long Frogan and Kaceytron reacted. We saw little bits and pieces of that in Ethan's video itself. Obviously, he represented those reactions in a way that's favorable to his narrative. So I can't say, you know, whether, you know, that it's you know, like how transformative it seems. But chat, you could get a ruling from the judge that says transformative schmansformative, all right? You're not allowed to re-upload any portion of somebody else's content. In other words, you could get a ruling on this, especially if it goes to appeal, especially if it gets, if Ethan loses and then he appeals this, if this goes to an appeal court and they find in his favor, that judge could rule that you just can't do that any reaction content could get you sued. And that is going to kill off a whole genre, right? Will die because of Ethan Klein. The genre that he sort of helped, like I said, helped give some breathing room to, helped birth in certain ways, right? Could be killed off through Ethan's fucking ego. And I think that's a little sad, personally.
If not,
Cher was not even from her content nuke reaction. She was watching an H3 live stream. Oh yeah, this was the countdown to Apocalypse or whatever Ethan called it. I think he did put that in the case as well, though.
Point deducted. The problem here with having this is,
are these filed as separate cases? Yes.
You don't know what's emphasis added, what's not, right? Is emphasis added just for this? Is emphasis added just for that? So really, really shitty citations in terms of the format of the citations, in my opinion. This case involves a group viewing session hosted by defendants. I agree with that. The moderators heavily promoted this. Yes, true.
I agree that calling it a watch, what did she call it? Like a watch together. What was the word that she used in her title? But yeah, the thing that she there's some stuff that she said. There's some stuff that she did that really does, you know, it's gonna maybe come back to bite her if this goes to trial. I would hope a watch party. Thank you. Yeah, I think it was called a watch party. Accurate explanation of timelines. That's not legal. The first thing the judge did it refuse the case. Oh, Wait, when Ethan was first sued, Triller sued like 10 different entities. The judge refused the case and asked to disjoint. This was the Cav case, the one that he settled, the one that he waved the white flag to and settled with Cav. Yeah, I think you're right, Chad. It's a watch party.
Badly formatted footnote. They profited, like most lazy reaction videos, peppers her group with primarily brief and sporadic observations. They'll watch long, unadulterated portions of the works to give surface level. That's a good citation. I like this. Other times, Denims commentary has little to no critical bearing on the style or substance of the works.
We got 5 minutes left on the butterfly goal. I'll watch Pisco for that much longer. If we don't hit any more, if we don't hit the butterfly goal or get further on the super chats, I'll go ahead and do the bonus content at that point. Again, chat, I wanted to show you a debate between Pisco and a absolute craven Destiny dick rider that like owes his whole I don't want to get into. We're probably not gonna get into it, sadly. Is what I'm coming up to. As well as the Hutch debate, which happened today. There's just not enough hours in the day somehow, chat. I don't know how people do it. I've gotta talk less. I've gotta like yap less, right? And then maybe I'll actually be able to get through a decent amount of content, have shorter segments that I can upload to my YouTube.
Wait, the works include what, actually? The works include the content nuke and then the show episode. Got it. On the rare occasion when Denims does provide sporadic or brief commentary, she spreads misinformation that is refuted. Okay, that's not relevant, but I guess part of the story. On the rare occasions when she actually shows the factual basis for her claim, her statements are refuted by the cited source itself. Such misinformation fails to serve copyright's goal of enriching public knowledge. Yeah, but come on. Empty chairs at empty tables. This lawsuit is to hold Denims accountable. And the H3 Snark mods accountable? Are they parties? Oh, they are parties. Yo, actually sued the Reddit mods.
Wait, Justin, I'm not sure what that's attached to. Plus criticism. It sounds like there was a comment before that comment. Not seeing it. Criticism, comment, research, and news reporting are specifically noted as fair use. So I don't think it's as open and shut as people think. Yeah, Pisco seems to be assuming it's fairly open and shut, but he's also like, he hasn't watched the Denims react, right? He's just taking Ethan's word for it. And again, this is something that I see him chide other YouTubers for when he debates them, right? He's calling them out for taking Ethan's word for it. And here he is doing the same thing, right? If you like the part that he's missing for the conclusion that he makes, which is he's saying it's a pretty open shut place. This is why I don't agree with him. Now, chat, I'm not saying that I think it's the other way. I don't think it's open and shut for Denims. I don't think this thing is going to get anti-slapped or dismissed or anything like that, right? The only way that this case gets dismissed is if the audience, the overall YouTube audience, makes it untenable for Ethan to do this. If YouTube wakes up, becomes aware of this, and takes the point of view that what Ethan is doing here is silencing his critics, which he is, then there might be a way to shame him into dropping the case. Other than that, chat, if it goes to trial, I think it's like 50-50. I don't think this is established law. The only precedent that exists is a case involving Ethan Klein from years before, and there is every chance that Ethan could win this case. I don't think it's a slam dunk as Pisco thinks, and I think what Pisco is missing is that he hasn't watched Denims' reaction. He hasn't watched any of their reactions, and he's making the assumption that Ethan's representation of the reactions as being useless and worthless and not transformative is accurate. He's taking Ethan's word for it, which I think is a huge mistake, and that's where I'm disagreeing with him. But I still do think there's every chance that Ethan could win this lawsuit, and I even think that if there is there's a way in which this lawsuit could get decided that is bad for all of content creation, chat. This Ethan Klein could bring about an apocalypse of reaction content, could kill off the genre that he helped to create. He helped to give some breathing room through his defense against the bold guy when he got sued for reacting to a YouTuber back in the day.
Insane. Hilarious. He's suing the Reddit mods.
Yeah, Pisco does get into I think he gets into there's like 4 components to what makes something transformative.
Let's do more Reddit mods. The alt-left's answer to Kellyanne Conway. Guys, not in your fucking complaint. Save it for the stream. So unprofessional. This is formatted so shittily. Again, these are fucking nitpicks. You guys can get mad. This is my reaction. Shocking.
Something else I want you to keep in mind is that if this does go to trial and if Ethan does win, that doesn't mean he's right. All right. A lot of people are reacting as if the courts are the final moral arbiter. The courts are not a moral arbiter. The courts in the United States are fucking out of control, right? Especially when it comes to copyright law, right? They have not really set up a system that makes sense. And we all know what the courts are doing in terms of their lack of acting as guardrails for the presidency, right? The United States is a fucked up country. It is a empire on the precipice of its own dissolution. And the courts it's not a healthy system. It's not a healthy democracy. It's teetering on the brink of authoritarianism. And you should not take the decision of the courts as being a moral guidepost. That's not what it is. If Ethan wins this case, he's still wrong. He's still morally in the wrong. This is still a scumbag, hypocritical thing to do. And it doesn't change the fact that he is crashing out and, apparently just very paranoid to the point where instead of regarding it as someone out there called CPS after hearing my fucked up story where I imply that my children were crawling on the fucking floor with Giardia infected dog shit in it, right? Instead of just thinking, well, somebody out there called CPS on me, he is acting as if everyone who is against him or who disagrees with him has called CPS. Instead of just there's like somebody out there that sent skulls to my house, it's everybody sent skulls to my house, right? He is delusional and paranoid and in a horrible state of mind. And if he had anyone in his life that truly loved him, they would intervene and stop this fucking embarrassing crash out from happening. They would pull him off the fucking internet. But that apparently nobody gives a fuck about him other than the cash cow that he is as the owner of H3 Productions. So
Left's answer to Kellyanne Conway, Denims. This is also false. No one knows who this person is outside of the online sphere. Denims
I mean, it's also false that Denims is the left-wing Kellyanne Conway. That's a pretty wild thing to say. You also see him using the term alt-left here. Which is, if you want to understand what he means by that, right? It's basically, when Cenk Uygur says the max left, this is Ethan Klein's max left, right? It's the thing is that he wants to think of himself as on the left, even though his viewpoints on Israel-Palestine are extremely right-wing. In fact, he is to the right of a lot of right-wingers at this point on Israel-Palestine. He is finding himself with strange bedfellows such as the Quartering, Asmongold, etc. And he still wants to see himself as being on the left. Well, how does that make sense when the entirety of the left is against him and only right-wingers are supporting him? Well, Ethan then says, well, so not the real left. This is the alt-left. You know how we got the alt-right, the Trump supporters? The real right is David Brooks, apparently. Liz Cheney, people who are not relevant, people who have no constituency. That's the real right. And the Trump right is just an aberration. It's just the alt-right. It's just something kind of crazy happened with conservatives and don't worry, we'll get back to brunch whenever, right? Whenever this fever dream fucking ends. And then he wants to portray it as like, well, it's equal on the other side. There's also the alt left, right? You know, the real left are liberals who are, you know, that's a capitalist philosophy it's not a left viewpoint, right? But, you know, the real left are liberals. And then everyone to the left of that, everybody who has a meaningful critique of capitalism is alt left, is the equivalent of the Charlottesville Tiki Torch Parade. It's sad. It's sad that Ethan Klein has come to this point. And we are running out of fucking time.
As a revolutionary from the... Okay, now I'm starting to... This is an unhinged filing. It probably will pass a motion to dismiss because it's almost certainly...
Lawyer fees are only awarded if the infringement is considered heavily egregious. It's not normally awarded. There may be the statutory damages, right, that he can claim given that he registered this shit with the Library of Congress. I don't know if that includes lawyers' fees, but it's a heftier sum than what would normally be awarded, right? So yeah, I mean, if he wins this, it could be bad for it could be really, really bad for Denims and company, but it could also be bad for all of React content. It might end React content as we know it, which would be super ironic considering that, yeah, Ethan and his case against the bold guy was at the forefront of creating this space for reaction content.
Infringement, but it's unhinged. It's actually more professional than some of the president EOs. It's actually more professional than our president's filings as well.
Ethan is a wackadoodle on a grudge-setting mission. I mean, that's one way to describe it.
How did a serious lawyer write this? Because they wanted to meme, I guess. No, I think this, I think that this will go someplace. I don't think this is a dead case at all. I think that this is a very good case.
So there's another Destiny orbiter, Lycan. This was Destiny. So we got Destiny's lawyer. Just kidding. It's not actually Destiny's lawyer, but the DGG's Lawtuber. Let's just call Pisco that. And we got DGG's cook in Lycan disagreeing with him, I guess.
Infringement. You don't need to do this, but it's because...
Yeah, it's weird. I always forget this. There are several figures in DGG that are like a little bit to the left of the rest of them. A little bit less, anti-woke, anti-SJW than Destiny, are relevant, erudite, and the like.
Part of this is PR and part of this is legal filing, but I don't think that this kind of, maybe you can motion to strike it because it's so like unneeded, but even then lawyers are given quite a bit of leeway in terms of how they want to characterize.
Yeah, the damages that he can get might be minimal because there are tiny creators. I don't know.
Things. And so I think it's very unprofessional.
I don't know how that works, right? We're going to have a lawyer comment, an attorney comment on, if you can squeeze, what is the phrase? If you could squeeze, like blood from a stone or whatever, a dry,
maybe it's
like a,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
A lot of his stupid, yeah, exactly. Sleepy Side. I was talking about that earlier. Like what he does is React content. It's not good React content, but it is React content nonetheless. Miku's headphones, I think it's absolutely a dead case. It's written like a manifesto. Yeah, so Pisco does comment on that. This is the filing, right? And the filing's ridiculous. The filing is a clown show, right? But his overall takeaway is that he thinks that because... So what Pisco ends up saying at the end of this piece of content, and again, understand this is not necessarily representative of Pisco's view right now. For that, I'll have to either bring him on to talk to him, or we would have to go over some debate. Since at this point, it seems like it makes more sense to try to get him on, especially since I went so hard on him that maybe, look, the door's open. I've let him know, he's welcome to come on and have a chat if he wants to. No pressure though. Isn't Destiny a pedophile as well? I don't think there's proof of that. He is, he has said some weird things about like like, for instance, his viewpoint on Loli is such that I don't think he thought that Vosh did anything wrong. with his taxes folders. So he's definitely got some takes that lend themselves to being like, you know, sympathetic towards that sort of thing. But I don't think there's any, the proof that we have is, I guess, of him being a creep, right? Is him releasing NSFW material of himself with people he's been intimate with without their consent, right? So that part, I think, is something that he's effectively admitted to, whereas the, you know, question of his other you know, sexual predilections is I can't really speak one way or the other, and I don't want to get sued, so I just know he has some very suspect takes. Let's just leave it at that. He's got sus takes. Dude has sus takes, right? Never watched him, to be honest, because he gives me bad vibes. Yeah. Ethan is one bad news away from doing a mass event. Damn. Might be possible for Denims to get her lawyer fees covered, but I think the bar is for that will be very high. If someone can get access to a copy of Goldstein on copyright, there's an entire section on damages. I think Ethan is like a horrible totem that gains more power. I don't think it's us doing it, Dr. McRib. I don't think that, you know, maybe Hassan talking about him gives him some power. I don't think I have that. I don't think I'm big enough to have that kind of effect yet.
Effective in this day and age to like type like an unhinged person. She's a prolific purveyor of misinformation and speaks with great confidence on topics where her knowledge leaves much to be desired. This feels like Ethan wrote that line. Denims repeatedly inserts herself into public controversies by employing poor judgment, knee-jerk contrarianism, and a consistent impulse to defend the indefensible, including copyright infringement, terrorism, and extreme. This is so cringe. Stick to the fucking case, guys. This is so cringe. Denims is one of the most loyal and ardent defenders of Hassan Piker, the most prominent alt-left streamer on Twitch. Much like
yeah. So you can see this thing is very online. This reads like a Destiny manifesto, honestly.
Just engage in fair game. You cited Wikipedia for fair game definition?
I'm sorry, but if anybody's doing Scientology fair game, if anybody's declaring suppressive persons, that would be the H3 community, right? There is some Scientology shit going on. It's not from this side of the fence, though.
Why do you need to do this simile? This is shocking. Denims ruthlessly attacks.
I think ChatGPT put together that simile, Pisco. Like, there's a lot of this filing like reads like some bullshit that ChatGPT would throw together.
Abandon anyone who disagrees with her or Hassan. She parrots Hassan's style, rhetoric, and content strategy.
The only thing that's cutting against me thinking this is ChatGPT is I don't know if ChatGPT could manage the level of aggrievement that Ethan displays, right? I think like with this stuff like this, it's kind of given Ethan told his lawyer to wrote this out and told his lawyer to, you know, publish it as is, which would be crazy and maybe indicates, I don't know, maybe he's not serious about taking the lawsuit all the way. I'm not sure. They use ChatGPT so often on the H3 podcast, it's genuinely shocking.
Should strike these. This is so... None of this is factually relevant. As such, he has assumed a leading role in Hassan's, quote, waiting room, a collective of streamers who cultishly follow Hassan and parasitically leech off of his audience by streaming before and after him. Denims read Osama bin Laden's letter to America. She frequently expressed... What does that have to do with infringement of your content nuke video? All of this shit should be stricken. This is getting to the point, I think, of being like, I don't know if it's sanctionable, probably not, but insane. Balenciaga, BDSM. This is so bad of a filing. Imagine you're reading this and you have no idea who the fuck these people are. You're just like, isn't this an infringement case? This is such a shitty filing so far. Her prior beliefs, her beliefs about infringement, they're not at issue in the case. I just don't know what it matters. My chat is triggered. Would adding the irrelevant commentary upset a judge? I think it might, yeah. Imagine you're a judge, like an old boomer, 80-year-old judge trying to follow this. It's just fucking mess. Just stick to the video. There is this video. Ethan, I registered the video. On this date, this has happened. On this date, this happened. This is what the video does. This is what the reaction is. The reaction was done on the same day. Like, why are we starting with, like, the Kellyanne Conway? It's just... It would...
Buffy Geek, maybe that comment, you might want to just... If you can delete that particular comment, right, you might want to do that. It's not using the word, it's not the word Zionist that gets you in trouble. It's like the, Zionist blah, blah, right? To my knowledge, right? And maybe like, I know like a, if you call somebody a Zionist something or other, right? That, that's when Twitch, but just to keep our chatters safe and just to keep our chat safe, it might be a good idea. It's not your fault, Sleepy Side. Twitch is just redonkulous sometimes, but I just know that I know if it's a Zionist something or other, right? You can get in trouble for that. And then I think if you put like a modifier on Zionist, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It's just what Twitch just does is they get pressure, and they do anything they can to relieve the pressure, right? So in this case, they're like, okay, ADL, we will ban, and it becomes very subjective, right? It becomes very subjective, like what is and is not a, crossing the line, and that makes it dangerous, right? And how it basically ends up is that the more people that complain, the more likely that Twitch is to do something that it knows to be unjust. Just like they did with the Sabra panel, right? They have to have known that was bullshit, and yet those streamers got a 30-day ban.
It would piss me off reading it if I'm a judge. Now, I know some of these people, but like imagine you don't know who Shoe on Head is. You don't know what Balenciaga is. You don't know why Ariel Sharon matters to this infringement.
Yeah, it's literally Ethan that did this. That's true, or he was at least part of making it happen.
You don't know what the Osama bin Laden, it's just very tough to follow if you're not terminally online. And also, I have to say, in my opinion, irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's relevant in terms of the public discussion on it for sure, but to the specific case of infringement, I just don't understand what the relevance is. Okay, so previously she has said that she doesn't give a fuck about infringement. Got it. Why is that relevant, right? Does the fact that she doesn't give a fuck about infringement have any tendency to prove one of the necessary elements in this case? No. The question about whether this video exists isn't at issue. It's undisputed. She made a reaction video. It will be undisputed. So her tendency to infringe is not relevant. It's all so bad. And I don't think it's effective as a piece of legal writing. I don't think it's effective rhetorically. I'm going to give you my honest take. Background of H3 Snark. H3 Snark is a part of a genre of message boards known as subreddits on the website Reddit. Just imagine imagine the judge assigned this as some 80-year-old fucking Reagan appointee, right? There's a Snark message board of a subreddit on a Reddit, and you just got linked, and you were supposed to really watch all the such a mess. H3 Snark was created by a fanatical Trisha Paytas fan. Trisha Paytas, Doe number 1, became a Fallen fan when the TEI series Frenemy.
He just used the phrase Fallen fan. That is such inside baseball. God damn it. No one outside the H3 community knows what that means.
I'm already... Can you just imagine a boomer trying to get through this?
And also, it's like a very culty thing. It's like saying suppressive person, Chad. That's what Fallen fan means. It is the H3 cult equivalent of Scientology's notion of the suppressive person.
The Frenemies show. Someone who does no idea who Trisha Paytas is, who has no idea what Frenemies is. It's hilarious. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm not saying that. It's just a fucking mess and disaster of a filing on a very strong case. I'm not even 40 and I don't understand it. H3 Snark has become
Frogan's judge is like an 80-year-old appointed by Bush. Do we know they're the judges on each case yet? Has that been...
For Fallen fans. Amazing. It's a haven for Fallen fans. the average viewer would move on with their lives after. This is Trump. This is literally, maybe this is what the left needs to do to become more effective, is to turn into Trump. This is how Trump talks. H3 Snark enables these deranged and chronically unemployed fallen fans to share their perverse pleasure.
Fallen fans, folks. Fallen fans. They used to be on the MAGA train. They used to be on the Trump train. And then they got in the administration and they said bad things, bad things. I don't know how this keeps happening. We've got fallen fans. Fallen fans. They're always falling. I don't know. It is very Trumpian what Ethan's doing here. It's
pleasure of hate watching TEI content with others by providing infringing clips and links to TEI content. This is a complaint filed in the current year. Insane.
Even his Instagram posts have the same structure and tone. Is it just like fucking privileged aggrievement? Is that the common thread through Ethan's posts and Trump's Truth Socials?
Unhinged filing on a very strong case. An insane filing. Ethan Hassan.
They used to be Fupa Troopas and very helpful, very adoring. And then they became fallen fans. They read the snark and they got snark brained.
Undebated Taiwan, such as whether I have to. I know I've been saying it like 10 times. I just really want to stress again. Imagine you're a 70-year-old like complex litigation judge who's been assigned this copyright case, and then you start by Denims is the Kellyanne Conway of the alt left shoe on.
What is that some kind of software that Pisco has? Do you see that, chat? He's flipping through that like a manga dex. That's like some kind of judicial magic there?
Head, fallen fan haven, genre message board, H3 Snark haven for fallen fans. They debated Tibet, Taiwan. Ethan pushed back on pro-China positions, ecclesiastical, parasocial. Like, what is happening? You're citing Wikipedia for the term fair game, Scientology simile that you don't need to do. You're talking about Balenciaga. You're talking about things that are so irrelevant to the case.
How did Balenciaga come into this?
You're dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born in Israel, where she served as an ID. Who gives a fuck?
And chat, look at the footnotes. Look at the ridiculous amount of footnotes. That is footnotes taking up, I don't know, 7/8 of the page.
For the infringement case, whether you served in the IDF. While both Ethan and Hila are supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, this literally reads like state propaganda.
Like Hasbara? Like Hasbara?
In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini.
He thinks he cooked with that.
Wild! Absolutely wild. And I think it's cringe. I mean, I'm laughing, but it is a completely cringe filing. I would be embarrassed to file anything even 5% this unhinged. Citing a video about the Grand Mufti on the world history, this would piss me the fuck.
Oh, just turn the page. See what's on the next page. You'll be,
fuck off. Too many.
Look, chat, it's not enough to just mention the Grand Mufti, right? We gotta show you. We gotta show you what that meeting with Hitler looked like.
Footnotes, guys. Way too many footnotes. This is a complaint. What are you doing? Look at the footnotes. This is insanity. Like al-Husseini, Hassan has become a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Citing Benny Morris for the claim that Hassan has become passionate, or for the claim like al-Husseini was a passionate advocate. And you don't need to cite a historian for all of these fucking points. Have you watched Denim's reaction yet? If not, why?
There we go, Lycan. Hey, Lycan, good point. You didn't have to pay him $5 to do that, but look, we'll take your money over here anytime you wanna hang out, Lycan. You are clearly the most reasonable of the unreasonable former, I hope, DGGers.
Why are you assuming it's infringement? Why am I assuming it's infringement? Lycan, are you serious? Because she copied the video, she performed the video, and I know Denims. Are you arguing it's going to be fair use protected? No way. Not a shot. So I'll ask that specifically of you, Lycan. Which of the fair use factors cuts in Denim's favor? Which of the 4 fair use factors cuts in Denim's
Okay, so here's the 4 fair use factors.
favor? Actually, let's bring up the fair use factors. And then you can identify which of them, fair use factors, cuts in Denim's favor. Amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to copyright work as a whole. It's all of it, so that cuts against Denims. The nature of the copyrighted work. It's a commentary work. It's not like a news highlight reel. This is also one of the lesser important factors. I would say this is neutral or cuts against Denims. This is in many ways it's a dramatic work. There's some factual components to it, and so at best it's neutral, but I think it cuts against.
So yeah, that's why you can react to news, but not like a movie. Because the dramatic nature of the movie, I don't know. Like, to be honest, chat, a lot of copyright law just does not make sense to me. No, it does not make sense at all.
Denims, if I'm being honest. It's literally intended to be and is served as a potential market substitute. So that cuts against Denims. The purpose and character of the use, is it transformative?
See, wait, no, sorry. The effect of the use upon the potential market. See, this is where I vastly disagree, right? I don't think a 5-hour Denim reaction is going to substitute in any way for a 1 hour and 40-minute Ethan content nuke, right? Market substitute means that somebody that wants the content nuke, if they come across the Denims reaction, will watch it and be like, this is just as good. I don't buy that. It wasn't true for Xander Hall. It wasn't true for me reacting to Xander Hall. It wasn't true for me reacting to Vosh to, issues where Vosh's sysadmin tried to have my channel banned over, right? It wasn't, and YouTube told her exactly where she could shove it. And it's not true for Denims. There's no way in hell you can argue to me that a 5-hour fucking React marathon is a market replacement for something that you could watch in a mere 1 hour and 40 minutes. I don't buy it.
No, it's sparse commentary. So please, which of these factors cuts in Denim's favor? Sparse commentary where you lose me because
the purpose and character of the use. So, right, if you're doing it for educational purposes, yeah. If it's not of a commercial nature, that cuts in your favor. The nature of the copyrighted work, whether it's more like you said a news highlight reel is his example of something that maybe you can fair use more easily, and then a dramatic work like a movie as being something that's less prone to that sort of claim. The amount of that is used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. Okay, so it's not the ratio of the stream that the VOD that Denims produces versus the amount of time that they're watching Ethan's content nuke. It's the proportion of the work itself, I guess. Has Pisco seen the nuke? Good question. I don't know. But another good question is, and we do have the answer to this. We know that Denims Pisco has not watched Denims' reaction, right? And he's commenting on that, and he's saying that he thinks it's an open and shut case, based on Ethan's word, which I think is a mistake. Hopefully, it's a mistake that he has since recognized as a mistake. Again, chat. I've sent him a DM on Twitter, and we'll see if he's interested in coming on to clarify anything. Of course, when I criticize almost anybody on stream, there's an understood open invitation for them to come on and tell me what I got wrong, right? And that's true for. But legitimately, there's some questions that I would love to throw Pisco's way. And again, realize that during the course of reacting to this and finding out more information, this is, you know, Pisco's perspective is evolving. So what we're seeing on this VOD may not be representative of what Pisco currently thinks about it. It sounds like Ethan's filing was kind of an eye-opening experience. He's kind of blown away at how ridiculous and unhinged this filing is. How you know, this is not something that any good lawyer would sign off on, right? This is not how you do a filing. This is a meme. This is a manifesto. This is incredibly online. It's not a standard legal filing.
Because that's not actually true. Okay, on that, I will admit, having not seen the Denims reaction video, I'm relying on Ethan's characterizations to say it's spares.
There's your mistake. Yeah, Sick Unchained of all people. I'm sorry, not of all people. Just he's one person in Twitch poll, but yeah, Twitch poll person, right? Being the one to call out the obvious hole in Pisco's logic here, that you are taking Ethan's word for it rather than actually watching Denims, watching the actual document, watching Denims react, right? You know, if you want to make these comments like you think that it's an open and shut case, you think that her reaction was in no way transformative, you got to watch her shit. And instead, you're just taking Ethan's word for it. So yeah, there's another mistake.
I'll admit that. And I could be wrong about that. So I could be wrong on fair use for that specific factor if in fact it wasn't spares commentary. But given the fact that she's leaving at times, and maybe I'm conflating the reaction video versus the prepared video versus the stream, then you're just moving which of the copyrighted works is whatever, you know?
The filing document said that she stopped it 74 times.
So that would be factor 1, but every other factor cuts against her heavily, in my opinion. Separately, I'll try to find...
I don't think the market value cuts against her. I do think number 3 cuts against her. I think, like I think he said, what did he say? Number 2 is neutral. So you got one that cuts in Ethan's favor, one that cuts in Denim's favor, one that's neutral, and then number 1, purpose of character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature. It is. I guess that cuts against her. Or is for non-profit educational purposes. I mean, it is... You know, what's funny is that critique isn't in here, right? Like, we got non-profit educational purposes. It's the closest thing to critique that's listed amongst these factors, right? So like I said, there's every chance that Ethan Klein wins this case. If he does, that doesn't mean he's right. That doesn't mean what he's doing is right. That is just a legal determination, and it's going to suck for Denims, and it's going to suck for Frogan, right? But it doesn't change what's right and what's wrong. Just keep that in mind, because this is what the H3 community is going to try to hang its hat on, that the judge, in addition to being the arbiter of infringement and fair use, is also the arbiter of morality. Chad, they are not. These, you know, our justice system has said that the president can commit any crime that he wants in the pursuance of his official duties, and we'll never face any consequences, right? So we're living under a very corrupt legal system, and do not mistake the legal finding for for what is morally correct, because they're not the same thing. But yeah, I'd say it's 50-50. I'd say it's I could go either way. The case if it goes to court.
The fucking Denims reaction video, since you're gonna call me on it, and I'll try to see if I consider it to be spares.
Wait, no, it's connected. Close out and come back in. Wait, what's connected? Twitch chat. Is connected to...
But here's the thing, right? If there are moments in the Ethan Klein nuke in which she's like 5-10 minute stretches where she's not commenting on it, or where it's not transformative at all, I think that factor is going to cut against her. So if you can, because again, the amount of the work, some of these factors kind of intertwine. If there's like a lot of heavy commentary, just kind of spaced out, and you don't need to use as much of the work that you're using to achieve the kind of critical. In other words, you need to account for the use of your video.
The other thing that's not in here is any kind of right to respond, right? And that's another factor in Denims's reaction, is that she's not just reacting to Ethan Klein opining on Hassan. She, in a lot of cases, she's reacting to Ethan Klein opining on her. Same thing for Frogan, right? I don't think Kaceytron gets mentioned, but Frogan and Denims do. And like, you would hope that there's some kind of like that you can't like, I can't like make a video about somebody, like make a video about Pisco, for instance, right? And have it so that he's not allowed to react to that video and, you know, say what he thinks that I got wrong. Of course, I'm offering him the chance to, you know, appear on stream and actually talk to me if he wants to. But at the very least, you'd hope that he would have, even if I wasn't so gracious, that he would have the opportunity to make his own content in response to that, and use my content, use my criticism as a jumping off point. But yeah, it's not in his I wouldn't even be forming coherent sentences at 4:15 a.m. Hey, for me, it's what is it? It's 3:19 p.m.
You could have some highly transformative edits of like Star Wars, right? Let's say for the first 10 minutes.
Wait, the longest section with no pause for Denims was 2 minutes and 21 seconds. God damn it, chat. Denims is taking shorter pee breaks than me. And I feel like I pee fast and freely.
Highly
and copiously.
You know, transformative Star Wars content, fair use for the first 10 minutes, but then the rest of it is plain Star Wars, the movie, with like, oh, that's cool. Look at that. Then I think that it's the fact that part of it's transformative, it's all related to like the sum and substance of what you're using. So I'll make sure to watch the Denims reaction video, and we'll see how transformative it really is. This filing though is unhinged, completely unhinged.
Oh, is it a hard and fast rule of copyright where you can't go any longer than 5 minutes without adding commentary? No, there's definitely no. Here's the scary thing about this: there's no hard rules, right? There are precepts. There are guiding, like what we just said with the 4 factors of fair use, right? There's stuff like that. It's very subjective, and it's not set in stone. And the only legal precedent that we have for this is a case involving Ethan Klein from the 2010s, right? The bold guy sued him over reacting to his content, and Ethan actually won that case, opening up a little breathing room for reaction and content, right? And here you see Ethan living long enough to become the villain when his ego is challenged, and potentially, I mean, chat, like, look, you know, this could set precedent. This case could set precedent, and it could do it in a very negative way, right? You could have a judge that decides, hey, all of this sounds like you're stealing content, right? All of this is not okay. And, you know, the result of Ethan's lawsuit could be effectively killing the React genre, right? And all these jackasses that are on his side, you know, they're fucking around, and, you know, after the verdict is rending, they might find out. They might not be able to do the content that they're doing anymore because of Ethan's fucking narcissism.
This is one of the craziest complaints I've seen in a while. And just as crazy as some of the Trump complaints, for sure. These footnotes are schizo. You put a picture of Hitler and Himmler in your complaint. Why? So unprofessional.
Yeah, so what do we have? We have the Grand Mufti meeting with Hitler. Now, chat, if according to the Israeli variety of Holocaust revisionism, Hitler wasn't anti-Semitic, or he wasn't like, you didn't have like genocidal intent towards the Jewish people until he met with the Grand Mufti. And somehow the Grand Mufti convinced Hitler that the final solution needed to be done. Obviously, though, Germany did not need to import anti-Semitism, and you know, that's just Holocaust revisionism, what Netanyahu's doing, right? And then he shows a picture of, wait, is that Grand Mufti and Himmler on the second? So this is supposed to show what? Hassan bad because he's like the Grand Mufti who met with Hitler and Himmler?
Absolutely unhinged. Trump has never done anything.
Fringe conspiracy theory from Israeli right-wing parties. Yeah.
This crazy. Well, in terms of the atmospherics, in terms of the legal arguments, sure, Trump has done crazier things in his filings. But in terms of the
good luck, Buncor.
Atmospherics.
Are you trying to come into the country? Is that what you're worried about? The fucking crazy ass customs and the shit that they've been doing to people arriving in the country?
I've never seen anything like this. Quoting Al-Husseini, Arabs rise as one man and fight for your sacred rights. Kill the Jews wherever you find them. This pleases God, history and religion. This saves your honor. God is with you. On Nazi radio. So he's literally comparing Hassan to like a Nazi collaborator. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, this man is sick. That's right, Sleepy Side.
Some boomer judge gets this. He's going to be like, this is some psycho manifesto. It's not good lawyering. It's not good advocacy. I don't even think it's good PR. I don't think it even looks good PR-wise. You have a strong case. Stick to the law. Stick to the facts. And you don't need to include this, embed this in the fucking complaint. Attach it as a fucking exhibit. Oh, look at how many exhibits you have. Holy shit. You don't need to fucking post this. We get it. Just make it an attachment. Make it an exhibit. 80 pages. 80 pages.
What the fuck is that? What are we looking? Are we looking? Is that a meme?
Why?
So it's like a Reddit post, right?
You don't need this to be 80 pages.
Wait, what the fuck? It's 80 pages?
This should be 20 pages max.
This is just like the big beautiful bill, chat.
80 pages. I'll give you.
Look, Denims and Frogan. All I can say is that like the one, I don't know. Make them read it. Make them read out the whole case or something. That's the only stalling tactic I can think that might help. I don't know, chat. I don't know. It really does suck that, you know, this case is going to be decided and it's not necessarily, you know, gonna be fair, right?
25 DMC takedown notices. Okay, so there's history. You don't need to do this entire thing here. H3 Snark mods made a concerted effort to issue fraudulent counter notifications. So is this a DMCA case? My eyes are glazing over. Look at these. Look at it's just raw URLs of Reddit fucking threads and YouTube links. You fucked up the sizing here on footnote 33. This is a size down from the size of the font here. The text isn't aligned. The spacing is shocking. You went to the Copyright Office. You deposited it with the United States Copyright Office. Okay. The Nuke is a tragicomic documentary critiquing Hassan and Twitch. It contains original footage. It contains original footage. You guys proofread this? At least put it through fucking ChatGPT. The Nuke can be.
You think ChatGPT is not going to give you some weird grammar? Really, Pisco?
Too many sections. And so now he's actually he's using this to monologue. So he's monologuing about his concerns. You're like describing the work. You can just make that a paragraph. You don't need to give us the play-by-play. You're citing the UN report. Dan Clancy. Now we're talking about Dan Clancy. This is one of the worst complaints I've ever read in my life. Frogan loves. You're including the loves Sabra. This is so indulgent. We're at now 35 footnotes on your complaint. Steven made an appearance. Very cool.
Oh, that's where he said Steven made an appearance. Wait. So they mentioned Destiny? Wait, chat. Do I need to make the... Can we read this? Oh, it's so small. It's so small. We're already at 1080. God damn it. They mentioned Destiny here? I can't read that. Yeah, something about here. I'm going to try this, chat. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. Okay, here we go. Ethan concludes the section by critiquing... Okay, so they're describing the content nuke by critiquing Twitch's biased and inconsistent enforcement of the commentary guidelines. At this point, why not just put the script for the nuke in? Why not just enter that into this filing, right? He uses the ban of Destiny, Stephen Bennell, sorry, I think it's Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell, the third, as a case study. Destiny was permanently banned from Twitch for calling a streamer and trans activist, one word. What? Keffels? This is about, we're talking about Keffels now? Yeah, trans activist, one word, right? Clara Sorrente, aka Keffels, inbred. The montage, I think he was just calling like trans people inbred, right? The montage, I don't think you'd get in trouble for calling a person inbred, chat. I think you get in trouble for calling a class of people inbred. I'm assuming, and we don't even know if this was why Destiny was banned, but I know the clip they're referring to, that in the clip, Destiny was implying that trans people were inbred, right? A montage is shown of Hassan repeatedly referring to Jews and Israelis as inbred, or laughing at Jews because being called inbred. Hassan received no punishment from Twitch because he is Clancy's favorite streamer. Ethan recaps other examples of Hassan's flagrant violation of Twitch community guidelines and result in no consequences. Not only did Hassan call Jews and Israelis inbred, platform terrorist and terrorist propaganda, Hassan threatened Senator Tom Cotton, the guy that talked about killing protesters, right? And Hassan didn't threaten him. He posted a picture of a fucking, like a diagram of, what was it, like a weapon from Fallout or something? Oh no, it was the gun that was used on Shinzo Abe. Abe, it's not Abe, it's Shinzo Abe. Oh my god, this is riddled with typos. Falling massage numerous instances of alt-left streamers on Twitch, including Denims, making deals. Yo, Ethan, I dare you to go forward with this, to make a video essay, like, alerting America to the dangers of the alt-left. I fucking dare you to go forward with this shit. And see how...
Hassan... I'm on talking shout of Hassan.
See how sane people treat you.
Referring to Jews and Israelis as inbred, or laughing at Jews being inbred. So all of that was like 5 pages of just describing the video and like shitting on Hassan and basically like recapitulating the video. But can I ask why? No, guys. Guys, you don't need to this is not a memorandum of law. So now they're doing legal analysis in their complaint. That's inappropriate. Save that for the motion practice. You know, give a paragraph maybe to fair use if you feel you have to. But save that for the motion practice. Okay, it seems like a strong case. This complaint is shocking. Beyond the pale. The complaint is so unhinged.
So yeah, the case, he says, is strong. Again, this is based on him not having watched Keffel's reaction and taking Ethan's word for it. So that's where I disagree with him on that. But again, I do think it's 50-50. I do think that there's a chance that there's a decent chance that the judge finds in Ethan's favor, which would be horrible for all of us.
It's unreadable. It's way too long. It's unprofessional, inappropriate, wild. Strong case, but this complaint is a bad piece of legal advocacy. It's a bad piece of PR advocacy, in my opinion. How much will the complaint actually affect the chance of H3 winning the case? I don't know. I don't think it will affect it. I think maybe they'll have a motion to strike though, because some of this stuff here it is completely inappropriate. Needs more memes. Big picture, I think it's a strong case of infringement. I don't think it's a strong case of fair use. I think there's a neutral reason to target these people, conceivably, and not other people. I think that the case is winnable for sure. I don't think it matters that they set a trap. I don't think it matters that there are other big fish that, you know, they're not suing. So all that's big picture. But take a step back, an even bigger picture. The notion that, and this is not even disputable at this point, that H3 is acting like a savior for the fair use community, the reaction community, is so preposterous as to be insulting to my intelligence. And I believe it actually is a bit of disingenuousness to start off with this broader concern about the, quote, injustice regarding these kinds of streams that basically steal content and don't transform the nature of the content at all or provide any commentary. To start with that view, to show XQC be one of the prime suspects, one of the biggest purveyors, and then to try to distinguish and say this is really about helping the reaction community to prevent a kind of a lawsuit from Disney or Sony, that is so disingenuous.
He's pretending that he wants to present like the commentary equivalent of the adpocalypse he wants to prevent, while he is inviting that very thing to happen through the courts, right? It's unhinged. It's dangerous. I think even Queeman said that what Ethan is doing is dangerous. That being said, chat, we got to get to some bonus content. And oh my God, chat, I've been streaming for 6 hours already, but my work is not done yet. We got to go back and take a look. Let's look at that Queeman. I think he's got one video. Let's take a look what we want to, I kind of left it open as far as which of his videos to cover. We covered one of his videos yesterday.
It could never, the way.
And Ethan Klein's lawsuit filing is dangerous. Do you want to watch this? I think it's Pisco. Oh, hey, look at this. I think we get Pisco, Lonerbox, and Queemon in this one. So that seems like the winner right there.
I love Lonerbox. I love Nick. But
so they're starting off, right? Yeah, he's a friend of the box and a friend of the rape reviewer Nicholas Diorio. But he doesn't always agree with these guys, and in this case, it looks like he's gonna disagree with both Saint Nick and Lonerbox. Let me scroll through here really quick and see. There's the JXE part that he correctly called out as being from Chud Logic. Oh, that's Lonerbox React. So yeah, he's reacting to Lonerbox reacting to a lot of the stuff that we've seen before. Then what happens? Lonerbox. Does Lonerbox debate? Yeah, there's Pisco. Is you reacting to Lonerbox and then Pisco? I can't. What I really want to see is what would be fun is a Lonerbox versus Pisco debate. I'm not sure we're gonna get it, and we're not gonna be able to watch this whole thing. We'll watch what we can. Chat. I'm gonna have to take another bathroom break again. Queemon, please don't sue me.
this is disgusting to me. Truly. It's ridiculous. It's obscene. These people have no principles, no spine. Is this trying your best today, Loner?
Be right back.
I feel like you've tried your best to live your values today, Lonerbox. But Denims is a really bad person, and we all really hate Denims, and Lonerbox is a great guy because he's friends with Ethan. But no, now Ethan has to step in. Ethan has to step in to preempt a Disney or Sony lawsuit. It's like absurd on the face of it. You know they called CPS on Ethan's kids? You know they sent 2 human skulls to this guy's house. Guys, we're gonna watch some of the Lonerbox coverage, okay?
Maybe the right of any group of states to conclude
copyright infringement. The snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringement debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first?
This is me. I'm gonna, if I can't do React content anymore, I'll just debate Teuton every day for 8 hours. That'll be it. That'll be moving forward.
I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts. When Hassan gets up to go
I'll
to the
debate
bathroom
Lonerbox on this.
or
I will
to
debate
eat.
any idiot on this, seriously. Any literally just call it, other than people that are like total freak doxers or any stupid shit like that, literally, anyone wants to talk about this, I'll talk about this. None of them will talk to me though. Filth like the Oreo will run.
Or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport.
Leave the area.
This operation will result in the killing of hostages in captivity, will result in the death of thirds of the
We're a commutation. Well, I've been seeing Russia,
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation.
Well, Lonerbox, killing it on the reaction today, Lonerbox. Gotta say, man, killing it on the reaction, really sticking it to Denims.
Watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video,
so it's
add little to no commentary, react to it instantly.
It's not, guys, it's not about politics. It's about fair use, right? So Ethan's gonna sue Lonerbox, right? 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 Right?
No time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it.
Obviously, Lonerbox, I think, probably doesn't fill all the criteria that Ethan said, but you get my point, obviously.
Entirety immediately after it was published.
It's like it's ridiculous to be on board with this, is my point. It's ridiculous to be on board with this when this is the guy. This is you, and you're supporting this lawsuit. You fucking idiot.
A few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denims sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't
And fucking say something. Where's the reaction, man?
be clear.
Wait, whoa. Have they?
Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the snark subreddit.
Whoa! Whoa! That's crazy! I see why Stardust edits for him now. I see why Stardust edits for him now.
We've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with...
this is so fucking on the nose. It's like, you don't even want to give them one view. Because, again, if Denims streams this video to 50,000 people, do you know how many views that video gets? One. The channel gets one view. It's so fucking spiteful.
with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers.
Are you going to point out the fact that they're saying that there's coordination here, that they're working directly or some shit? Are you going to point out the fact that that's obviously not true? Like you would attempt to throw doubt and play defense for the idea of Ethan working with the ADL? Are you going to apply that same standard here, Lonerbox?
Substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So, thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denims, the queen of self-owning, you prevail again.
Okay, I can think of a more incriminating statement than that. Let me give it a go. Let me give it a go. Yo, I've got Jardia, and so does my wife, and so do my kids, and the only way you can get it is from eating my shit.
Yo! Yo! Comrade Queemon! Chat. It's like he just read out the Communist Manifesto. Look at that. Queeman just joined the left. Oh. But I mean, he's admitting the obvious, and it's like I felt so gaslit by people not recognizing this, by people acting like there was a random that people just randomly called CPS on Ethan out of spite, not that he himself presented a scenario on his stream that would be concerning to anybody who gives a fuck about kids. He told a story which, if true, would mean that those kids were in an unsafe environment. Now, I'm incredibly gracious, and as such, I was willing to extend the possibility that maybe Ethan had exaggerated this story for comedic effect. But in that case, the burden, the blame for CPS being called is not on, you know, whoever called it. It's on Ethan. He presented a situation that made it sound like the children were in danger. That is what CPS exists for, right? Got auto mod? Not really sure for what. I can check.
You got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker content nuke with the United States.
Johnny Kaler, nothing I have said has relied on a single legal argument, you fucking moron. Call in if you want to disagree. Call in if you want to disagree. Feel free to lay out your case to me. Nothing I've said has relied on any legal argument. Literally nothing I've said.
It's Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars.
He's going to sue me. Wait.
Yeah, Johnny Kaler, is your morality determined by law? Are your principles determined by the law, Johnny Kaler? If it was made legal to rape,
oh my God,
you'd be okay with people raping you.
Oh my God.
Wait, no, he's not suing me. Wait.
Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating?
I'm sweating.
Even
look, Hassan's getting sued. Okay, I'm not getting sued. Lonerbox is getting sued. That's not me. Spider.
Morals are not about a person being a moral one. You fucking idiot. You're supposed to have a set of principles that you apply. In my case, it's not maliciously using litigation to strike out against your enemies to create a chilling effect on people talking about you. My principles say that's not okay, so I'm against what Ethan's doing.
Though theoretically,
this is as based as I've ever seen Queemon. This is it's kind of weird, chat. It's honestly really weird to see Queemon being this based.
Why is spiders in the top of the fuck? Where's my one?
I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial.
I think Ethan is acting maliciously, but in response to people acting maliciously to him, well,
there's the Discord link.
If only we had like a common saying to explain how fucking stupid that sort of situation is. Something about an eye and an eye, something like that.
People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I
don't know, Buncor. It's not, Automod's not smart. It's not even AI. It's like less than AI. It just like is like sees something that it thinks is an offensive phrase and then like eats the comment. So sorry if your comment got eaten.
I want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually,
well then, Johnny Kaler, if you think it's morally wrong, it should be incredibly easy for you to go to discord.gg/Queeman and join the stream waiting room and make a clear and concise argument for why.
I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
As he risks the destruction of the commentary community as we know it.
Okay, so for Ethan, for this to not be a spite blow, right? For this to not be a spite blow, Ethan's going to have to show why this reaction, like this format from Denims, Kaceytron, etc., is more egregious than
XQC.
Let me do. That's the guy. He's going to
not just you, Lonerbox.
If you enjoy.
How? I don't think it is any worse. You sit there mentally AFK playing WoW for the entire.
Damn.
like every day.
Shots fired.
Not giving any views to that terrible video. Follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
Shots fired.
On Twitch is so broken. These creators feel.
Okay, are we back? Did we make it, chat? Are we okay? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? Let me know when I'm back. Oh, welcome back. Am I back? Twitch says I'm back. Does YouTube see me back? YouTube sees me back. All right, sorry about that. Moderate F there. Moderate F. It's not just you. It's me. And it is my crappy computer, which someday, chat, like, you know, look, when I get through all this visa stuff, maybe I should think about investing in a better computer. Like this, what sucks about it is that, like, I should be able to put 8 more gig of RAM in this computer, but because of the way that it is, because of the way that it's like, I can't remember something that said, like there's literally not room. Like there's a slot for another 8 RAM, right? Or an 8 gigabytes of RAM, right? There's a slot to upgrade to 16 gigabytes of RAM, but it's there's a fucking fan in the way. You can't put anything in there. It's really frustrating. So I'm gonna need to get a new computer at some point. But yeah, sorry about that. Let's get back to where we were. And yeah, audio is cutting in and out. Is it? Testing. But yeah, I probably just need to get a better computer. Like it's, you know, the one I've got is pretty old. It's from like 2016 or so. Is it 2016? Is that even right? 2017 maybe? 2018? Can hear, can see. Okay, good. Sorry about that, chat.
Healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on.
They were targeted because they're your critics. It's fucking easy to figure out. And probably because you're a little bit of a misogynist douchebag.
This list.
Also, Lonerbox, why are you still using fucking Streamlabs basic, bitch? Anyway, sorry, chat. It doesn't matter. That's on you if you want to do that, Lonerbox. That's the least offensive thing about you, honestly, is the fact that you use Streamlabs like out of the box notifications.
In fact, they're the only 3 as far as.
But it's like you're a keyboard chat. You're a keyboardist chat, and you go to a concert and you hear somebody using the presets from the keyboard, like a keyboard that you know, and you're like, "That's the preset. They haven't like tweaked anything. That's just the preset. That's just a patch on the fucking keyboard, right?" It's like that. It's like, what are you doing?
That react.
Do you not know how to use a keyboard?
To the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Kaceytron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
See, that makes her sound so cool. If there was a streamer like that was ripping farts and bong loads, I would be watching their stream like every minute. I would be subbed to them, chat. I would be tier 3 subbed to this streamer if there was a streamer out there that rips farts and bong loads. Unfortunately, it's just Ethan lying again.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul,
Jesus.
She's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission?
Oh no.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denims, the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages just have public statements. You can go look at that.
Ethan, you're known for Giardia. Have a seat, please. Yeah. I'm surprised he's not ripping farts, chat. Maybe they use the button every time Ethan farts.
Sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a...
This is what's wild about Quiman. He knows that the Ethan Klein CPS claim is bunk. He knows that it was Ethan Klein making up that stupid story about like his dog giving Giardia to his whole family, his kids rolling on the floor eating dog shit, right? He knows that like Quiman realizes that, and I think that Quiman also realizes that, or he said it yesterday, that the woman that we just saw was not claiming to be a victim of rape at the hands of Hamas, right? She was a she was a hostage, but she didn't claim any SA happened to her. She was reporting like having heard secondhand about something like that happening, right? And that's all Denims was saying. Denims is not callous. Denims is not uncaring. Denims is not saying that if you're Israeli, you deserve to be R-worded, right? That's not who she is. That's not what she's about. That's not what anybody's about. Nobody's fucking saying that. That shit exists in the narrative that Ethan is trying to spin. And it's amazing that Quiman, at least yesterday, I think, called that out. Irene, Ethan can't trust anyone, especially his own farts. Yeah, you can turn your back on a person, but never turn your back on a fart, okay? Never turn your back on a fart, chat.
There is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier?
Wow, Lonerbox sounding like his DMs are kosher Katie right now.
Oh, God. Sorry. Oh, my God. Kosher Katie. I forgot about Kosher Katie. Chat, this is the fucking member. Look, these guys, they're so pathetic, right? And this is actually true for Quiman's daddy, Chud Logic, too. So pathetic that these fuckers use their Discord as a dating app. Just understand that if you're signing up for my Discord, I am not going to be rizzing you up on DMs. I hope that's okay for everyone, right? I'm not trying to take advantage of people, that are like fans like that, right? But apparently Lonerbox did, and this woman's name was Kosher Katie, and they have this super cringe conversation where she's like, would you do XYZ to my XYZ? And he's like, I'd do that. I'd do that. Like, just, it's like the most boring sexting you've ever heard, right? Not God, what is it with these fucking streamers? And just like, just date, for fuck's sake. Use a dating app. Do not rely on your little bit of internet fame to try to riz somebody up. That's kind of pathetic, right? You're not playing on that's not a fair playing field there, right? Trying to hit on your community, right? Trying to hit on your fans. That's kind of, yeah.
Yes, that seems pretty definitive.
He never said.
Just drops a in 3 words. It's the only way Lonerbox knows how to communicate.
And if there is an NCC in your DMs trying to riz you up, please let my mods know, because that's a fake, right? That would be somebody trying to clone my fucking profile, right?
Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm like literally inviting my trolls to yeah.
The prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical.
Look, the last time they just faked me saying the N-word, right? So yeah, if NCC DMs you and says the fucking N-word, like that's not me. All right, that's somebody pretending to be me. But yeah, I never had it where they pulled a Chud Logic. She was an H3 fan who found Lonerbox through H3. Damn. Talk to my kids about the danger of grooming on Discord as part of my job. Yes, very important. They have to abuse the power relationship. Everyone else probably gets weirded out. He's not a bad looking guy. I'm sure that he could date somebody.
Kaceytron.
Whoa!
All banter, guys. All
wanting to
banter.
watch
All
this
banter.
Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Oh no!
So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's a really
That's like your fucking declaration of intent. It's your like that's the purpose of it. Listen, there's chat. I know all of you guys are here because you would rather.
I'm sorry, chat, but I got to do something. Quimon's Keffel's avatar is irritating me. All right. There we go. And it's gone.
Just not watch it at all, then give the view to H3H3. That's crazy.
Thing to say. Don't
there we
you
go.
think? Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title.
Smokes more than she spoke.
The only wigglers I want to see, chat, are Waluigi wigglers.
Well, quote.
And here's Kaceytron's.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, Buffy, are you still online?
Game where we run an AI over Lonerbox's channel and analyze every single video and see how much of the video he spends going, and how much he spends talking. Let's do those bars. Let's run those bars side by side. How much time does Lonerbox spend throwing at level 59 on Hardcore WoW? And how much time does he spend with tears in his eyes after his character dies at level 59 on Hardcore WoW? And how much time does he spend talking about the video? What's the comparison here? What's the comparison here?
She smoked more than she spoke. Kaceytron
It was 58.
smoked
Sorry,
42
it was
times
58.
during her reaction.
Sorry.
And just as a silly
All banter, guys. All banter. I do love Lonerbox. I'm sorry. I love Lonerbox. I love Nick. But this is disgusting to me. This is disgusting to me. Truly. Good people do bad things. Okay, I can love someone and see them do bad things, but this is fucking disgusting. Seriously.
She spent more time smoking than she did talking and thinking there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking. And
he thinks he hate with this.
Quote-unquote react.
Wait a minute. Wait. What is this? 18 hours, 55 minutes? Are these her VOD links? Chat, does Kaceytron, was this like a subathon or something? Is that right? Is that real? Is this normal? Maybe I just don't know shit. Chat, 18 hours and 55 minutes. I have done some long streams in my time, but I think it tops out at around 12 hours. And then the other one, 15 hours, 40 minutes, 6 seconds. Is that real? Does Kaceytron, is this normal for Kaceytron? Is that what his avatar is? I had no idea. Yeah, it's like he took his, somebody made it, the Keffels had a wiggler that she would put on, wait, what was the deal with the wigglers? I think they were like emotes. I mean, Keffels was like on stream, so it's not like she was using that as an avatar. But at first, Quimon, Quimon will occasionally appear like on stream. Like he'll appear on cam. Not very often, but occasionally, right? So, and I shouldn't, I made a thumbnail, Femios and I collaborated on a thumbnail or like an image, let's just say, of Quimon that I feel like now maybe I feel a little bit bad about. She does long streams for her subathon. God, I gotta get on her level. I gotta hang out with Kaceytron. No shit, what am I kidding? She'd smoke me under the table. She would destroy me. Like she would pass me the bong and I would just like I would be like asleep at the wheel. I don't think I could hang with Kaceytron. 42 vape hits from a volcano. That is too rich for my blood. Remember when Ethan freaked out about how horrible he looked in a video, but that's him all the time now. Oh jeez. You think it's minutes? Wait, so if it's 15 minutes, 40 seconds, and 6 microseconds, is that
action?
Damn, that's time as well. That's not just like, I thought, okay, like taking a fucking drag or a bong hit, that takes like 5 seconds, whereas a commentary section can take like 2 minutes. So...
your commentary sections don't take 2 minutes, Lonerbox.
I can maybe do 1 bong rep and I'm done. Yeah, pretty much me too. And like, right, I got to take a really small one if I want to be able to get anything done. If I take a big rip, then I'm gonna be just kind of, you know, fried for the rest of the day, right? I used to be able to smoke more.
Oh my god, man! What are these smoke clips? How do you spend 17 minutes? 18, sorry. 18,
it's milliseconds.
How do you spend 18 minute 55?
Oh wait, what? What are we looking at here, chat? Oh, this is Ethan's dissection. Okay, so it is. Wait, why did they do microseconds, nanoseconds? Ethan's. Why? What the fuck is the purpose of that? Like, unless you're editing, is this in his editing software? Like, what is even going on? Big rips every day. That's right. Big clouds first thing in the morning.
Is it all the coughing?
The talking she did was just to express how confused
it's milliseconds
she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed.
Holy shit, we got fucking court doc. Indeed, Kaceytron is often too obliterated.
He times the video. Again, Queeman, sorry for hiding your avatar. It's just too disturbing. It's not you, it's Keffels, all right? It's a reminder. Like, Chad, I went through it with Keffels. Keffels was like a friend of mine. Feels like everybody was a friend of mine back in the day. And then just shit. And then Vosh happened, I guess. I don't know. That's when shit changed, when Keffels signed on to the Vosh network. Keffels was hostile to Debate Bros at one point. Keffels was hostile to, like, you know, the Dylan Burns crowd at one point, and then, you know, she fell into the Vosh crowd, and the next thing I knew, she was like kissing Dylan's ass, kissing Chud's ass, kissing everybody's ass, and talking shit about me. That's okay. That's okay, chat. She turns out to not be a great person. Who knew?
Is that in court documents? Is too obliterated to comment on the nuke and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Kaceytron smokes marijuana, frequently in a highly concentrated form through a vaporizer, for nearly 19 minutes, which is 3 minutes more than Kaceytron speaks during her group viewing session.
All she does is play games now. I mean, I hope she's happy, whatever she's doing.
At one point, Kaceytron is so wasted.
Give him the Oscar. Give him the Oscar. This must be his first time seeing this. He had no idea this was going to be here.
She states, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I lost the plot."
Give my brother an Oscar. Give my brother. Send my brother to the academy.
React harder if you don't want to end up in the next lawsuit. Oh, I'm reacting. I'm smashing. Obliterated. She is so nuked.
Whoa. Sorry. Yeah. Wait. Just so good.
Kaceytron is
Wait, stream idea when things are slow in Twitch poll lore? Wait, what's the idea, Alino? What, doing like a smokeathon?
Too obliterated to comment on the nuke.
Or you can't do a thing where you smoke for subs or anything, any kind of monetary thing. I think Heffel's horrible behavior was from an untreated chemical addiction. That could be true. Look, I understand the thing about Keffels is that, like, she went through some trauma. I mean, obviously, right? She got swatted and shit. But, like, she also went through trauma in being harassed on Twitch. And that is something that I can relate to. And I just feel like her, like, part of I think why she why she signed on with Whiteleaf was that, you know, if your main chat is on a website, then you've got more control over that. You can do more to stop harassment, right? Twitch doesn't do, especially at the time, Twitch did not have the tools that it does now to and if you got targeted, right, by these assholes, you lived with it. Your chat lived with it and often died with it. Chat, my stream almost died because it became unwatchable because there was constantly toxic, like, racism, transphobia, you know, there was just, like, toxic, like, garbage coming out of, like, you know, the bots would ban them and then new accounts would show up, right? It was very clear that somebody had a way to make accounts very quickly and come in as soon as their accounts that had been harassing a streamer were banned. They would come in with new accounts, and it just made it like I think they were trying to get us to give up. And instead, Keffels just gave in to Vosh. And anyway, I don't want to. It's getting me into like. I'm tempted to speculate on some of the events of 2021 through like 2023, and I really there's no point.
Ed stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Kaceytron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Kaceytron is so wasted that
no mods. No, there were mods. We had the mod. The thing is like, right, you're not dealing with like one problematic chatter that you or a group of problematic chatters that you can just ban. You're dealing with a constant influx of new accounts and when we made it hard for people that weren't following to comment, which you can do, right? Then they would put their harassing messages into the usernames, right? So it's like and I feel like my mods were traumatized. I feel like I ran through mods really quick at that time because it was fucking, you're dealing with the most toxic, kind of harassment that you could imagine, like every minute of the stream. The brigading over and over. Yeah. And that if they're able to create new, Twitch accounts, like, I can't remember which tool it was that finally kind of put a stop to that, or if the people that were doing it just eventually got tired. But yeah, those are crazy times. Ethan had a rapid weight loss and he hasn't changed diet or exercise. Also, his doctor recently told him he was falling apart. Oh, I didn't hear. Did he say that on stream or something?
She states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot." To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
I'm sorry, but that's fucking making the shit that she's reacting to into something that can't function as a market substitute, right? You got two options, chat. Watch, you're a big Ethan Klein fan, you're a big Fupa Troopa. Do you want to watch Ethan Klein, do his content nuke for 1 minute and 40 seconds? Or do you want to watch Kaceytron continuously cough and inhale smoke and vapor, right? For, however long, like 3 hours or whatever, right? You're like, even this in its own way is transformative, right? It might not be, the best commentary in the world, but it is transforming the content into something that cannot function as a market substitute. He said his doctor told him essentially that his muscles were atrophying. Is that a side effect of... See the insane timing part?
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
you
is
kids
going
love anime, right?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost.
Bro, why do you even turn up in the morning? What the fuck? Like, I guess you gotta pay your bills and everything, but does this actually pay the bills? Does she? I don't even know. What's her viewership? What the? Hang on. Lance's next title is Ethan mocks.
Okay, look, Lonerbox gets on average probably 10 times the viewers that we get. Chat, you are faster than Lonerbox's chat. Right? A lot of these fuckers just do not have engagement. Like they've got viewership, right? Probably because they're fucking somebody's putting a link on every, Reddit post, or they're getting, I don't know, this is what happens when you're an orbiter, right? You got just kind of viewers, out of the ether, right? But they're not quality viewers. They're not engaging. They're not creating a community, right? There's very few of his chatters that are actually, you know, in any way engaging with him. And I think he's kind of jealous of people like Kaceytron, honestly. The turning up in the morning, yeah. Side effect of GLP, is it an inhibitor? I thought it was a GLP agonist, right? Ozempic is a GLP agonist. If you're not exercising and eating properly. I couldn't even do anything in medicine after volunteering at the Children's Hospital. My teens, I knew I hated people from back then. And those were my parents, God.
Oh God, just stay in bed.
The name is Loner. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, just stay in bed. Why do you even get up in the morning? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Transformative. Thank you. Thank you for responding to the points here.
It's so fucking retarded, man. If you are an anti-Ethan person and you know that anti-Ethan content is how you get the views, and you know that the content nuke is going to be a big step in that process, like a big step on the journey. Like if you're like, because there are events, okay? There are like holidays, okay? Or there are rather holiday purchasers. It's like wrestling, you know, there's like, you're going to turn up harder for WrestleMania than at the regular fucking Raw shows. Or
William Corwin, man, it sucks to hear about Kevils being a bad person. I had a huge crush on her. I got hit on by her ex-girlfriend just while doing content. I probably shouldn't say any more lest chat figure out which ex-girlfriend.
Okay, that makes sense, okay? We understand that. So if you're an anti-Ethan person, surely for the content nuke, you should just do a bit of pre-watching, a bit of reading. Or don't even do that. You don't even need to do that. Because everyone in your audience hates Ethan. They hate him. They don't care what you say. As long as you just do the react thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just hate fucking hearing them say it when this exact video has multiple false claims pushed through. Claiming that it's proven that kid's a Houthi again. It's ridiculous. It's obscene. These people have no principles, no spine.
React thing where you can tell other people have like, they've watched people like Vosh or Destiny or whoever like doing reacts, and then they want to do their own, but they're less informed or less prepared or less spontaneous or less witty. So they just kind of do the illusion, like the aesthetic of a react stream, where they'll just pause every 30 seconds, like when they remember to.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said anything. Please don't follow up on that or anything. This is like I'm only saying this because I think this person's no longer involved in content creation, so
default, and then they'll just go
it's been enough time where it's
that's a really that's a dumb argument. What if actually wrong, like, and then that would be fine. That would be that you would get more viewers.
Like Huffles was so mad at Hassan. She was just being she was being an opportunist, right? There's a big Hassan hate community out there, and she was trying to, you know, pump up her numbers by servicing that crowd, right? Yeah, she was friends with Hassan, I think, at one point, or Hassan definitely was one of the people trying to help out her fundraising.
Doing that shit, you would get to do the vitriol. You get to do all that shit. Ironically, Hassan was the most transformative. Yeah, because he fucking yapped for 12 hours. The demon mama tactic. Yeah. Why don't they just do that? It's such a waste.
Captain Dan the Fireman, yes, but this is the thing. It is in no way proven. You're saying it wasn't conclusive. Ethan has said conclusively.
Lonerbox calling other folks less witty is a crazy work. Little dude has zero wit. Here's the thing, though. He sounds like, to a less intelligent person, Lonerbox sounds like an intelligent person, right? I call this like the Ben Shapiro effect. You could say the same thing about Jordan Peterson. You know what I'm saying? There's people, especially right-wing creators, who have a brand of being intellectuals who are in no way intellectuals. And yet, if their audience is all less intellectually curious than them, you can sell that All you need to do is talk fast, speak well, and use big words, and you too can be a pseudo-intellectual thought leader, like Shapiro and Lonerbox. Sorry, Shapiro and Peterson is what I was trying to say.
100% proven repeatedly. He has said this repeatedly, again and again. He has said this. That's not true. That's not true.
This is like your WrestleMania of the year is reacting.
Heffel's Betrayer Royale. I mean, look, there's some of her fights. Like I feel like the Xander Hall fight, like he really did fuck around and find out on that one. But yeah, she probably, if memory serves correctly, she, she was definitely delivering a few knives to a few backs.
Into something like this, and you're giving it nothing.
And it's the same with the Denims rape stuff as well. My understanding is he was totally wrong with Denims. Denims was saying that a woman wasn't raped because she wasn't raped and didn't claim to be raped.
Here we go.
And then Ethan insisted the woman that didn't claim to be raped actually was raped.
I hate to say it, chat, but based Quimon. That is a base take. That is unexpected. There are so many people out there commenting on this back and forth between Denims and Ethan that just completely missed that or weren't willing to see it because they hate Keffels. And yeah, no, he's exactly right about that, right? That is exactly what happened. The woman in question was not claiming any sort of essay or R word happened to her. It was just Ethan, like, not even understanding the content that he's trying to show to prove his point, right? And insisting, no, she was a victim of, how dare you deny, her victimhood when she's not even claiming to be a victim. She was giving a second-handed report of someone else who, right, there again, at the time, I think there was no first-handed reports of SA or R word. Since then, I think there may be one. There may be one person giving a first-handed account saying that happened to her, that during the October 7th and the hostage situation. And yeah, that is likely to happen. That's why Denims didn't deny, Hassan didn't deny that anything like that happened on October 7th. That would be a crazy thing to say, given the nature of given the nature of like violent events, right? Something like October 7th, yeah, like you got soldiers involved in a situation with civilians, and that shit usually does happen, right? And very likely happened during October 7th, but you're not going to take somebody who's not claiming victimhood and like put that on them to own Denims. But that's exactly what Ethan did, and people bought it. People were like, oh, she's so callous. Oh, she's so callous. She doesn't care about rape victims if they're Israelis. No, she does. No, okay. She is not, she's not callous like that. I don't think hardly anyone is. Keffels was backed into a corner because of Lolly Kate and oh my God. And the dono theft. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she kind of made her own bed and had to sleep in it, and it did not go very well for her. Eventually the lies caught up with her, and she had nowhere left to go. Button? Where's
Nothing.
There we go.
Just smoking. Just getting fucking blazed. Leaving the room.
Lonerbox, you look like you could use a hit.
Why?
I don't know, Lonerbox. Toke up and find out. Unless you've got like, addiction issues, in which case I'm not trying to bring those back for you. I mean, there's reasons not to smoke, not to get involved in any substances.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know.
There were multiple interviews in the same documentary, and there was a specific woman that Denims made a comment about that Ethan claimed was raped, who had never actually claimed that.
Yep.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as
Casey has medical marijuana card because she has PTSD from her parents being, oh God. So she's really dealt with some stuff, and yeah, that's
all that is. This is
put Loner on 1.5 times speed. I mean, we're dealing not just with Loner, but also with we're also dealing with Quimon and Ethan Klein. I know you can't see Quimon because I've hidden him behind me because I can't stand his avatar. That's why we're talking about Keffels, chat. If you're wondering why Keffels is getting brought up, that's why Keffels used to have a emote that wiggled back and forth. I guess Quimon probably did a lot of content going after Keffels back in the day, and so he somebody made a avatar of him doing, wiggling back and forth as well. Have you seen Mr. Bonnell's son being pro-Hitler? Oh no. Is this real, JP? That's crazy.
This is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this.
What is Destiny's son, like 15 now?
Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
It's real? Damn.
So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going?
Oh, this is fucking wretched, man. This is like, Jesus.
Going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least,
yeah, I'm gonna vote for Sam Cedar's kids over Destiny's kids.
Try to engage with the content.
Sam Cedar's kids are wholesome.
Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry, that was a flying star. It almost got.
Oh, that's right. His son is like a streamer, right? Is his son is like a kick streamer.
You know her and you love her, guys. Frogan.
Right?
Reaction by exiting.
No.
Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative? I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new nuke ethically."
Unlike the Lonerbox classic, reaction by gameplay, where you can actually the Lonerbox streams are modern art in a way. You see, you can sort of piece together what you imagine Lonerbox might be saying if you read clues hidden throughout the World of Warcraft map, okay? You may not realize, Lonerbox actually plays on a modded World of Warcraft, specifically for a stream. It's actually very transformative, and it reflects the content that's being played. You can see Garrosh will actually talk about Ethan Klein sometimes. You go and speak to Garrosh Hellscream. He'll tell you all about Ethan Klein, now Hassan's a terrorist supporter, about how we need to mana bomb Gaza. You can go see this. This is in Lonerbox's game.
Ethical consumption.
He has a name for his community that I don't want to type. Is it something like iDubbbz's name for his community? Is this Slob YouTuber against Ethan and Bonerbox? Yeah, it's the Sloptuber from yesterday. He ended up getting, this is what chat chose, right? We did a bonus content goal. We hit one of the goals, so we get one piece of bonus content, and it turns out to be Quimon. That's what people wanted more from yesterday. So we're revisiting. This is Quimon tearing apart apparently his friend Lonerbox. Like he's like, at the beginning of this, he's like, I love Lonerbox, but he's fucking wrong on this, and he's tearing him to shreds. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, I've seen, this is a thing that lefties have done for a long time, that, oh, I don't want to give it a view. Oh, how do we react to this? But I don't want to give this bad person the view. It's such a 2016, like, it's the kind of thing Vadim would say, like, oh, how do you?
Oh my God!
Watch this and give them.
No, that's not banter. That's a
off,
true
man.
story. Lonerbox plays modded World of Warcraft to reflect the Ethan Hassan drama. He loves the Ethan Hassan drama so much. He feels so
what?
In the Ethan Hassan drama, finally having another community to fight with that he hasn't been completely betrayed by the leader of. That he has actually modded his World of Warcraft to constantly replicate that experience. It's like almost like an autism sensory room for him.
Somebody made a new PewDiePie video. Was it Turb?
Keeps him. It's his comfort fandom, exactly. He just liked always being immersed in that. So he has actually modded all of the voice lines in his World of Warcraft game installation to talk
Wait,
about like mana bombing.
His name for his community is the first letter of his name, and then GG like his dad. I don't remember what Destiny's son's name is. I'm trying to think of like what would be a bad something GG. Is it like EGG? OGG? Yeah,
in Gaza, and how trolls trolls don't even let you know the Zandalari don't even let the other trolls in their bunkers. You know the Zandalari don't even let the other trolls in their bunkers. Did you guys know this?
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! His son's name is Nathan. And so instead of Destiny GG or Vosh GG, it's Nathan. Nathan's first initial GG. So he calls his community. That's amazing. Isn't doxing his name is out there? No, yeah, he's a streamer. Destiny's son is a streamer.
One view, you fucking moron. You're already taking views for them, right? You're already taking... How many people are watching this right now? How many people are watching me right now? 1,800.
So chat, you can see that when I chose like a website, you can see why it was in... It was no comment. It was... You can see why I didn't choose nocommentchick GG, right? Well, actually, that never crossed my mind. Because I never wanted to be like Vosh or Destiny. I was like, can we get a different like, you know, web extension on this? Anything but GG would be great.
Taking that many views. Sorry, it's 1,600. I'm retarded. All right. Thing glitched. The views have been taken. Bro.
Hell yeah. Huh.
I love how these assholes think that Ethan is entitled to like hate views, right? It's like these aren't people that like you. These aren't people that there's a real question of whether people even want to, you know, would watch your shit without somebody reacting to it, right? And in most cases, probably no. What is GG? So GG is gamer slang for like good game. You say it when you win, you say it when you lose, you say it when a game is over, but it's also like a pretty popular web extension. A lot of gamer sites will be .gg. So since Destiny started out as a StarCraft streamer, and Vosh came from Destiny's community, they both chose GG as an extension on their website, which is, I guess, fine if you're Destiny DGG or Vosh VGG, but if you're a Destiny son Nathan, then the letters are N and then GG. And Nathan was on a sub-slot podcast, Pod Awful. What is that, like the anti-Pod Save America? He was alt-right and obviously a groiper. And look, supposedly Quimon is a fan of Fuentes as well, which I completely don't understand, given that you know, Fuentes is famous for not liking Jewish people, but...
To say on camera, by the way.
She those lazy peons think they're getting their own state. They've got another thing coming. Okay.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I have anything to say? Dude, because he's...
Wait, what? Fuentes is in Israel right now? Wait, what? What? They let a... Oh my god. Oh my god. What is fucking Fuentes' take on... Do I even want to know? When Destiny did his first TikTok live, the chat was insane. How do you claim to be able to de-radicalize young men when your kid is a Nazi? That's a good question.
He's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 30 hour?
Okay, look, I sort of low-key hate that we're going over Ethan's shitty video again. Let's see. Oh no. So this is Queemon reacting to Lonerbox, reacting to Ethan, and then I think it goes straight from that to Pisco, to like Queemon reacting to Pisco. What else is even here? Do we want to see what Queemon actually looks like? Here, I'll show you. Since I showed such a bad version of him on my thumbnail the other day, this is what he really looks like. He's not actually a desiccated corpse from the back rooms, okay?
It says, are you going to critique any of the law?
Why is he reading Aristocracy? What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, chat, there's way too many blasts from the past. That's apartheid anime girl. Oh my god. What is this, Pisco? What platform are we even on? Oh my god. What are we looking at? At Pisco Liddy? What? It's not Twitter. Is this Reddit? He's watching Chud.
Dan and Aristocracy.
What? No, Dan Saltman is like, they're Aristocracy and Saltman are working together now. Oh my god, chat. I don't know if I can handle this. Right? This was like the worst time of my life, right? The whole fucking Aristocracy arc. I mean, this was just gross.
Yeah, let's pull up Pisco's Twitter quickly. See his exchanges with Dan and Aristocracy.
Okay, Pisco's Twitter. Twitter? Wait, do I not have the right Pisco on oh, yeah, it is Pisco Liddy. Okay. Yeah, Pisco, by the way, has not gotten back to me. The invitation is still open. Pisco, if you end up watching this content and you have anything else you'd like to say, anything you'd like to dispute or whatever, yeah, my stream is your stream. I don't criticize people without giving them that opportunity. So, door is open.
Intelligent arguments being made from those two, I've got to say. Firing on all cylinders. Okay. Let's pull this up on X-Cancel. Okay. So, Pisco says here,
So this is why I say, Queemon, why are you hiding behind an avatar? You're just a dude. You're fine. You're fine, Pisco. You're fine. You don't need to...
Let's have a look. What does he say? So he's talking about Ethan's savior narrative surrounding these lawsuits. And he says, he didn't claim he was a savior, people. He literally is claiming his lawsuit to protect the reaction community and to go after lazy reactors while vindicating IP so that Sony and Disney don't end up suing one day.
So yeah, Pisco got yelled at from, all corners of DGG.
So
there it is. There's Aristocracy maybe yelling at him. I'm assuming she's on Ethan's side on this. I am surprised that she has not reared her little head, right? I'm surprised that you haven't. I guess she still exists on Twitter.
Eris comes in and says, are you going to critique any of the law set forth in their analysis, or are you just going to kvetch about the...
Smidge says, I've been watching Queemon lately. Look, what I'll say about Queemon is that he has a functioning moral compass, which is to say that there's a certain baseline level of moral consistency there that is refreshing, that is different from most of the rest of the content, the commentary community. That being said, last I checked, dude is a groiper, right? He's not just not a leftist like Hassan. He's kind of far right. But, he's got I guess, a streak of honesty in him. So, yeah. You're going to critique any of the law they set forth in their analysis, or are you just going to kvetch about the introduction? Of Ethan? I know reading comprehension isn't your strength. Yo! Pisco! Aristocracy destroyed. Yeah, this woman has a doctorate, okay? She has a doctorate in some kind of medieval studies, right? She's like, I don't know. She's upset. You know why? Because she's a monarchist, right? The joke about aristocracy, the reason that she's called aristocracy is because she was on a very spicy Discord server that's about, like half Nazis last time I checked. And she is a believer in the actual aristocracy as in monarchy, right? She's a monarchist. Which at the time, chat, we hadn't heard about that, right? Curtis Yarvin was not in the news yet. Like she's the only monarchist that anybody had like ever heard of. And I thought it was maybe a meme. That it's hard to tell with these people, like what they're serious about and what they're memeing on. And yeah, given the, Discord that she comes from, it's a Discord where people are very much hiding behind like dog whistles and stuff, right? So, yeah, there's Pisco just lighting her up, attacking her reading comprehension.
Introduction. I do not want to hear aristocracy. Aristocracy of all people. Queen of JN claiming other people are kvetching when she is on Twitter all day, every day.
What did you say? Queen of JN?
Going, I feel terrible. I'm too terrified to walk to synagogue. I'm too terrified to walk to temple. Oh, there's pogroms in Canada. All day, every day. This is like her Twitter.
Anybody know what Quimon's referring to there? I'll rewind it one more time. Did he say JN?
I feel terrible.
This is a funny thing, like based on what I know about like Quimon's actual, take on politics. Yeah, he would feel right at home on Aristocracy's Discord, but here we see he doesn't seem to be a fan.
I'm too terrified to walk to synagogue. I'm too terrified to walk to temple. Oh, there's pogroms in Canada. All day, every day, going, aristocracy of all people. Queen of JN claiming other people are kvetching when she is on Twitter.
Does anybody know what he's saying there? Queen of JN, Queen of GN.
All day, every day, going, I feel terrible. I'm too terrified to walk to synagogue. I'm too terrified to walk to temple. Oh, there's pogroms in Canada. All day, every day. This is like her Twitter, non-stop. It's like all she talks about. And then she's calling other people, telling other people they're kvetching. You're fucking joking me right now. You're actually taking the piss.
Look, I don't know about kvetch, but I could definitely go for some kvass about now.
So,
what is the... Wait, he's looking at Twitter on something, it's like a third-party app or something, a third-party site that he's on? Junk News? I mean, I could guess. Yeah, WB, that's what I was going to guess, but I don't know. I don't know if that is that what Quimon was saying?
Pisco replies, I know reading comprehension isn't your strength, but I literally state multiple times in my post and my video that I agree that the videos are infringing. I say it's probably not fair use, and that the complaint is likely not dismissible, but you're too triggered, I get it. So, just people jumping in, desperate to take shots. Where's the other Eris tweet, though? She said something really dumb. She said something really embarrassing. It was very shameful. Re-H3. Fine with owners suing to enforce IP against infringement. Even though bad intent or malice, legally/colloquially, are not elements, they can justifiably be grounds to pick targets. But the React Savior stuff is cringe and 100% bullshit. Also, the complaint is dog shit. Didn't you just graduate law school? How much experience do you have in California media law? I find it hilarious that you're so quick to dismiss the complaints as trash when they're written by such a respected and successful attorney. At least counter one of the arguments. California media
This attorney is a freak show, right?
law. This is
maybe he's he's got a good reputation in the circle that Eris travels in, but this guy's kind of he seems like a joke. Is she a Beitar person? I don't know what that means.
Federal intellectual property law. This is not California media law. It's not what we're talking about here. I don't even know if that's a thing, dude. So Pisco replies to that first tweet here. No, I didn't just graduate law school. I graduated law school in 2021. Your use of
I was gonna say it's been a while.
term California.
God damn, Eris is still living in 2021. That's great. That's great, chat. That was when I had to deal with her bullshit. She is one of the most disingenuous, like, scary people that I have ever encountered. There is something really, really off about that woman. So something real fucking something, God. Bad Empanada just exposed that Ethan's legal team is one person who did the biggest scam in Malaysia. I was just there, JP. I was just in Kuala Lumpur. I should have. Could he be calling her the queen of Jewish nationalism? I guess, maybe. Beitar is a Jewish nationalist group. They post weird stuff saying all Jewish New Yorkers should move because of Mom Donnie. Okay. Yeah. And look, Quimon is, like, right before we get the question, was Quimon being anti-Semitic to her? He's Jewish as well, right? That's where he's coming from on that, right? Lived in Malaysia for like 5 years. Yeah, it was weird. It's very expensive, JP. That was the one thing that I noticed. Also, I was surprised at how big and spread out Kuala Lumpur was, and I mean, I guess I had some. I didn't really get to eat any Malaysian food. I ordered some Indian food while I was there, but I wasn't there for very long. It wasn't a trip that it was a trip that only happened after because I tried to go to Vietnam and did not have my e-visa in order, so I went to Malaysia instead. She's a wanted criminal in Malaysia. I posted it in. Wait, what? His attorney is a wanted criminal? I posted it in stream suggestions yesterday. God damn. I have to be better about keeping up on the Discord. Anyway, apologies to any of you that were waiting to get into the Discord. There were at one time other mods that were looking at people in the welcome, trying to get in and letting people through. Apparently that is not the case anymore. So stream suggestions. Oh my God, chat. This is about what? Ethan's lawyer? Candace Owens versus 20 feminists. We should watch that, chat. If I end up doing a Jubilee stream, I'll try to do this too. Now it's going to be on you, right? Because we're going to do it as a subathon, right? Which means that when somebody subs or gift subs or does bits or anything like that, or even follows the stream, right, it increases the amount of time that the stream will last. So that the more time that we put on there, the more Jubilee segments we'll be able to get through. I am looking for this thing about people posting Dark Brandon in stream suggestions. Ethan's Israeli settler lawyer by over-the-counter speaker. Is this all like? Is this gonna be okay to watch on Twitch? There's nothing like. There's even a poop on the thumbnail. I mean, you know it's a good video if there's a poop on the thumbnail. That's like the worm, right? You know it's gonna be a good stream if XQC does the worm. Just like you know it's a good thumbnail if there's poop. And Ethan Klein. That's a great comment. That's a combination made in heaven.
Your media law shows your ignorance. None of the claims arise out of California state law, but federal copyright law. The case Ethan leads with is out of the SDNY, not California, and of course it's applicable.
Southern District of New York, the same district that a lot of the Trump suits were filed in.
Because we're dealing with the federal copyright statute. The complaint is trashy because it is too long, uses unprofessional language, includes a memorandum of law on fair use, which is not appropriate at the pleading stage, is replete with irrelevant and probably strikeable allegations, is formatted poorly, contains far too many footnotes, and generally reads like shit. You can attack my bona fides as much as you like, but the complaint is trashy as fuck. And Eris also says, where is it?
God damn it, Queemon, you just
challenge your entire worldview. So I'm not surprised you found them personally upsetting. So like, here's what it's really all about. Again.
Yeah, you really challenged our worldview today, aristocracy. I just totally got colloquianed. Yeah, this is Queemon is serving us the tea. Like, what the fuck, Queemon? What the fuck? How is his tea so hot and so relevant?
Again. It's about the personal and political disagreements. Eris, and other people like Eris, see themselves as vindicated if there is a legal case that goes forward that is claiming like, oh, Denims is a disgusting anti-Semite that wants to wipe out the Jays. They feel vindicated. They want to push those allegations through. They want to feel like those are more substantiated. It's like a Trojan horse for these personal and political disagreements. It's dressed up as if it's a copyright issue. Which, well, there is a valid...
Did Queemon have like a run-in with Eris? I mean, she is a very toxic person just from an interpersonal standpoint. Her politics, which are disgusting, aside, right? She is also just like, I mean, the kind of word that I use is something along the lines of like a socially predatory narcissist, right? Is how I would describe Eris. And I'm not fucking kidding, chat. I wish I was. I really wish I was.
Infringement there. That's not the intention, it's not the goal, and that's not what is being done. They are pursuing the infringement, but there are a million other things they're loading in there that show their true intentions. Sure, so what was trashy about the Pixie lawsuit?
Is that's what she was saying was trashy? The Pixie lawsuit was trashy? Oh my god, she's like Destiny's strongest soldier. Oh no, chat. Oh no, I get it. She lost all of her relevance. She probably was exposed. That's why her and Doobie are no longer, you know, they're no longer around Twitch politics. And then you get Destiny at his weakest moment, everybody's abandoned him, and here comes Eris to be like, I still believe in you, Steven. I still believe in you. That lawsuit was trashy. And it's like, Steven has admitted, like, to a lot of this stuff, right? This isn't just like people making allegations against Steven and, you know, we're going on their words, right? A lot of the most damning facts about Steven Bonnell are things that he himself admitted, not things that are in any kind of dispute, right? But no, trashy lawsuit, I guess, according to Eris.
Sell, go for it. What was trashy about it?
Oh, he's arguing with chat.
In fact, we can pull up Pisco standards. We can pull up what Pisco said about it. Too long. It wasn't too long. It was a reasonable length. The complaint was totally reasonable length. Uses unprofessional language. But I don't remember them using unprofessional language. I know Destiny has been using...
I mean, do you understand what professional language in legal, you know, filings is? You know, it's very, very buttoned up. It's not, you know, even things like, you know, when he said like Kaceytron got obliterated on weed, right? That's not up to snuff.
using a term like gaslight in some of his documents, I believe. She was just trash talking him without making a legal case. Okay, which point was made? So give me an example. What's one point that was made that was just trash talking him and did not serve the legal case? You have that for me? Yeah, sure. So what other failings were
She sounds awful. William Corwin, she's scary. She's scary.
brought up, Michelle? So give me an example. Yeah, my understanding is Pixie's lawsuits aren't perfect. There is like unprofessional writing, and they link Reddit posts and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up, aren't I? Am I reading some of the stuff about Pixie's lawsuit as being referring to Ethan's lawsuit?
Right. But it's not the same as this. It's not like trashy in the sense that it's just a smear job disguised as a lawsuit. Sure, Michelle, one example. What are you struggling so much struggling with so much about this?
I hate that it sounds like so much of the Destiny, so much of the DGG community, after having sworn off Destiny, you know, have kind of come back around.
I'm asking you for one example of a specific point made in the lawsuit that was not relevant to a legal case. So give me an example. Gigasso is joking. They're joking, Franklin. What's so hard about this? I
gotta say, Queemon runs a tight ship over there.
Very strongly held belief. So
he's not letting his chatters get away with anything.
Assuming you've got an example for it. Or have you just watched Destiny's relaying of the information and you've just assumed that it's all terrible? I would be ashamed if I remember the details. Well,
what is the draw of Destiny? I would say that most of it is a founder effect. Destiny is one of the earliest live streamers. He was a kind of failed esports guy. He was in esports playing StarCraft when it was popular. He was never that good at it. He started, but he was decent enough to play professionally, right? He started a live stream, which meant that he had to there wasn't like Twitch, right? He was like live streaming it himself. So he had to get over all those hurdles. And then at some point he started doing political streaming and debate content. And he was kind of like one of the earliest people to that as well, right? So it's a founder effect that Destiny, I think, is that what you call it? A founder effect? That he's just like kind of the first person on the scene. And therefore he starts, gathering an audience first, and then this audience creates like almost a gravity effect, right? That algorithmically people watching your videos is what makes YouTube recommend watching, and liking your videos is what makes YouTube recommend those videos to other people. So he gets promoted by the algorithm. He's doing debates, so he is in SEO with a lot of other public figures. Look and check out what is it called? Alternative. Oh my God. There was like a report called Alternative. Oh my God, I can't remember what this is called. But they're talking about how all the right-wing accounts back in like 2015, 2016, how they grew so fast. A lot of it was through doing content with each other, appearing on each other's SEO, right? Anybody remember what this was called? Alternative. I can't remember. But it's basically like a chart that shows like all these right-wing content creators and all the other people that they'd been on stream with. And what the one standout, the one kind of like weird thing there was that Destiny had talked to like almost all of these right-wing content creators as well. First thing I heard about Destiny was him cooking JonTron and a bunch of that's what where he got kind of famous for. People liked him, including Hassan Piker. Yeah, him and Athene would have been like some of the earliest people to do that. Yeah. So that's why Destiny's so big. It's like he's been just like Ethan Klein. He's literally dude's been there forever, right? Athene and his later occultiness was a weird thing to watch develop. Yeah, I bet. I never saw him doing anything bad with the cult, right? It seemed like they were trying to be socially minded from what I could tell, but yeah, it does seem pretty culty. His compound, over there in like East Germany.
Come back in 24 hours when you've had time to do some research.
Banned for 24 hours. There you go.
You can even call in. You can even call in if you want to. And we can talk about how Pixie's lawsuit is comparable to Ethan's, okay? That's pretty shameful, isn't it? That's pretty shameful. Out here dick riding Destiny when you can't even live up to his standard of, if you believe something, you should probably have to give one example. Crazy. Crazy riding for a guy who swallows and fantasizes about swallowing gallons of cum.
Buckets of cum, Queeman.
And you're just out there, dick riding for him. Plugged the fuck up. Plugged up like crazy. Watching him give bad head. Shameful stuff, really. Shameful stuff. Yes, I believe they violated copyrights. Yes. Never said otherwise. At no point have I said anything that even intonates otherwise. So if you felt like that's what I was saying, sorry, but you have a mental disability, unfortunately.
So we're gonna go ableist with it. Okay, there we go.
But you are actually legitimately mentally disabled. And probably should have a state carer. There was, I need the Dan tweets as well.
There's Dan tweets. Yeah, this is the problem with watching Queemon, right? You're going to hear the R slur, and you know, it's just the beginning of it.
Okay.
So this is something nuanced I'm trying to present for you here, right? You know, we got examples of slop tubers that, not exactly a slop tuber with a heart of gold, but still with some kind of functioning moral compass, and in spite of the fact that there's a lot of really odious things about Queemon, but even he is not going to swallow the lies to defend Ethan Klein, and I think that's very telling. Yeah, he is very ableist. That's true. Well, I mean, that's he probably would take that as a compliment, Elino, right?
Here we are. Here's the thread. So Dan quote tweet.
That's Dan. That's Dan Saltman. That's the guy that got me demonetized on Twitch. What an asshole.
Pisco's reply to Eris quotes the probably not fair use line.
Is he a fucking fan of Eris, chat? Look, I mean, like, I assume that people, like, I'm not on the radar of people like Dan Saltman, even though I've, you know, reacted to his content a few times, right? But the fact that he hangs out with Eris,
which is a totally reasonable thing to say, by the way. Because fair use is an affirmative defense that relies on 4 relatively subjective factors. And the cases can kind of go any way. The cases can kind of go either way.
Yeah, and that's why, even though Ethan does have a case here that he could probably win, him going forward with this case is hypocritical and immoral, right? He's going to kill potentially React content if he goes forward with this case. Right. So, yeah, on the merits, legally, yes, there is some chance that he could win this case. It's just the judge that he gets and how the judge interprets these 4 subjective factors about what constitutes fair use. Right. But if he wins, chat, and especially if it gets appealed, right, and that precedent gets set in appellate court, it's fucking game over for content creation. It's game over.
Is it likely to? No, obviously. That's why Pisco's saying probably.
I hate these assholes fucking up the bag for not only the targets of their hate campaigns, but also for the rest of us, right?
Probably.
I mean, not that I'm exactly getting a bag here. I'm surviving, and I'm happy to be surviving. I'm happy to be doing what I love. But yeah, they're putting that in fucking danger. How do you spell his name? I think it's with a K. I never know. I've misspelled. I'm sure. I feel like on between the Blue Sky post and the and the description for the video and everything, I think I spelled his name like 4 different ways yesterday. But yeah, I think it's with a K.
Infringement seems to have occurred. It does not seem that fair use would apply. But you literally never know. You can't know until it plays out. So Pisco says probably not fair use. Is it even possible to find a case that would be more clear-cut? I think selling bootleg Avenger DVDs on the street would be safer. Like, so this is just totally delusional. It wasn't just straight copying of content. So, yeah, there are cases that would be easily more clear-cut. It's like an absurd thing to say. Totally absurd thing to say. Probably not fair use is a correct statement. And in my stream, I use stronger language. That said, there are plenty of examples including bootlegging, which would of course be more clear-cut, not fair use, regardless of how safe it is. Reposting an unedited copy is also more clear. Yeah,
like,
it keeps going.
like if you made an archive, right? If you did a Ethan Klein archive, right, where you reposted everything that Ethan put out, then there's literally no transformation in that, right?
It's weasel bullshit. The Matrix probably isn't real. You probably can't shapeshift into a dinosaur. The world probably isn't filled with a cheddar cheese molten core. The case deserves a stronger statement. They are fucked would suffice. Unhinged. It's not a euphemism. It's a reflection of the inherent unpredictability of lawsuits and fair use specifically, where all we really go on are case law analogies. Sorry you were triggered. I don't use your magic words, though. And then Dan posts the most leftist meme of all time.
What the fuck? What is this? Pisco win the world's most clear-cut case of infringement. God, Dan can't meme. All right, I gotta say it, chat. Dan can't meme. Dan can't stream. Dan can't post. Dan can't meme. Dan is the queen. Can't stand Dan. Can't do nothing wrong. Pisco win the world's most clear case of infringement is shown to him. Well, it's probably not fair use. So they're mad at him because he's not saying it more emphatically. What Dan wants to hear is they're fucked, right? They have no chance. And, I think if we listen to, when we listen to Pisco, he did say he thought that Ethan would win the case very clearly, right? But it's not enough for Dan Saltman. Probably can't be sure. Lawsuits are unpredictable. This is true. Fucking copyright lawsuits, yes, are unpredictable. Lawsuits where the precedent is not set, where the only precedent that we have to go by is a lawsuit involving Ethan Klein from the 2010s. That's literally it, chat. That's literally it, right? People don't tend to take this shit to court. And it's dangerous when they do. And yeah, it could end up with a content apocalypse, right? This is the worst case scenario, but unfortunately entirely possible if Ethan chooses to pursue this case, right? Pisco, when Hassan says an unverifiable statement after being caught lying, I am proven 100% correct. When Hassan says an unverifiable statement, he's acting like Pisco is somehow a Hassan fan, which I don't think is true. I think is very far from the truth. Pretty much predetermined if it goes all the way. I wouldn't say that, Buncore. I'm on board with Pisco. Look, here's the deal. My take on this is it's 50-50. All right, whether if Ethan takes this lawsuit forward, whether it'll work or not. There's 4 factors that are used to decide if something's fair use or not, and there's no precedent. There's no case law to base what will be decided on. So the judge will it'll literally be the judge that they get that determines, where they come down on this, right? The thing that I think Pisco is missing, the reason that he thinks it's more likely for Ethan Klein to, in fact, almost certain for Ethan Klein to be able to win the case is because he thinks that Denims did not really react, right? And again, he's saying this without having viewed Denims' reaction. So he's just making the assumption based on what he was shown from Ethan of the nature of Denims' 5-hour reaction. So yeah, it's up in the air. It's up in the air and anything can happen. And yeah, there's 4 guiding factors, but it's very unpredictable how any given judge will see this. It's very subjective. And even though it's subjective, chat, if this goes up to the appellate level, it doesn't just it's not just going to be an unpredictable result. It's going to be an unpredictable result which changes the way that content works, which may make it illegal effectively to react to anything, right? That's what's so dangerous, so disgusting and about what Ethan's doing here. is he's putting everybody at risk for his fucking ego. He is a monster, not on the same level, but in the same sense as Donald Trump. Pressing button. Why is content not moving? Oh well.
Meme of all time. Brother, this is not supposed to have a fucking lawsuit of its own written into it. Okay?
Dan can't meme. What can I say?
Paragraphs, Dan. 4 paragraphs for a big dog, little dog meme. What are we doing, dude? The fuck are we doing? Pisco, when the world's most clear-cut case of infringement is shown to him. It's probably not fair use. I can't be sure. Lawsuits are unpredictable. Pisco when Hassan says an unverifiable statement after already being caught lying. I'm 100% proven correct. Epic W victory lap. So, like, he's literally not even following the statements that are being made here. It's, like, just completely retarded. Again, if people were actually paying attention to what was being said...
Again, he gets that word from his dad, not from his mom, okay? That's coming from the dad.
Dan would look really stupid right now. He's lucky that no one's paying attention to anything anyone's saying. So, it follows up with the obvious replies here. My level of certainty is probably consistent between these two cases. 99% infringement, 99% viewpoint discrimination. I'll defend both of those positions. No inconsistency whatsoever. The viewpoint discrimination by Trump makes me more passionate than infringement, though, to be correct. Though correct.
Wait, chat, what is the case that he's talking about with Trump?
It's such
viewpoint discrimination?
To self-report, though, that you would compare these two situations because it shows for you this is about the people and clicks rather than the underlying issues. What matters for you is the who, not the what. Ethan versus Hassan, not infringement, versus VPD.
Ethan versus Hassan. What? What the fuck is VPD? He's talking about a recent court case, right? Oh, Hassan's detainment?
Then we go here. Okay. So then this is like an Ethan Klein Dick Rider account. Find him now. Are you really pretending that Lycan plus Straighter Aid aren't the reason why you have all this heat for Ethan? Lol. Crazy projection.
What?
I literally don't even know where that's coming from.
Yeah, I think you're right, Violet. I think it might be Hassan's global entry.
Why
VPD. Anybody know what that stands for?
Lycan and Straighter Aid be more explanatory than Pisco's views on Israel-Palestine. Yeah. He was arguing with Lycan yesterday. It makes no sense. It's just like pure lashing out. Like, oh, you're not being on
viewpoint discrimination, but that's concerning. Oh, okay. So Pisco's saying that Hassan being detained is a case of viewpoint discrimination. He's saying that Hassan, he thinks, was detained because of his viewpoints and not for any legitimate national security interest. I get it.
Honest either. Well, no, he is. I don't have heat for Ethan. I genuinely think he was a force for good and for fair use, and in general was pushed a good standard. I was arguing harshly against Lycan in my chat on the infringement, but because I criticized one of his stated purposes and the filing, you'll lose your minds. The React Savior stuff is cringe and 100% bullshit. Also, complaint is dog shit. So apparently this is having too much heat for Ethan, according to this Ethan Klein Dick Rider account. Saying that the React Savior stuff is cringe and bullshit, 100% true, and the complaint is dog shit. That's the opinion of a lawyer. He read it and thought it was shit. Nothing wrong with saying that. Heat for Ethan, I take to be like some dislike of Ethan. I don't dislike Ethan. I was a long-time H3 fan and watcher, from Hugh Mungus to SoFlo Antonio to Vape God. Oh, wait, no, he's right. There's Vape Nation and Vape God. Wow.
Wait, what's Vape God?
Put that as H3 credentials. Wow. Wow. Dude, H3 was never that good, seriously. All that stuff is just not that good.
Damn! Queeman, stop speaking such based truth. I can't take it.
Also, if the humongous stuff happened now, he'd be on the other side of it. He'd be on the other side. If someone was like at an Israel conference and made a joke about Jews or something, he'd be literally canceling humongous. He'd be having humongous dragged through the street. Dragged through the fucking street.
Well, in this case, it would be Jewmongus, but yeah, no, this is like that. If you don't know what he's talking about with humongous, there was a guy at was it a city council meeting, maybe? And he got in an argument with a woman, and she asked what his name was because she thought he was being rude. And he says, my name is Humongous, right? And then she goes off and says that he's trying to say his dick is humongous and that he's sexually harassing her, right? This dude is not based. True, what it came out of his mouth for a second there was. That's my surprise. Do you see where my surprise comes from, George? This dude is verifiably, pretty, bad on any number of issues. Ableism being maybe his favorite, but yeah, it would be that, like, because the humongous thing was like the guy was saying his name was humongous, instead of giving his name, right? She wanted his name. I guess she was gonna. I don't know what she was gonna do with his name, but he doesn't give his name. Instead, he says, "My name is Humongous," and then she's like, "You're clearly talking about your dick, sir. You're clearly sexually harassing me, right?" But yeah, it would be if what Quimon is talking about is not what happened was that like a feminist version of that incident. What Quimon is talking about would be like at a Jewish conference, right? So it would be the joke would have to be different, is what I'm saying, right? It would have to be a joke that sounds like, is the joke anti-Semitic or is he just being goofy? I don't know. He pointed at his dick when he said humongous. But yeah, this is
the facts and the law are the only thing that matter. Yes. No. Obviously not. Those aren't the only things that matter.
But anyway, Ethan found the video and he was like, "Oh, this humongous guy seems really cool. Let's have him on." Like, yeah. Clearly, he did nothing wrong, right? And but I don't know. Was he pointing at his dick? Is there like video of this?
Morality matters. Ethics matter. The effect it will have matters. Simply.
So yeah, I agree. I think my morality is very different than Quimon's morality.
Is this infringement? Is not the only issue here. No. That's retarded. I know Tysker wants to call him, but he wants to schedule because he thinks he's like got any kind of relevance. Then why does personal motivation matter here? What do you mean why does personal motivation matter? Because Ethan Klein is claiming he's doing this to protect React content from a lawsuit. This does not do that, and that's not his motivation. That's a lie he's telling to get people to support something they might not otherwise support. That's why it matters. It wasn't because of Lycan or Erin Lamau, it's because I'm right. I just got sent some log, I think. Where is this? Dude, am I retarded? What chat did someone just post this in? Oh, here. I see it. There we go. There's a DM. So yeah, Destiny's saying in his chat, Lycan / Erin sided with Denims on I/P, so they will side against H3 on everything. It's just everyone has some other ulterior motivation.
Israel-Palestine, okay.
Except Destiny. He's being honest, even though this was...
Wait, but I thought these people had written... What is the deal? DGG, I thought y'all had written off Destiny. Right? Talking about a clear-cut case, right? Whether or not, like, Pixie, her case, was it... I'm trying to remember, chat. Was Pixie's case civil and Cherry's case was criminal, maybe? But regardless of the outcome of that case, what Destiny did was fucked up and unforgivable, right? And I thought that his community recognize that. I am starting to wonder now if some of them actually crawled back to him after the heat died down, which is some sick fucking shit. Like, I was under the impression that Pisco, J-Stalk, everybody abandoned Destiny at that time. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe that community is worse than I thought. That is wild.
Benefits him enormously, and is going against people he's hated for years. But everyone else is compromised, of course. Everyone else is compromised. Tyska, literally, this is why I say I think you legit might be mentally disabled.
100% they did. What is wrong with these people? God fucking damn it.
You were in a VC for 3 or 4 hours getting mocked to fuck by that legacy guy for being an annoying spurg who loved the sound of his own voice. There were like 10 people in there. You're like, I don't know how you can... I don't remember. If you don't remember, that's seriously concerning. You were there for like 4 hours getting raped. Like...
Great. I love how freely that metaphor just flows, right? I feel like, chat, I feel like I'm browsing 4chan in like 2014, right? The use of like, oh yeah, you got totally raped there, did you? You got raped. Like, right? As like a way to say you got owned. That's... Jesus Christ. Pisco was a late abandoner? There are still DGGers sticking... I thought he would have been one of the first. God damn. Not so erudite is all the way back. What? Then why is FD Signifier going on with NS... What? Why is FD Signifier going on bridges with erudite? Like, I thought maybe it was a way to like own Destiny because Destiny doesn't like FD. And you know, if she comes on Destiny's old podcast he comes on Destiny's old podcast with erudite, then it's like a own. I thought that's what maybe FD was doing. It turns out it may just be that he engages with debate people that he just does not know anything about. Yeah, that is maybe the one valid criticism I've seen of FD. God damn. This is... If DGG was female, the cancellation would be permanent. Women do not get... Oh, true. Very true. I saw a Redditor. They went back because all the other politics YouTubers were too soy. God fucking damn these people.
I don't know how you can keep saying you don't remember this happening. I'll accept your framing. Ethan is lying. So what? So it's not an earnest attempt to protect his IP. It is a malicious attempt to hurt people who are criticizing him. He is using it. He is using copyright to handle a speech issue.
This is what I'm talking about. The base takes coming out of the guy that just used rape as a fucking metaphor for owning somebody.
That's wrong. That's bad. That's bad for free speech. It was not an expectation that you don't react to a video that directly criticizes you. Denims was directly criticized in that video. Dude.
Cherry's a Hassan fan lately? God damn.
How is Tom saying that? It's just so crazy seeing people like this.
She's low-key not a great person either.
It's just a law.
Like, I mean, I feel bad for what happened to her. Like, you know, I feel bad for what she's gone through, but she's not to be trusted.
People have always wanted to do this and have done, especially when it's malicious liars stealing the content. Normally it's just grace when one steals content.
Speaking of disingenuous, worthless fucking people, here's Dom Fockery.
Without getting sued. There's no grace for people stealing your content to lie, nor should there be. If someone's lying about you...
Dom Fockery, who was banned for Twitch for saying, quote unquote, in his Twitch chat, I support PDO porn, right? And then has a whole video on YouTube being like, I can't believe Twitch banned me. All I was saying is that I like PDO. I can't even say what he said that he liked, right? But, you know, it's something that, you know, you would expect somebody to get banned for fucking saying on Twitch, right? But according to the Destiny like, community, this is not a spicy take. Tom did nothing wrong, right? He made a video talking about what he had said as if there was fucking nothing wrong with that, because it's for harm reduction, chat. Tom, trust me, Tom only supports PDO porn because it can be used for harm reduction. If it's a digital approximation of little children engaged in who knows what for the pleasure of minor attracted persons, then in this guy's book, it is okay. And he said that shit in his Twitch chat. He got understandably banned for it. And then he fucking yelled at me for not having his back. I'm sorry, Tom, but I think what you said was really fucked up. I don't agree with a lot of Twitch bans, but I sure as fuck agree with your Twitch ban, right? I don't want you anywhere near me or anywhere when I care about, especially not any minors. I think you were a fucking creep, all right? If truth be known, I never called you a PDO file as you claimed, Tom, but I did. I did when I found out what you got banned for. I gotta say, good job, Twitch moderation, in keeping the platform safe from fucking creeps like this, right? And this is what is so dangerous about. I just had breakfast, Irene. Yeah, my skin is glowing tonight. Oh, good. I'm not feeling particularly good. I haven't had to deal with these people in a really long time, and it was an excellent vacation from this kind of stress. I just, every time I press unpause, like, I see something even worse. But the fact that this guy has fucking any degree of respect in that community, right? When he was never smart enough to offer decent takes in the first place, and the takes that he comes up with are just regurgitated takes from the dregs of fucking DGG offline chat, right? And like I said, chat, there's a reason that he said that sort of thing. He's not the only one who feels that way. That is a very common point of view in the Destiny community. In fact, I would say that what he said about harm reduction, by furnishing minor attracted persons with their digital approximation of the shit that they're into, is like a it's like taking, oh well, yeah, of course. Irene needs to smoke a bowl, but you'll get Kaceytron. I will. Fool in his name is apt. Fool is indeed apt. I don't know though. Fools are cool. You can learn something from a fool. I don't think you're gonna learn anything from tomfoolery. So, were you talking about trusting Denims? Wait, what? I was talking about knowing Denims. I've talked to Denims before. Easily approachable, TOS safe. Way to say that would be CSAM, as long as everybody understands what I'm talking about. But I want you to know, he didn't say CSAM. Like, he said the thing, like, right? And he got banned. And then he yelled at me for not fucking supporting, for not going to the mat with Twitch to argue. Like, look, chat, I've seen bad bans happen even to people that I don't particularly like, and I've always supported them getting their channels back. But this guy has been kept off of Twitch for a very good reason. I don't know if there's anybody on Twitch with a more deserved ban than this guy. If there is, I don't know who it is, right? He's very anti-leftist. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he has his own, point of view. I think he just kind of goes along with whatever. I think I misheard you. You were talking about somebody to say and said she's not to be trusted. Cherry, probably Cherry. Cherry spelled with an A. That's somebody I would say is not to be trusted, in spite of the fact that she does seem to have been victimized by Destiny, and that is fucked up. And I do feel bad for what she had to go through. That being said, I've had experiences with her and just found her to be a completely disingenuous person, very opportunistic person, not to the degree of aristocracy, but yeah, just not great. Just not great.
You handle that through defamation. You don't handle that through copyright. Again, this is scum like Tom, who are disgusting, malicious liars. Scum like Tom want to be able to abuse this to silence criticism. Like, this is the problem. There is a standard that they all engage in, that you will respond to the full video criticizing you or the full video talking about you or whatever, that all these streamers engage with. They all engage with this standard. We all accept that copyright law is out of date, and we all engage under this standard. And then one person turns around and goes, no, I'm suing you. Because they criticized. Fundamentally. Denims is no more malicious than XQC. Any definition of malice would hit XQC too. But it's about the criticism. It's about the defamation, which he's not suing for. Can you admit to explain the jump from copyright claiming who admit to maliciously stealing versus copyright claiming any criticism? It's not any criticism. He's not copyright claiming all criticism.
Is Chud Logic's foot soldier rebelling a bit? It's not just the foot soldier, Sisyphean. It's Chud Logic too. From what I understand, Chud Logic has a pretty reasonable take about these matters as well, right? Which is surprising. Which is very surprising. It's not often where I say that Chud Logic has even a decent take, let alone a good take about something. But yeah, like I said, these two, their moral compasses, their sense of moral consistency is not quite as twisted as the rest of the commentary community. So I guess that's good on them.
What he is doing is copyright claiming or suing.
Yeah, anyone who criticizes you can't clap back unless you're a big streamer. I don't even know if you could, like, right? It just makes everybody suable for reacting to other people's content. So yeah, if somebody does a fucking expose and is like, NCC is a super meanie butt, you know, and I'm like, I actually have proof that I'm not a super meanie butt, I can't respond to their video. I've got to just euphemistically refer to what they said rather than show you what they said. And then somebody can come back at me with like, well, I don't think they were really saying that. And it's like, well, I'd love to show you that they are. Unfortunately, thanks to Ethan Klein, we're not allowed to react to each other's content anymore. So you'll just have to either go and watch the video for yourself or take my word for it.
The people he thinks he has a good case against who are criticizing him to chill the speech. So the jump happens there. I'll explain it to you. So XQC, Asmongold, all these other people have admitted to maliciously stealing. They knowingly and intentionally violate copyright law, violate IP, commit copyright infringement, knowingly, willingly, for money, do this. That's malice. Okay? Ethan has post hoc justified not only these people, because some of them made vague comments that indicated that they were accepting, like, I think in Frogan's case, it was literally, hi guys, thanks for coming in from the Reddit. That's the level we're at, because they made statements that vaguely implied the idea of taking away views. But that's not relevant to a copyright case. That's not relevant. Whether they say that they're taking views or not isn't relevant to a copyright case. The pillar that would be referring to of fair use would be creating a market replacement. And in that case, it would be an objective analysis, or I guess subjective, but an attempt at objectivity of like, does this product replace... Oh, my hit piece is premiering. We'll pull it up in a minute. Okay, we'll pull it up in a minute. Does it, or after the Tommy stuff, does this product in the market actually replace the other product? That's what that pillar is about. It's not about whether you...
Look, I suspect the only hit piece on Quimon that's going to be worth a goddamn is going to be a would be a Femio's NCC collaboration, but
say it's a replacement or not, right? You could imagine,
given that he's been like the only source of good takes on this side of the aisle, I don't think I think we can put off the hit piece for a little longer. I'll have to talk to Femios about that, but yeah, look, you got a reprieve, Quimon. you know, keep on speaking truth amidst all the horrible shit that you're saying.
There could be a fan film that operates completely above the law generally.
Does Queeman have a law degree? No, but you can see that he picks up on things a little bit faster than some of the other slop tubers, right? He's able to, you know, his critical thinking faculties aren't quite as atrophied as what we've come to expect from the commentary community.
But someone says, "Oh, go see the fan film."
Tom says what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide. Oh my god!
Instead of the main studio.
No, he's a terrible guy.
It's way better. Let's say it's a Spider-Man fan film or something. It's like Spider-Man Lotus, the racist one that came out recently. It's coming out at the same time as a mainline Marvel movie, but it's like free or whatever. They're following the rules. And they say, go watch this instead of the main one. Go watch this instead of the main one. That saying that doesn't turn it into a market replacement. It would have to be a market replacement. And so the point I'm comparing is not the parody point. It's the market replacement. We're specifically analyzing that pillar. Parody is a different point. That's the second pillar, or I think the second pillar, nature of the work. But the pillar about, I believe it's the fourth pillar about market replacement. That this is the one we're talking about here. That's when Denims says, and that's the arguments being used. When Denims is saying, watch mine instead of Ethan's or whatever, they're saying it's a market replacement. But that's not how that pillar works. It's not how that works. It's not about...
Yeah, and as Pisco said, that's not going to actually be relevant, right? Ethan might win the lawsuit, but it's not going to be based on those words that Denims said, right? The words could, you know, they will be uttered in court, and they will maybe affect how the judge and or the jury see the case, right? But it's not going to be determinative, I think is what Pisco is basically saying.
Intent or what you say. It's about, does it take that place in the market? Which it does, but that applies far closer to XQC and Asmongold. Yeah, and even then, that's not 100%, because obviously there is the Sargon case. It throws a spanner in the works of a lot of this, to be honest, because it was just such a, honestly, kind of surprising ruling, where Sargon got two clips, stitched them together, two clips from the same video, stitched them together, put a new title on it, and they were like, yeah, that's fair use. And that was it. So that kind of does, you know, put a lot of it up to question. But hey, we won't know unless it gets tested, so. Okay. Again, this is what I just laid out, Woodster, okay? This is what I just laid out for like the last 5 minutes. Show me a single piece of case law that indicates that under fair use, you are less entitled to the protections of the third, fourth pillar. You are that does not apply if you state that it is a market replacement. This is not something I've heard anyone reputable repeat. The idea that if you say this is a market replacement, watch this instead of the other one, that matters like whatsoever. It's like not relevant at all whether they said that was the case or not. It just has not.
What did Pisco say? It's not about intent. It's about. I'm trying to remember the other word.
Been shown at all that is relevant. You would have to actually argue it is a market replacement, not they say it's a market replacement. It's not evidence that you violated Tyska. Show me a single piece of case law to substantiate that. Show me that now, Tyska. You've got a strongly held belief. Show me that. Strongly held positive claim. Show me the evidence. Otherwise, you are literally just, you might get gigabanned, honestly. If you're this dumb, if you're going to seriously stake that claim, affirmatively, confidently, and have nothing to back it up, that's fucking shameful.
Yeah, debate bros play for keeps, I guess, even amongst chatters, right? What is this? We'll take a quick look at this chat. I got to get off stream, though. Oh my god, I have streamed for a really long time. This is Ethan Klein and the West Bank settler terrorist, aka his lawyer.
Confidence. Exactly how many Nazi terrorist attorneys are licensed throughout the US? Like, even if he didn't directly commit to acts of terrorism, which I have.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this and see if it's okay for Twitch. I apologize. Also, I really should probably get off, but yeah, thanks for posting this. Who posted this in stream suggestions? Interested, like I wasn't aware of there was a video about going into the background of Ethan's lawyer. But anyway, chat, that is gonna have to do it for me for today. Let us, I'm not quite done with you yet though, so I'm gonna raid Twitch viewers. Let's just see, come on, there we go, into a fellow Cuties gang member, USA Hole. Give them my love. They will give you an excellent stream as always, right? And in addition to that, while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and shout out my Patreon because I do really appreciate these people, right? Patreon is probably the best way to, you know, to donate, in that I get, you know, like the platform takes less of your money, and it's detached from any platform. So if we get banned on YouTube or Twitch or demonetized or anything like that, knock on wood that we don't, then you know, like I won't die and disappear as quickly if there's more people supporting me on Patreon. So thank you for all of you that do. Everybody at the $5 level and above, I'm about to read out your names. To wait a minute, let me make sure that I'm not missing anybody. Okay, not yet. Let's see. All right. So yeah, everybody at the $5 level and above gets a shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yavat. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zarazerix, to Rachel K. and to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Patreons, you are awesome. And there goes the raid, and there goes the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you to the mods for keeping us safe. And thank you to Thumb Gang for spreading my content out there to everybody. Thank you to NCC BSKY. We got a new thing going on Blue Sky, chat. We're gonna try to really pump those blast off threads to bring my content to a new audience over on Blue Sky. With that, I will bid you adieu. I'll be on as soon as I can. Again, I keep on saying I'm going to try to come on for a morning stream. It hasn't happened because I got too damn tired. And again, I have streamed for, oh my God, chat. I don't know. It might have been, I don't know how many hours. Many hours. I must go to bed, or I must get some food. That's what I need. I need food. I need water. You should do that too. So anyway, we'll be back again tomorrow. Maybe try to go over some debates that have gone down. We got a shout out from USA Hole. Thank you, USA Hole. Go follow USA Hole on Twitch. If you're a twitchy type that likes to twitch, then you will enjoy twitching for USA Hole. We got the shout out. Thank you so much. Much love. Much love to USA Hole, holding it down over there for the Cuties gang. Anyway, chat, that's about it for me. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin if I stay on any longer, but I'll see you again tomorrow. I'll try to be on time. I'll try to be a little earlier. Yeah.